Chapter 2. Release. Experience teaches that the most critical moment for bad governments is the one which witnesses their first steps towards reform. Evils which are patiently endured when they seem inevitable become intolerable once the idea of escape from them is suggested. Alexis de Tocqueville, The Ancien Régime and the Revolution, 1856. Universal Mission. On 7 December 1988 in New York, Gorbachev addressed the General Assembly of the United Nations. He announced the withdrawal of 500,000 Soviet troops from the countries of Eastern Europe. The Soviet Union also released almost all of its political prisoners. The main sensation, however, was the speech's ideological message. Gorbachev proposed a new world order based not on ideology, but on all human interests of cooperation and integration. This was a rejection of the Cold War order based on antagonism between the USSR and the USA and their respective allies. It was also a rejection of the Marxist-Leninist worldview based on class struggle and the inevitability of communist triumph. The General Secretary declared a principle of renunciation of any form of violence, any use of force in international affairs. Chernayev, the main drafter of Gorbachev's UN address, considered it represented not only an ideological revolution, but also a possible farewell to the status of a world global superpower. In essence, the leader of the Soviet superpower proposed to the Western powers an end to the Cold War. The Soviet Union was ready to join all international organizations as a partner. The address stemmed from what Gorbachev had been calling since 1986 a new political thinking. It was a mix of his neo-Leninist hubris, breathtaking idealism, and abhorrence of nuclear confrontation. Against the background of Stalin's cynical realpolitik, Khrushchev's brinkmanship, and Brezhnev's peace-through-strength détente, Gorbachev's project came as a complete breakthrough. It was not a clever camouflage for the start of Soviet geopolitical retrenchment and retreat, as some Western critics asserted. It was a deliberate choice of a new vision to replace the ideology of Marxism-Leninism and Soviet geopolitical power. As such, it was probably the most ambitious example of ideological thinking in foreign affairs since Woodrow Wilson had declared his 14 points at the end of World War I. It was this vision that made Gorbachev, and not Ronald Reagan or other Western leaders, a truly key actor in ending the Cold War. Since early 1986, the Kremlin leader had been working to end the nuclear standoff with the United States, and so reduce the terrifying threat of nuclear weapons. The Chernobyl disaster that April unexpectedly underscored this priority. As the enormity of nuclear catastrophe sank in, Gorbachev proposed to Reagan an emergency summit in Reykjavik, Iceland. This took place in October 1986, and Gorbachev surprised the U.S. president by offering to cut half of the Soviet strategic nuclear arsenal in exchange for American cuts in nuclear weapons and a ban on Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative, or SDI. During 1986, Gorbachev also began to force the Soviet military to renounce the doctrine of preemptive nuclear strike and move to the principle of strategic sufficiency. Dismantling the nuclear arsenals was a prerequisite for stopping the insane arms race. Like Andropov, Gorbachev realized that the Soviet Union could not be rebuilt and modernized without ending the Cold War confrontation. He had voiced the first draft of New Thinking at his meeting with senior officials of the Soviet Foreign Ministry in May 1986. His main message was that the Reagan administration was trying to exhaust the Soviet Union in an expensive arms race. Soviet foreign policy, he concluded, must alleviate the burden of military expenditures, must do anything in its capabilities to loosen the vice of defense expenditures. The Soviet leader expressed this concern many times, while arguing at the Politburo, the Defense Council, and to foreign leaders that the United States wanted to exhaust the USSR by a new arms race. His message was that it was time to stop worrying about the balance of power and focus on internal reforms. In 1987, Gorbachev and Ryzhkov asked the leaders of Soviet military industries for the first time to begin this conversion to the production of consumer goods. The American pressures continued, however, to keep Soviet reformers hamstrung. The Reagan administration, unlike its predecessors, wanted to squeeze the economy and finances of the USSR to the maximum in order to stop Soviet expansionism. American belligerence, at least until the end of 1987, made it hard for Soviet reformers to reallocate resources from the military to the civilian economy. Reagan's SDI, if implemented, would mean an end to nuclear parity and stability. Managers and scientific gurus of the Soviet military-industrial complex, therefore, demanded more billions from the budget to neutralize the American threat. Also, because of American sanctions, Soviet access to the resources of the world economy remained worse than in the 1960s. The U.S. government used COCOM, or Coordinating Committee for Multilateral Export Control, an informal network of Western countries and Japan established during the late 1940s, to deny the USSR Western equipment for finishing pipelines stretching from the new Soviet oil and gas fields in eastern Siberia to Western Europe. In 1987, Washington cracked down on Toshiba when in 1987 the Japanese corporation agreed to sell modern computer equipment to Moscow. The contract was cancelled. Gorbachev's appointment of Eduard Shevardnadze in July 1985 to replace Andrei Gromyko as Soviet foreign minister was the first practical move to depart from the diplomacy of strength and quid pro quo. The party head of Georgia, Shevardnadze, was 3 years older than Gorbachev and another ex-Stalinist who had become a reform-minded communist. Shevardnadze experienced, like Gorbachev, the school of Komsomol idealism of the 1950s and the frustration of the 1970s. He had made his career by his promise to defeat corruption in Georgia and by his effusive flattery of Brezhnev. He never managed the former and probably resented the latter. Shevardnadze performed a number of vital functions for Gorbachev. He implemented his ideas, projected a new smiling face of Soviet diplomacy abroad, and served as a lightning rod for the military, who found new thinking odd and incongruous. Still, Gorbachev reserved the role of top negotiator for himself. He developed unique relationships with Western leaders, especially Ronald Reagan, François Mitterrand, Spain's leader Felipe González, Italy's Prime Minister Giulio Andreotti, Britain's Margaret Thatcher, and the West German Chancellor Helmut Kohl. Encounters with foreign leaders were important for all of Gorbachev's predecessors. Khrushchev was curious to explore the world and learn from capitalists how to build up socialism. Brezhnev carried the mantle of a peacemaker and used it to consolidate his stature at home. For Gorbachev, the relationship with foreigners, especially Western leaders, became a cultural and psychological necessity. The Russian scholar Dmitry Furman explained Gorbachev's desire for summits as a broader phenomenon. For all Soviet people, including the higher echelons of the party, he wrote, the West has always been an object of longing. Trips to the West were the most important status symbol. There is nothing you can do about this. It is in the blood, in the culture. Gorbachev, however, developed a strong need for more than this, an intellectual exchange with Western leaders and their feedback on his reformist initiatives. During frequent trips to the West, he began to discuss with his interlocutors how to change the Soviet Union. One would expect that the General Secretary, bent on reforming the Soviet economy, would take with him on Western trips economists, planners, directors of military industries, bankers, and other technocrats. Instead, Gorbachev's huge entourage consisted mostly of journalists, social scientists, writers, theater directors, filmmakers, and other cultural figures. Most of them shared his fascination, admiration, and envy for things Western. They were encouraged to help Gorbachev prepare the Soviet people for radical reforms in all spheres of life, and they believed that the main sources of real socialism for which Gorbachev was searching all lay in the West. Gorbachev introduced the voices of Western leaders and what they discussed with him into the debates at the Politburo. He also inserted the commentariat of the West into the ongoing debates about the nature and scope of Soviet reforms. At the Politburo, Gorbachev, helped by Yakovlev, Shevardnadze, and Medvedev, quoted from the New York Times, the Financial Times, The Economist, and other major Western sources of opinion. In this way, the Soviet leader acquired a semantic power, new formulas and arguments, fresh vocabulary and intonation, all to pit against his Politburo colleagues. This also opened the way for terms and concepts never before used in internal discourse. The Soviet Union could now be called an empire. The words pluralism, crisis, totalitarianism, and Stalinism became acceptable. Gradually, the vocabulary imported from Western sources, as well as from the work of Soviet journalists, social scientists, and writers, would supplant the old Soviet vocabulary. When Gorbachev began to develop his global worldview, he was a dedicated neo-Leninist. In his discussions of foreign policy, at the Politburo, and in his entourage, he used the metaphor of Brest-Litovsk. This was the name of the town where the Bolshevik government had signed a treaty with the Kaiser's Germany in March 1918. The treaty allowed Lenin to trade land for time and, against all expectations, to preserve the Soviet regime. For Soviet historians and Gorbachev, Brest-Litovsk became a metaphor that combined socialist idealism with pragmatism and confirmed Lenin's genius. Gorbachev used this metaphor to argue the need for retreat and retrenchment in order to focus on domestic reforms. The lessons of Brest-Litovsk for Gorbachev went beyond geopolitical concessions. He wanted to make an irresistible offer to his Cold War adversaries, to build together a new world order based on common interests and common human values. Instead of complying with the playbook of realpolitik, the Soviet leader announced a universal moral and idealistic vision. Gorbachev synchronized his offer with the launch of his economic and political reforms. Gorbachev never connected, at least in public, his global vision to the future of Eastern Europe. He knew very well that the countries of this region, long held together by Soviet force, had considerable trouble making ends meet and were drifting back into the Western economic and financial orbit. Gorbachev, like other reformers of his circle, had blamed this development on the Soviet policies of previous decades. It was, he and his entourage reasoned, Soviet intervention in 1968 in Czechoslovakia that had aborted much-needed democratization and the modernization of socialism not only in Prague, but also in the Soviet Union and other socialist countries. With this lesson of history in mind, Gorbachev made a decision to draw a clear and principled line under the past. The USSR would never use force again and would stop telling its Eastern European allies what to do. The only way for Moscow to lead would be through the power of example. Perestroika itself should convince those countries to follow the Soviet example and to emerge from their current quagmire towards a state of genuine socialism. Vadim Medvedev, Gorbachev's appointee to the Politburo, remembers that his leader abided by this decision to the point of squeamishness. It was pointless to propose anything that would be considered interference into internal affairs of the socialist countries. Even some in Gorbachev's entourage wondered about the logic of such a principled stance. After all, the Soviet leadership had helped to set up Stalinist regimes in Eastern Europe decades before, and regularly intervened to keep them intact. Why not have affirmative actions to advance those who would have followed Gorbachev's example in 1986-87? In this light, some consider Gorbachev's visit to Czechoslovakia in April 1987 a missed opportunity. He did nothing to change the hardline leader in that country, Gustav Husak, and promote a Czech Gorbachev. At first, Gorbachev paid special attention to political summits of the Warsaw Treaty Organization, the collective security alliance between Moscow and Eastern European satellites. The Soviet leader made an offer to deepen trade and economic cooperation and integration within the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, or CMEA, in an attempt to reflect the European Economic Community. Gorbachev was also aware that the European Community had signed the Single European Act, thereby starting the process of political union, and this piqued his curiosity. Lenin had prophesied that the United States of Europe was impossible under capitalism. Why, then, did socialist integration not work? The Soviet leader also hoped that East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Poland would use their better access to Western information and technology to help with Soviet modernization. One of his pet ideas was an Eastern analog to Eureka, the EEC cooperative project for electronic and high-tech industries. Those expectations brought few fruits. Eastern European countries gravitated towards Western countries, above all West Germany, and had no desire to share what they obtained there with the Soviet Big Brother. Soviet ministers and economic managers had long known that their Eastern European partners regarded the Soviet Union only as a source of cheap energy and a market for goods that were not competitive on world markets. During Ryzhkov's visit to Warsaw in September 1986, the Polish leader General Wojciech Jaruzelski told him that the Polish economy was handcuffed by its $32 billion debt to Western banks. It was up to Moscow to let Poland live or perish. In practice, it meant more subsidies in the form of cheap oil. Since the Polish crisis, the Soviet leadership had acknowledged that it could not be responsible for Eastern Europe's economic and financial affairs as well as the living standards of its peoples. In the fall of 1986, Gorbachev and Ryzhkov rejected the idea of a common currency for the Eastern Bloc. It was obvious that the USSR would have to fund this currency without getting anything in return. In 1987, the Soviet leadership stopped advocating deeper ties with Hungary or expanding cooperation with East Germany. After his trip to Prague in April 1987, Gorbachev said, "I told them frankly that we will not carry out our perestroika at your expense, but you also should not count on living at our expense." As 1987 drew to a close, the Politburo became increasingly worried about the Soviet balance of payments. With extremely low oil prices, the USSR would soon have to use up to two-thirds of its currency revenues to serve its foreign debt. By 1988, Gorbachev began to think that Eastern European countries were a liability, not an asset, for his perestroika. As in his domestic reforms, the Soviet leader doubled down. He turned to Western Europe with a vision of a common European home. Gorbachev's main inspiration was the Helsinki Final Act of 1975, the document signed by 33 European countries, including the Soviet Union, as well as the United States and Canada. The act codified a common approach of the signatories to security, economic cooperation, and, most importantly, to human rights and cultural openness. Gorbachev acknowledged the Final Act as an expression of common values. Socialism and capitalism were no longer important labels. The act also signified that the USSR's dependence on Eastern Europe as a security buffer was now an outdated notion. It recognized the realities of the nuclear age, but it was also a striking attempt to provide an argument for a future retreat of Soviet forces from Eastern Europe. In the light of common European values, the regimes in Eastern European countries were no longer considered to be socialist, but rather a parody of socialism. During their discussions in Moscow, Gorbachev, Shevardnadze, and other reformers began to declare exactly that. And what should the Soviet leadership do if a violent uprising occurred in the Eastern Bloc? In April 1988, Shevardnadze had already discussed this scenario with his deputies in the Foreign Ministry. "If we do not want violent anti-Soviet reaction," he said, "we should think about withdrawing our troops." Gorbachev shared similar concerns with his entourage. In October 1988, Georgy Shakhnazarov warned him of another scenario, a probable chain reaction of financial bankruptcies in Eastern European countries and elsewhere, some of which stand on the verge of payment crisis: Poland, Hungary, Bulgaria, Vietnam, Cuba, the GDR. He wrote that Eastern Europe had become dependent on Western banks, and that its political regimes might change. How should the USSR react to this course of events? And would the presence of Soviet troops in Eastern Europe remain in Soviet interests? Shakhnazarov himself seemed to know the answers to those questions. He and Chernayev told Gorbachev that Eastern Europe was a parasite on the body of the Soviet economy. Most leaders in the Soviet bloc were hostile to Gorbachev's radical reforms, and Soviet troops should leave the region as soon as possible. East Germany was the only exception. Soviet troops would remain there on the basis of the Potsdam Accords of 1945 in the absence of a comprehensive peace agreement involving the great powers. In the fall of 1988, Gorbachev delegated to Alexander Yakovlev the task of creating a Politburo commission on the situation in Eastern Europe. Yakovlev turned to academic experts whose views were virtually unanimous. All scenarios for the Soviet bloc were bad. The least harmful option for Moscow would be to pull out from Eastern Europe. In February 1989, in his subsequent report to Gorbachev, Yakovlev concluded that in the best possible scenario, the communist regimes in the region would survive only through coalition with the opposition. The USSR should give up on the bloc and build relations with individual countries of Eastern Europe based on balance of interests. Striking a more conciliatory tone, Yakovlev also said that in the absence of a violent uprising, Eastern Europe might still remain socialist and even stay within the Warsaw Pact, as a kind of security belt that creates strategic protection for the Soviet Union as the center of socialism. In the economic sphere, his report prudently stated, the USSR could not and should not hinder the economic reintegration of Eastern Europe into the West. This process could in fact be made compatible with Soviet economic interests. The Eastern Bloc provided 40 to 50% of the goods for Soviet industries and consumers. In a sense, the Soviet economy would somehow be able to return to Europe on the coattails of the Eastern Europeans. In 1988, after endless Politburo debates, the Soviet leadership decided to pull out Soviet troops from Afghanistan unilaterally, having failed to reach with the United States an international agreement on the future of that country. The date for the final withdrawal was 15 February 1989. It was much more difficult for Gorbachev to announce an exit from Eastern Europe. The Soviet leadership hoped to synchronize this operation with progress on the scheme of a common European home. Gorbachev admitted to the Politburo that the Soviet Union did not have much time. The status quo in Eastern Europe had lasted only because many in the bloc still did not know how the USSR would react to the crumbling of its sphere of influence. The Soviet leader concluded, "They do not know yet that if they pull strongly on the leash, it would snap." Still, nobody in Moscow expected this would happen in just a few months. The UN address of 7 December 1988 was Gorbachev's attempt to accelerate détente with the United States. The Soviet leader wanted to present the Soviet withdrawals from Afghanistan and Eastern Europe as a triumph of his new principles, not as a geopolitical necessity or an admission of defeat. At first, he seemed to succeed. His speech was received with stormy applause and made Gorbachev hugely popular in Western Europe. It also impressed Reagan immensely. The U.S. president became convinced that the Cold War was over. Yet the public triumph concealed the fundamental fragility of Gorbachev's position. After the UN speech and at a meeting on Governor's Island, Reagan innocently asked Gorbachev about the progress of perestroika. Gorbachev blushed, momentarily interpreting the question as an expression of mockery. There was, in fact, no progress to report, only grave problems. The incoming Bush administration deceived Gorbachev's expectations. George H.W. Bush had had an impressive Cold War career. Ambassador to China, CIA director, member of the Ford administration, and then vice president in the Reagan administration. Whereas the Reagan team had been chaotic, wrangling, and inconsistent, Bush's team was steady, coherent, and prudent. The National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft and Secretary of State James Baker were a powerful duo, next to the President, to steer U.S. security and foreign policy respectively. They had lived through the attacks of the American right on the détente of the 1970s as being an appeasement of the Soviets. They regarded Gorbachev's initiatives and vision as dangerous atmospherics. The Soviet nuclear arsenal was intact, Soviet armies still stood at the heart of Europe, and Moscow's arms and money propped up regimes in Afghanistan, Vietnam, Africa, Cuba, and Nicaragua. The Soviet military-industrial complex continued to build weapons, including chemical and biological, banned by international accords. Bush, Scowcroft, and Baker believed that Gorbachev had beguiled Reagan. The CIA's Robert Gates ascribed changes in Soviet foreign policy to the impact of Reagan's program for building a missile defense system, SDI. That program, Gates reported to Bush, had allegedly convinced even the most conservative members of the Soviet leadership that the USSR would not be able to undertake such an incredibly expensive program itself, and that major internal changes were needed in the USSR. In a word, Gorbachev's new thinking was simply a child of necessity, a crafty strategy to seduce the West into the project of modernizing and re-energizing the Soviet economy and resume Soviet expansion. Bush and his team wanted to press the Soviet leader more into reducing his nuclear arsenal and unconditionally withdrawing from all parts of the Soviet outer empire. In January 1989, the Bush administration declared a reassessment of relations with the Kremlin, which only lasted for 6 months. During this time, Gorbachev's troubles escalated. The Soviet Union, in fact, became a different place, a whirlpool of political and economic turmoil. Even decades later, Gorbachev still nursed hard feelings about those in the West who had misjudged or ignored his good intentions. But he made an exception for Ronald Reagan. Revenge of the Past. Gorbachev's circle of reformers consisted mostly of ethnic Russians from the Russian Federation and intellectuals from Moscow. None of them had personal memories of bloody ethnic clashes or nationalist atrocities. All of them assumed that the vast majority of Soviet citizens identified themselves with their Soviet homeland. Gorbachev wrote about his own homeland of Stavropol as a multi-ethnic milieu in a remarkably polylinguistic, multifaceted, heterogeneous environment. For him and his entourage, the Leninist ideology of internationalism blended with the humanist, inclusive ethic of the Russian intelligentsia, at least those who sympathized with national liberation movements and considered xenophobia to be evil. The reformers, as a result, were ill-equipped to deal with a load of national problems they had inherited from the past. The Soviet Union was a minefield of nationalist grievances and aspirations. It had been forged by Bolshevik ideology, blood, and iron on the remnants of Tsarist Russia. The Bolshevik Party, an international band of revolutionaries, had developed a sophisticated policy on nationalities. Stalin and some other Bolsheviks had suggested that the country they occupied should be called the Russian Soviet Socialist Federation. Lenin, however, objected to this. His idea was to regard the Great Russians, the ethnic cultural mainstay of the old empire, as the oppressor nation, and all non-Russian nationalities along the periphery of the USSR as the oppressed. He insisted that the country should be called the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, a confederation of titular nationalities with institutions and even the right of exit from the Union. Lenin's view prevailed. In December 1922, the Union was created as a constitutional accord of 4 republics: the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, or RSFSR, Soviet Ukraine, Soviet Belorussia, and the Transcaucasian Soviet Socialist Republic. The Bolsheviks subsidized and promoted non-Russian nations, using resources and cadres from Moscow and St. Petersburg to create their science academies, writers' unions, filmmaking studios, literary journals, etc. Following Lenin's death in 1924, in practice, Stalin governed the Soviet Union more and more as a unitary state. The national communist parties were held together by the iron grip of the Bolshevik Party, VKPB, later the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU. The Soviet Army did not have national formations. The KGB had branches in the republics, yet they were all subordinate to Moscow. The commander-in-chief of both powerful institutions was the General Secretary of the CPSU. The State Bank of the USSR, located in Moscow, issued currency for all the republics and autonomous regions. Most of the big economic assets in the territories of every republic of the Union, factories, plants, energy utilities, gas and oil pipelines, were Union property, controlled by the central ministries in Moscow. All those checks and balances against Russian nationalism continued to work well for decades, helping the regime to rule the multi-ethnic polity. Yet the Soviet leadership remained a prisoner to the Leninist principle of full independence for the republics. In 1985, when Gorbachev came to power, the Czech Marxist historian Miroslav Hroš defined 3 phases of nationalism in Eastern Europe. Phase A was the emergence of an idea of a nation by elite activists, usually historians, linguists, and other intellectuals who studied the past, languages, and cultures. Phase B was the period of patriotic agitation, and Phase C was the mass movement that leads to the creation of a nation-state. In the Soviet Union, however, and in just 3 or 4 years, this scheme would be collapsed into one phase. Some nations on its territory had already existed for centuries. Others had been constructed by the Soviet dictatorship, even as anti-Soviet nationalists were being ruthlessly suppressed. A leading scholar of nationalism in the USSR, Mark Beisinger, observes that before Gorbachev, people simply never faced the opportunity or the necessity of choosing between the loyalty to the Soviet order and loyalty to one's ethnic identity. He continues, despite the seriousness and complexity of Soviet nationality issues on the eve of perestroika, at the time Soviet ethnic problems appeared to most observers to be significant but hardly unmanageable. Andropov and the KGB had known, however, that National Party cadres and the national intelligentsia would become a nucleus of national movements in separate Soviet republics. Andropov, recalls his aide Arkady Volsky, was obsessed with the idea of downplaying the role of nationalities in the constitutional structures of the Soviet Union. He knew the power of nationalism and, during his years as head of the KGB, had received information that the Republican branches of the party were becoming increasingly ethnic nationalist clans that barely camouflaged their true leanings under the veneer of communist internationalism in which they no longer believed. Andropov also realized that Russian and Ukrainian nationalism could be particularly dangerous for the Union. The General Secretary gave his aide a secret order. Let's get rid of the national partition of the country. Present your ideas on the organization of states in the Soviet Union according to population and economic rationale, so that the title nationalities would be faded out. Draw me a new map of the USSR. Volsky recalled that he drew up 15 drafts, but Andropov rejected all of them. The devil was in reapportioning industrial objects across the states in such a way that the notion of states would make economic and budgetary sense. I shudder when I recall this mission, Volsky remembered. Andropov and his aide redrew the borders and reshuffled the lists of enterprises that belonged to one region or another. Volsky turned for help to his friend, the nuclear physicist Yevgeny Velikhov. We came up with 41 states. We finished the project with all proper charts, but by that time Andropov got very ill. The idea of radical constitutional reform was shelved. Volsky was convinced that Andropov could have pushed reform down the throats of the Republican elites, at least to a certain extent. Had he had time to approve the project, I can say with full confidence party secretaries who later would become heads of independent states would have applauded this wise decision of the party. Could Andropov have undone 70 years of Soviet national construction? Would the potentates of the Soviet republics and autonomous regions backed by their ethnic clans have swallowed such a proposal? This proposition remains untested. Instead, under Gorbachev, the Soviet Confederated Constitution became a minefield. The first alarm bell about the growing power of nationalism rang for Gorbachev's Politburo in December 1986, when the Kazakh students in Alma-Ata, capital of the Kazakh Republic, came out in an anti-Russian demonstration protesting at the removal of the Republican Party boss Din Muhammad Kunayev. The protests were repressed in predictable Soviet style, with 2,400 students arrested, over 450 injured, and 2 killed. For Gorbachev, Kunayev had been Brezhnev's appointee and belonged to the past. For students and the Kazakh intelligentsia, however, he was the father of the nation. Even worse for them, Kunayev's replacement was an ethnic Russian, and this violated an unwritten rule. The Republican boss belonged to a titular nationality. At the Politburo, some members correctly concluded that the turmoil in the Kazakh Republic originated with the national intelligentsia and the national party cadres. Thank God, said Yakovlev, they still do not talk about the destruction of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev unexpectedly objected. Which God do you have in mind? For us, Lenin is the only God in these matters. If he had managed to rescue the correct policy on nationalities from Stalin, we would not be in this situation. At the time of Lenin's death, the Soviet Union had 5,200 national territorial entities. In Gorbachev's eyes, the national intelligentsia were not a threat, but rather an important ally of his perestroika program. Any punitive measures are very dangerous, he concluded. Martyrs and saints immediately emerge. Those words would define Gorbachev's attitude to nationalism for the rest of his career. A multinational polity, Gorbachev believed, could be harmonized only when Soviet institutions were fully empowered. This approach backfired most severely in South Caucasus. This area, surpassing the Balkans in ethnic complexity, was a pressure cooker for virulent local nationalisms. Created on the ruins of the Russian Empire in 1918-20, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan were pawns in the geopolitical games of the great powers. These territories were then conquered by the victorious Bolsheviks. Also, as in the Balkans, old ethnic hatreds flared up over the region of Nagorno-Karabakh, an autonomous territory within Azerbaijan. In February 1988, within a week, 1 million Armenians were out in the streets of Yerevan, demanding the transfer of the region to Armenia. The rally was peaceful, but the response to this demand in Azerbaijan was violent. A bloody pogrom in Sumgait, a working-class area near Baku, took the lives of 30 people. The Azeri police did not intervene. This conflict became the most serious test of Gorbachev's leadership since the disaster at Chernobyl. In Gorbachev's entourage, Shakhnazarov knew most about the long history of the Armenian-Azeri conflict. His family descended from the Karabakh's Armenian nobles and had taken an oath of allegiance to the Russian czars. Shakhnazarov was convinced that the feud between the two peoples could be solved only by force. Moscow, he thought, had to stop the ethnic cleansing and ensure security for both the Armenians and the Azeris. Yet Gorbachev and his Politburo colleagues were gripped by the paralysis of will. After a few fatal days of delay, just like after the explosion at Chernobyl, Gorbachev finally decided to dispatch a military force from Russian regions to Azerbaijan. But it was ordered not to open fire and not to arrest those involved in the pogrom in Sumgait. While the Politburo procrastinated, a mass exodus of civilians shook both republics, and mass protests paralyzed the local party authorities. Gorbachev was extremely reluctant to use force even after the horrific news emerged from Sumgait. He neither declared an emergency nor demanded an official investigation of the crisis. Instead, indecisive himself, Gorbachev went after the Republican leaders, Armenia's Karen Demirchyan and Azerbaijan's Gaidar Aliyev, blaming them for their inaction. Gorbachev privately and unfairly blamed the two men for provoking people against perestroika in order to protect themselves. He appealed for moderation to the Armenian intellectuals who were the main agitators of the nationalist cause. At a confidential meeting with two of them, Gorbachev naively asked them not to raise the territorial issue. He promised that Moscow would find other ways to preserve Armenian cultural identity in the Karabakh region. His words fell on deaf ears. The attitude of Moscow intellectuals was no better. They supported Armenia in the conflict and criticized Gorbachev for not doing the same. One reason for Gorbachev's conduct was his personal aversion to violence, a feature that would later play a decisive role in his decision-making. Another was his fear of losing the momentum for his political reforms. Some members of the Politburo were already beginning to say that a speedy democratization could jeopardize the unity of the USSR. Gorbachev dismissed those fears. He urged them to engage fresh forces, including the intelligentsia of both republics. In March 1988, he traveled to Yugoslavia, the socialist country where economic decentralization had created a constitutional and political crisis. After this trip, Gorbachev told the Republican Party leaders, "What has happened to Yugoslavia should not happen to us." His recipe, however, was to create people's fronts and informal associations of the national intelligentsia in the republics to support perestroika. The future would soon show that those preemptive initiatives amounted to adding oil to the fire. In October 1988, as the Armenian-Azeri crisis raged on, Gorbachev had to admit to Chernayev and Shakhnazarov that the fresh forces in the party, as well as Armenian intellectuals, had failed his expectations. He was at a loss what to do next. "If I knew what to do, I would bypass any dogmas, but I don't know." Shevardnadze's aide, Timuraz Stepanov, half Georgian and half Russian, born in Moscow, blamed the architects of perestroika for starting a constitutional crisis. Those who opened the sluices of perestroika had never seen a single live nationalist, he mused, and so were taken by surprise. Yet they had learned nothing from their discovery. After reading the draft of Gorbachev's report on the constitutional amendments and political reforms, Stepanov wrote that it completely undermined two priority tasks: preservation of the Union's integrity and the personal authority of the General Secretary. Gorbachev had rushed ahead, Stepanov mused, without any regard for or fear of personal and general catastrophe, as if his reforms were not putting the country inside the ring of bloodless rebellions that shook the system to the core. Shevardnadze's aide feared a counter-revolutionary backlash and collapse of the system. In South Caucasus, the Azeri and Armenian nationalists continued to kill each other in great numbers. 50,000 refugees took flight in all directions. Armed gangs robbed trains and villages. Even a disastrous earthquake that devastated a vast area of Armenia in December 1988 did not quell the nationalist fervor. Eventually, Gorbachev did authorize tough measures. The Armenian nationalists were arrested that month. In January 1989, the Supreme Soviet of the USSR declared martial law in Karabakh and removed it from the Republican jurisdiction. Nothing was done, however, to punish those who had incited the pogrom in Azerbaijan. This failure by the Central Authority to act sent a powerful negative signal across the Soviet Union to the national, Republican, and local party officials. The Pandora's box of problems brimming with nationalist grievances had suddenly opened. Chapter 3. Revolutions. They that sow the wind shall reap the whirlwind. Hosea, chapter 8, verse 7. Goodbye, Lenin. On 26 March 1989, 172.8 million citizens of the Soviet Union cast their vote to elect the Congress of People's Deputies. For the first time since 1917, independent candidates opposed the party candidates, and many of them won. It was the first contested elections in the communist world. With 2,550 seats, the Congress had 5 times more deputies than in the U.S. Congress, and over 3 times more than the Constituent Assembly of 1918 disbanded by Lenin. The deputies were elected in 3 ways. The first group, 1/3 of all seats, were elected by direct vote across the land. The second 1/3 came from the national territorial districts, representing the multinational nature of the Soviet Union. The Russian Soviet Socialist Republic elected 403 deputies, the largest bloc among the republics of the USSR. The densely populated Ukraine followed with 143 seats. The small autonomies, such as Crimea and Tuva, elected 1 deputy each. The last group was elected by public organizations and represented the main segments of Soviet elites. The Communist Party, also considered a public organization, had a quota of 100 seats. Radical critics would soon speak about the Red Hundred, in reference to the violent Black Hundred movement that had supported Tsarism in the 1900s. They could not have been more wrong. Gorbachev selected the party list and included in it many of his favorite intellectuals. In the Baltics, the nationalist movements won almost all 22 national seats, yet they also prudently supported the reformist party leaders, among them Lithuania's Algirdas Brazauskas. The main electoral upheaval, however, took place in the Slavic core of the country. Party leaders lost their seats against completely unknown candidates in 32 major industrial regions of Moscow, Leningrad, the Urals, Siberia, and Donbass. In Leningrad and Moscow, both workers and the intelligentsia voted against party candidates. None of them got elected. In the all-Moscow elections, Boris Yeltsin ran as an independent against the party-nominated director of a big automobile plant. Gorbachev unleashed the wave of people's wrath against party bureaucracy, and his rival rode this wave. Yeltsin projected resolve. His theatrical speeches, punctuated by movements of his big fist, had a mesmerizing effect. He received 89% of the ballot, over 5 million votes out of a total population of 8.8 million. Even state officials, including diplomats, the police, KGB officers, and the military, voted for Yeltsin in overwhelming numbers. And, surprisingly, those votes were counted fairly. Gorbachev viewed the results of the elections as a trial by fire for the party and concluded at the Politburo, "We must avoid intimidating people and ourselves." Shevardnadze and Yakovlev praised the triumph of democracy under a one-party system. Ryzhkov, a potential scapegoat for the poor party performance, sided with Gorbachev. The rest of the Politburo, however, refused to see black as white. Lukyanov urged Gorbachev to restore control over the press and television. He also proposed to delay the second phase of political reforms. The elections of similar congresses of deputies in the Russian Federation and other republics was scheduled within a year, in March 1990. Gorbachev dismissed both ideas. On 25 April, the Soviet leader faced the wrath of regional party elites. The first party plenum after the elections began with a requiem for the old guard who now stepped down. This big group included managers and scientists who had begun their career under Stalin and turned the Soviet Union into a nuclear superpower. Their farewell speeches were calm and dignified. Then the storm broke. The new party potentates from the industrial regions promoted under Gorbachev took the floor and lashed out against perestroika. Most vocal critics had just won competitive elections in their regions, yet they were convinced that the country was on the road to economic disaster and political turmoil. Several speakers from the Urals and Siberia said that the law on enterprises undermined productivity, prices, and management. The cooperatives were looting the market of cheap consumer goods. All critics were Russians, and they also raised questions about the Politburo's policies on national issues. Why did the leadership appease the Armenians and the Balts, giving them a greater share of economic resources? Why were glasnost journals and newspapers allowed to present the party apparatus as the source of evil? Did the Politburo really consider the regional party cadres as the main enemies of reform? Gorbachev answered these questions with lengthy explanations repudiating the accusations. Vorotnikov, a Politburo conservative, described Gorbachev's manner of address as a stream of words, complicated, intricate phrases. In the end, all that verbiage confused the issue so much that people from different camps began to think that the General Secretary actually supported its position. A Western scholar later interpreted this as a rhetorical skill to deflect the hardliners. Privately, Gorbachev spoke angrily of the plenum as a coordinated attack against his course of action. He noticed that no one from the Politburo stood up against his critics, and this only reaffirmed his determination to transfer political power from the party's elite to the Congress of People's Deputies. Gorbachev hoped that the Congress would empower the best forces within the party and produce a new political elite. He was counting especially on the support of the Soviet intelligentsia, the educated class to which he and Raisa felt they belonged. The Soviet intelligentsia formed an impressive representation at the Congress. 55 writers, 32 theater directors and actors, 59 journalists, 16 artists, 14 composers, and many people from scientific laboratories and institutes. For Lenin, the Russian intelligentsia, especially people of culture, were not brains, but the shit of a nation. Gorbachev and Raisa, as students of the 1950s, believed the opposite. They venerated writers and scholars as a moral elite, a vanguard of modernization. As in other aspects of perestroika, the Soviet leader was about to be deceived. One scholar of the Soviet intelligentsia aptly concludes, if open discussion modeled on intellectual discourse had failed to produce a common political outlook among post-war intellectuals, how could it be expected to solve the crises of state socialism? In Moscow, the home of the Soviet intelligentsia, the educated elites had long stopped believing in the humane socialism that Gorbachev promoted. The intellectuals split into two antagonistic camps, those who coveted political liberalization and westernization, and the Russian nationalists with neo-Stalinist views. The Gorbachevs tried to curry favor on both sides, a hopeless exercise. In the spring of 1989, writers, scholars, and journalists, liberal-minded and nationalist alike, began to push political discourse far beyond what the architects of perestroika had deemed prudent and feasible. The barrage of publications in the Moscow media during those 2 months attacked the foundations of party rule. The sociologist Alexander Tsipko published a series of essays that questioned the revolutionary wisdom of Lenin. The well-known theater director Mark Zakharov urged on national television that the body of the Bolshevik leader should be removed from his mausoleum. Before long, the sacral meaning of the Bolshevik Revolution itself would be up for fierce debate. The deputies elected from Moscow quickly formed an independent group. The Western media called them liberals. They called themselves the First-Wave Democrats. Some in this group were intellectuals who had joined the party during the Khrushchev thaw, mid-1950s to mid-1960s, and dreamed of de-Stalinization. They worked in privileged academic institutions, and in 1986–88, they enjoyed the patronage of both Gorbachev and Yakovlev. Among them was Gavril Popov, the editor-in-chief of the leading economics journal, Yuri Afanasyev, a historian of the French Revolution and board member of the party's main theoretical journal, Communiste, and the prominent sociologist Tatyana Saslavskaya. there were younger deputies as well who had grown up without communist illusions. The sociologist Galina Starovoitova, historian Sergei Stankiewicz, mathematician Ilya Soslavsky, and physicist Arkady Murashov. The KGB's General Philip Bobkov, whom Andropov had tasked in the 1970s with keeping the Soviet intelligentsia under control, wrote about such people as a huge force with enormous brain power who could not claim status and income under the ossified Soviet system. This milieu, he concluded, produced nationalists in the Baltic republics, violent extremists in South Caucasus, and radical Democrats in Moscow. There was at least one element of truth in the general's crude estimate. The Democrats believed that the party system was ossified, but also obsolete, illegitimate, and criminal. They considered the anti-communist solidarity movement in Poland as the model to emulate. In April 1989, the famous ophthalmologist Sviatoslav Fyodorov, whom Gorbachev elected to represent the party at the Congress, proposed that all Democratic deputies from Moscow should meet in his clinic to discuss common goals and tactics. Sergei Stankiewicz, then 35, recalled that all of them were elated by their victory, yet also fearful. The forces of the party nomenclatura still appeared to be overwhelming. The first instinctive desire was to look for allies. We sent envoys and received guests, above all to the Leningraders, the Balts, the Ukrainians. The main authority within the group of Democrats was Andrei Sakharov. He had designed the first Soviet nuclear weapons, but during the 1970s he became a world-famous human rights defender and received the Nobel Prize for his activities. He protested against the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan and spent 1980 to 86 in exile under KGB surveillance. Gorbachev allowed Sakharov to return to Moscow. In late 1988, with Yakovlev's assistance, Sakharov and other human rights defenders set up Moscow Tribune, a discussion group of intellectuals, and Memorial Society, a non-government organization to commemorate victims of Soviet repressions. When the elections to the Congress had been announced, the leadership of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR did not include Sakharov in the list of delegates. However, when hundreds of young scientists came forward to protest this decision, Sakharov was duly elected. At the meetings of Moscow Democrats in the spring of 1989, Sakharov advocated a liberal democratic agenda, the rule of law, civil society, and human rights. At one point, however, he said with disarming sincerity, "I am a freshly minted, one could say, young politician. But we do not know for how long this thaw will last. A week? 2 weeks? Trust me, it can be snuffed out in an hour." The best tactic for the Russian Democrats, he believed, was to reach for the sky, demand immediate and direct democracy, and tell millions from the podium as many words of truth as they would be allowed to say. This was definitely not what Gorbachev expected or wanted. Meanwhile, other intellectuals in South Caucasus helped to produce another explosion of ethnic territorial violence, and a new blow to Gorbachev's perestroika. The ethnic minority of Abkhazians, who had autonomy within the Georgian Republic, were emboldened by the constitutional reforms and demanded that Abkhazia should become part of the Russian Federation. Abkhaz intellectuals from Moscow's academic institutions led the movement and wrote an appeal to the central authorities. In response, radical nationalists from the Georgian intelligentsia agitated for an immediate exit of Georgia from the Russian Empire. On 8–9 April 1989, the nationalist mobilization went out of control. In Tbilisi, a huge rally occupied the central square. The party leader of Georgia lost his nerve, fled into hiding, and called on troops stationed in South Caucasus to disperse the crowd. The officers and soldiers, mostly ethnic Russians, had no training to deal with civilians and did a hatchet job. 16 men and women died from beatings and a gas attack, trampled in the melee. Overnight, the whole of Georgia erupted in a frenzy of anti-Russian, anti-communist revolt. Infuriated, Gorbachev ordered the Minister of Defense not to use force against peaceful gatherings under any circumstances. An emotional Shevardnadze was on the brink of resignation. Chernayev was appalled that a Christian people, much liked by Russians with whom we had lived for 200 years, want to leave the USSR. He began to envisage, lying ahead, a collapse of the state and something like chaos. On 25 May 1989, the Congress of People's Deputies opened its first session in Moscow to huge public expectations. The Politburo member Vadim Medvedev recalled the feelings of his colleagues. It had become clear long before the Congress opened that we should expect something absolutely new and unprecedented. People noticed a historic coincidence. 2 centuries earlier, in 1789, in France, Louis XVI had convened the Estates General. Gorbachev, to everyone's surprise, was confident, almost ecstatic. The Congress lasted for 16 days, and during that time, most activity in the Soviet Union was suspended. Millions of people stopped work and gathered in front of their television sets to watch the sessions. All of them were broadcast live and repeated across 10 time zones. The opening ceremony of the Congress brought the first bombshell. A bearded deputy from Latvia ran up to a podium and shouted his demand to have a minute of silence to remember the victims of peaceful demonstrations in Tbilisi. He also shouted to set up a parliamentary inquiry into the slaughter. This was the spontaneous act of a man who had participated in Stalin's time in the deportation of the Chechens by the secret police. Now this deputy sought justice and retribution. A few other deputies applauded him. Then the majority joined in, under the impression that it was part of the script. Gorbachev, taken by surprise, applauded as well, and stood for the minute of silence. Emotions were riding high at the Congress. Fury, frustration, and memories of terror and injustice, pent up during many decades, broke loose. The Russian cultural historian Dmitry Likhatchov was the oldest delegate at the Congress, and the atmosphere there reminded him of the first days of the Russian Revolution in March 1917. Then, as now, he saw people's faces and conduct changing in the same way. He told journalists, "The Congress liberated us from fear and taught us to speak the truth." But what would happen next? Is it democracy or ochlocracy, a mob rule? This was the question that Medvedev and other initiators of reforms had on their minds as they observed from their seats the beehive of the Congress. Populist fury was on the rise beyond the Kremlin, in Moscow, Leningrad, and some of the Russian industrial regions. People responded with anger to revelations of the nomenklatura privileges, closed stores, exclusive resorts, special hospitals, and so on. Telman Gidlyan, a deputy from one of Moscow's districts, rode the tide of populism. He had grown up as a neo-Leninist believer and decided to become a prosecutor to fight corruption. Under Andropov, he was sent to Uzbekistan to investigate the cotton affair, a scam when 4 billion rubles from the budget were paid to the Republic for non-existing cotton production. Gidlyan's discoveries of corruption became a glasnost sensation and made him famous, a fighter against a sprawling Soviet mafia. People approved of Gidlyan's KGB-style methods. His team arrested hundreds of officials and brutally interrogated them and their relatives. Gidlyan and his co-worker Nikolai Ivanov were elected to the Congress from Moscow and Leningrad respectively. Gorbachev was elected chairman of the Supreme Soviet with all but 87 votes of the Assembly. This made him politically independent from the party's elites. His power, however, was greatly diminished. The sociologist Max Weber had once formulated 3 types of authority: traditional, bureaucratic, and charismatic. Stalin's power had rested on all 3 and was shrouded in mystery. Gorbachev inherited Stalin's authority to promote his revolution while displaying the genuine charisma of a young, well-meaning leader. The Congress made political power transparent and electable, and thus destroyed its mystery. New charismatic figures took center stage: intellectuals, lawyers, and journalists who became new national celebrities through their televised speeches. Gorbachev visibly struggled with his new role as a parliamentary leader. He would manipulate a discussion or cut off a microphone. He entered into altercations with others and had to endure insubordination, and he would soon face an opposition. Gorbachev's scheme of democratic socialism tolerated political factions. He allowed the Baltic and Moscow deputies access to the microphones. He cultivated his future antagonists. The Balts came to the Congress in force, almost 100 pro-independence men and women. Their goal in Moscow was to agitate via the Soviet main media, cultivate allies and sympathizers, and do everything to delegitimize the use of force in domestic conflicts. They focused on denunciation of the secret protocols of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of 1939, which they considered a basis for the Soviet annexation of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Many party state officials in those republics sympathized with this objective. In Lithuania, the party leader Brazauskas and Vytautas Landsbergis, the nationalist leader of Sąjūdis, the reform movement of Lithuania, worked out a plan of action in Moscow, meeting out of earshot of the KGB. The independent-minded Moscow deputies, intellectuals who were grouped around Sakharov, declared that they wanted to support Gorbachev conditionally, in other words, only if he adopted their agenda. They interpreted Gorbachev's tolerance as weakness and his attempts to bring order to the discussions on the floor as an intolerable diktat. They aligned themselves with populist figures such as Guderian and Ivanov, and cultivated Yeltsin as a unique figure who had fallen from the pinnacle of the power system and now berated it for its corruption and privileges, to the delight of huge crowds of Muscovites. At the Congress, however, the Democrats and populists were still a small minority. During the elections to the Supreme Soviet, the permanent ruling body of the land, the Moscow deputies, as well as Yeltsin and Sakharov, failed to get enough votes. This was not simply because of a conflict between liberals and reactionaries, as the Western media described it. For years, people from the provinces had been both envying and hating Moscow as a seat of power and privileges. Now the provincial deputies considered Moscow intellectuals who posed as Democrats as a pampered elite, and did not react well to their sermons. The Muscovite deputies exploded. Yuri Afanasyev, in an angry speech, denounced the aggressive, obedient majority who were allegedly blocking reforms that were expected by the people. It would become customary for the Moscow intellectuals and politics to speak on behalf of the people against anyone who did not share their agenda. The Politburo's Medvedev recalled, "I was in two minds. Emotionally, it was hard to suppress a feeling of revenge against the self-righteous Moscow intellectuals. At the same time, I realized very well that the Supreme Soviet would be unthinkable without the elected Muscovites, Yeltsin, Sakharov, and other independent deputies, that a confrontation and their removal would only aggravate the situation." Gorbachev felt the same way. Yeltsin, the leading rebel, kept a low profile and behaved reasonably. When his supporters proposed his candidacy for the leader of the Supreme Soviet, he prudently recused himself. After a series of procedural moves, however, and with the connivance of Gorbachev, the independents managed to get a seat for Yeltsin in the Supreme Soviet. Vorotnikov, an attentive conservative observer, wrote that Gorbachev pulled Yeltsin inside and was clearly relieved when it happened. The group of independent-minded deputies, however, felt no gratitude towards Gorbachev. They announced they were forming an opposition to the party called the Inter-Regional Deputies Group, Межрегиональная депутатская группа, or MDG. They were joined by deputies elected as independents from Leningrad, the Urals, Siberia, Ukraine, and Belorussia, the Baltic republics, and South Caucasus. This was the first political opposition in the country since 1927. The group's motives were diverse. The only common goal was to act against the existing system of power. Roy Medvedev, the historian and former Soviet dissident who attended the MDG meetings as an observer, recorded their contradictory demands. Transition to a free market, a reduction in the production and export of raw materials for ecological reasons, a rapid increase in the construction of houses and apartments, hospitals, schools, resorts for the handicapped and veterans, and an increase in pensions. The opposition consisted of 250 deputies, over half of them non-Russian nationals. Its coordinating board included Sakharov, Popov, Afanasyev, Yeltsin, and a deputy from Estonia. As a recent dissident, Medvedev recalled, I felt sympathetic to many of these demands. What dismayed him, though, was the sense of haste. The MDG intellectuals, even Sakharov, operated on the now or never and win or perish principles. Most of this first wave of Democrats had no idea how to fix the economy and finances. Afanasyev said to a journalist, "If this feeling of freedom which we all have now means we have to wait a few years more to get a better economy, I am ready to pay this price." The image of an aggressive, obedient majority, however, consolidated the MDG ranks. At one point, Sakharov took the floor to denounce atrocities of the Soviet military in Afghanistan. In the huge hall, almost 2,000 people were suddenly united by a feeling of hatred towards this dissident who was questioning their Soviet patriotism. One deputy, a veteran of the Afghan war where he had lost his legs, lashed out at Sakharov for his disrespect for the Soviet army. His speech ended with a slogan, "Great power, homeland, communism." Anatoly Sobchak, a member of the MDG from Leningrad, compared this moment to a political earthquake. Everyone around him sprang to their feet in a patriotic frenzy. Sobchak felt as if some kind of powerful spring was trying to yank him from his chair, and he had to exercise great self-control in order to remain seated. Sakharov walked again to the podium to explain his stance, yet he was overwhelmed by the collective venom in the hall. Another pivotal moment occurred on the last day of the Congress. Sakharov asked Gorbachev to speak, but Sakharov himself took the floor and, with no regard for time, continued to talk about a new agenda for the future, apparently intent on detailing all of the opposition's demands. Gorbachev, reacting to the growing irritation of the majority in the hall, tried to stop him, and after 20 minutes he disconnected Sakharov's microphone. That merely served as a propaganda coup for the opposition. Sakharov was no great public speaker, but the sight of this old man on national television, moving his lips without sound because the audience were booing in disapproval, was the last impression that many people took away from the Congress. Many felt that Gorbachev represented a political system that was silencing the conscience of the intelligentsia. Shakhnazarov wrote in 1992 that Gorbachev would go down in history as the father of parliamentarianism in Russia. Both admirers and critics agreed that his daring experiment would take an enormous amount of time and effort. The entire summer of 1989 was dedicated to the formation of committees on budgetary and economic reforms, taxation, and other issues. Those committees began to work only in the fall and then prepared their first bills on land and property, labor conflicts, etc. Gorbachev was proud of his overhaul of the country's entire legal system, yet bills could only be voted into law at the next session of the Congress in December. By that time, the Soviet Union would already be in a full-blown economic and political crisis. The main message of the new Supreme Soviet created by the Congress was, "Down with the administrative bureaucratic system." Much of the legislative work was inspired by the desire to create an economy that would be neither totalitarian nor capitalist. The newly minted parliamentarians, showing their zeal to the electorate, presented numerous costly requests to the government to expand the safety net programs. But just how the necessary means and funds were to be procured was not their concern. Some committees began to act as clearinghouses for new lobbies representing enterprises and cooperatives as well as export-oriented interests. To those economic actors, the Supreme Soviet was prone to grant a higher share of profits and lower taxes. Balkan, author of the government's austerity program, complained at the end of July 1989 that the Supreme Soviet had not passed a single bill to correct the economic situation, and thus contributed to the growing impression of state impotence. In the old system, represented by the Politburo and the Council of Ministers, there were many flaws. Yet at least the Politburo could be used to deploy new policies and correct mistakes. After June 1989, however, the Politburo could no longer assume that its decisions would be passed by the Congress and the Parliament. The Supreme Soviet asserted its control over all government ministries and agencies using its power of appointment. The deputies confirmed Ryzhkov as prime minister, but, acting on a populist whim, voted out over half of the Council of Ministers. Among them was a candidate to be chairman of the State Bank, a well-respected professional called V. Gribov. As Ryzhkov hastily searched for an alternative candidate, his choice fell on Viktor Gerashenko, a banker with many years of banking experience in the West. Gerashenko knew his job would be hard as the Soviet financial system was being rapidly destabilized. He spoke with his father, who had been deputy director of the State Bank under Stalin, managed Soviet finances in extraordinary conditions of war and recovery, and lost his job when he criticized Khrushchev's profligate policies. Gerashenko's father said to him, "Why the hell do you need this?" In the past, only the General Secretary of the CPSU could instruct the State Bank what to do, yet now the chief banker of the Soviet Union had to respond to the people's deputies, who naively believed that people's control over the bank would lead to prosperity for all. Gerashenko took the job nonetheless, in the hope of limiting the damage to the country's finances. While the parliament sorted out its functions, discontent with Gorbachev's reforms broke out among the workers in Kuzbas, a big industrial zone in south-central Siberia that depended on the centralized system of supply and delivery of goods and products across several time zones. This system had been suffering from decades of neglect, but Gorbachev's decentralizing reforms dealt it the final blow. Now, even basic supplies were not being delivered. Local cooperatives sold basic goods and food for high-end market prices. After watching the Congress on television, the miners sent a collective letter to the Supreme Soviet with a list of complaints and demands, but they got no reply. In July 1989, all across the Russian Federation and Ukraine, mining shafts were shut by their working collectives one after another. About 200,000 miners went on strike and formed striking committees. Strikers demanded a steady supply of consumer goods, food, more housing, new infrastructure and equipment in hospitals, and more medicines in drugstores. Local party and state officials, after their initial shock and resistance, backed those demands. This was the first serious revolt of the Russian working class since 1962. Organized strikes remained illegal in the Soviet Union, yet the Supreme Soviet acknowledged the strikers' demands were fair and just and allocated 10 billion rubles to purchase consumer goods and medicines. Throughout July and August, Ryzhkov, his deputies, and relevant ministries in the Council of Ministers negotiated with the miners. The state ministries imported the required goods. Those purchases had to be paid for with foreign credits or sales of gold from state reserves. The coal mining ministry raised the miners' wages. The strikes began to abate. Their cost to the Soviet budget was at least 3 billion rubles. The estimate of total economic losses from strikes stood at 8 billion rubles. The Supreme Soviet continued its politics of economic populism by raising pensions, aid to the handicapped and war veterans, and so on. Gerashenko at the State Bank had to find non-existing funds to pay for this. Balkan's austerity plans were consigned to the dustbin. The state budget deficit grew and would soon be a staggering 100 to 120 billion rubles. Is this capitulation by the rulers, mused Shevardnadze's aide in his diary, Or is this their alliance with the working class against the conservative swamp? Gorbachev in his memoirs called the miners' strike a stab in the back, and perhaps the most serious trial for perestroika. When he discussed reforms, he mentioned Margaret Thatcher. The Iron Lady had crushed the British miners' strikes in 1984 to 85. Gorbachev, by contrast, made concessions to them. The Soviet leader also delegated all troubleshooting to Ryzhkov. In Chernayev's diaries, usually so revealing, there is nothing about the events of this summer. Gorbachev's aide was too busy or too depressed to express his views. In his last entry before the summer break, Chernayev predicted that Gorbachev would lose his authority among the Russian people because he did not cut a strong figure as leader of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev was too self-confident to reveal any apprehensions. In July, he met with workers from the Kirov factory. In 1917, their predecessors had taken part in the Russian Revolution, but returned visibly shaken. He had witnessed their rising anger against profiteers from the cooperatives, and the workers did not support his reforms. Gorbachev suspected that Moscow Democrats were agitating the miners. They were not. Now he no longer wanted to turn to Russian workers for their support. He felt more comfortable dealing with parliamentarians and intellectuals. History accelerates. In the spring and summer of 1989, another dramatic development occurred within the Soviet political elites. The Iron Curtain that prevented them from going abroad suddenly parted. This had revolutionary implications for Soviet politics, especially for the educated Moscow-centered intelligentsia. Since Stalin's time, the West had been the forbidden fruit and the object of intense curiosity for Soviet citizens. The post-Stalin intelligentsia held an imagined West as a vital part of their identity, dreams, and cultural self-validation. Several educated cohorts had grown up with a veritable obsession with and idealization of Western culture and music, first jazz, then rock. Many of those people who learned to despise the Soviet system under Brezhnev felt uncritical admiration for all things Western. In Leonid Brezhnev's household, the general secretary and his wife had watched Soviet news and entertainment. Their grandchildren instead watched Western movies and cartoons on a large Sony TV screen with a videocassette recorder, VCR. By 1989, VCRs, along with personal computers, became the most coveted object of social status, as well as an informational tool. Hundreds of new cooperatives began to import and sell them in great numbers on the Soviet market, a trade more lucrative than still illegal currency exchange. Yet nothing could be a substitute for the experience of crossing borders. Trips to the West were the most important status symbol, wrote the Russian scholar Dmitry Furman. See Paris and die was a popular joke, but also a dream for many in the Soviet Union. Scientists, artists, dancers, symphony orchestras, and many Soviet Jews lived in fear that they would not obtain clearance from competent organs to cross the Soviet borders, for no apparent reason other than that somebody higher up the pyramid of power questioned their loyalty or someone close to them informed on them. Memoirs from the post-Soviet period are replete with anger and drama regarding the abrogation of that clearance. In early 1989, the Soviet rules for foreign travel were radically relaxed. It was no longer necessary to grovel and conform to Soviet authorities, including the party and the KGB, in order to obtain permission for a private trip abroad. During the first half of 1989, the number of approved applications for exit visas reached 1.8 million, 3 times more than 2 years earlier. During the same period, about 200,000 people received official permission to emigrate, mostly to Israel and the United States. The majority, however, applied for a foreign Soviet passport and a permit to leave the USSR and return for the first time in their life. Bureaucrats and officials, directors of enterprises, cooperative managers, academic scholars, scientists, artists, and actors rushed under the rising curtain. Performers went to perform, artists sold their art, intellectuals delivered talks. The glasnost journalists, academic scholars, government officials, especially those who knew some English and other foreign languages, were in high demand abroad. Western universities, the United States Information Agency, or USIA, think tanks, fellowship programs, foundations all used their funds to invite Soviet visitors. Intellectuals were invited by Western foundations. Scholars have studied this phenomenon exclusively as a factor in bringing the Cold War to an end. Yet it also delegitimized the Soviet system. Most Soviet diplomats, KGB officials, and military representatives abroad had become habituated to navigation between the West and their homeland. They lived in a kind of controlled schizophrenia. Gorbachev traveled abroad several times in the late 1960s and 1970s and began to see a humiliating gap between the abundance in Western stores and a dearth of goods in Soviet ones. Yet this was nothing compared with the shock that thousands of Soviet people experienced when they crossed Soviet borders and visited Western countries from early 1989 onwards, many of them for the first time. In May of that year, Shevardnadze's aide and speechwriter Timuraz Stepanov wrote in his diary about West Germany, "The devil took us to this federal republic, so groomed, preened, accurate, and caressed, where it is particularly painful to think about my beloved country, dirty and exhausted from futile efforts to overcome the utmost ugliness created by the most inhumane regime in the world." A few days later in Irkutsk, on the way to the Sino-Soviet summit, he wrote with even more bitterness, "Who said that my motherland is less beautiful than the German Heimat?" It is, however, gutted by the apparatchiks armed with party directives and a never-ending Marxist-Leninist worldview. For first-time Soviet travelers to the West, a visit to a supermarket produced the biggest effect. The contrast between half-empty, gloomy Soviet food stores and glittering Western palaces with an abundant selection of food was mind-boggling. Not a single Soviet visitor was prepared for the sight of pyramids of oranges, pineapples, tomatoes, bananas, endless varieties of fresh fish and meat, in lieu of a butcher cutting chunks from bluish hulks from a freezer. Efficient cashiers with a smiling attitude instead of rude saleswomen doling out greasy cans and jars to a long line of desperately hungry customers. And then, actually to be allowed to touch, to smell, to savor. A severe aftershock awaited Soviet visitors upon their subsequent return to the Soviet Union and to scenes of misery. This experience changed Soviet travelers forever. Western standards, unimaginable before, immediately became the new norm. Soviet realities, part of everyday habit, suddenly became abnormal, and therefore revolting, unbearable. Most of the newly elected deputies of the Supreme Soviet traveled to the West in March to August 1989 for the first time at the invitation of Western parliamentarians, universities, non-governmental institutions, and émigré friends and relatives. Gennady Burbulis, elected to the Congress of People's Deputies, had grown up as an admirer of Lenin and joined the party on his centennial in 1970. Because of his security clearance, he had served in strategic rocket forces during his obligatory draft. He never had a chance to travel outside the Soviet Union. In June 1989, however, he joined the MDG opposition in the Supreme Soviet and traveled with a group of other deputies to Stockholm for a seminar on Swedish socialism. Many years later, he still recalled the shock from visiting a giant fish supermarket. A mile of stands and aquariums filled with fresh fish, oysters, calamari, shrimp, and other sea creatures. Equally amazing for Burbulis was the absence of long lines of customers. Burbulis left Stockholm as an enthusiast of Swedish socialism and an even more bitter enemy of the Soviet party system. Another member of this group, Nikolai Trofkin, a construction worker and Soviet patriot, joined the MDG as a fan of democratic socialism. His Soviet identity also crumbled in Stockholm. He returned to Moscow an angry man, convinced that the Communists had been fooling Soviet people all along. In March 1990, he quit the party and launched the Democratic Party of Russia in an attempt to seize power from the nomenklatura. The most consequential eye-opening experience occurred to Boris Yeltsin. In June 1989, he asked the American ambassador Jack Matlock to help him visit the United States. The idea came from Yeltsin's aides Lev Sukhanov and Pavel Voshanov, who wanted to raise his international profile. Matlock's attempt to contact U.S. congressmen and their staff did not produce results. Then Yeltsin's people discovered Gennady Alferenko, a remarkable cultural entrepreneur, founder of one of the first cultural NGOs of Gorbachev's era. Alferenko specialized in East-West public diplomacy and operated under KGB supervision. He contacted Jim Garrison from the Esalen Institute, an esoteric cultural center in Big Sur, California. The two worked out a 10-day lecture tour for Yeltsin across the United States. The proud Russian wanted to pay for all his expenses abroad. The tour began in New York on 9 September 1989 and covered 11 cities in 9 states. This visit was more intense than Khrushchev's discovery of America in 1959, and it was to have even more impact on the fate of the Soviet Union. Available accounts of Yeltsin's journey vary from stories of drinking bouts, scandals, and gaffes to descriptions of his eye-opening experiences. All of them were true. Yeltsin's political agenda was still to build a democratic socialism, but without the party monopoly on power. This was what he wanted to tell Americans and their leaders. He relished attacking Gorbachev on every occasion and in every interview. At the top of Yeltsin's list of engagements was a meeting with President George Bush. Jim Garrison knew Condoleezza Rice, who worked at the National Security Council on Soviet Affairs, and contacted her. Ultimately, Yeltsin met instead Bush's national security advisor, General Brent Scowcroft. President Bush dropped by for a chat during that visit. The Russian and his aides left the White House in a triumphant mood. Sukhanov recalled, Yeltsin was the first among the high-placed Soviet leaders who broke the seal on the White House during the rule of Bush. Not Gorbachev, but Yeltsin. Baltic nationalism also raised its head in 1988 and presented a grave and systemic challenge to the Soviet leadership. 3 Baltic republics, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, had become sovereign states in 1920, but 20 years later, they had been absorbed by the Soviet Union in a kind of shotgun marriage. The Balts took advantage of Gorbachev's reforms to legitimize their nationalist discourse, organize nationalist movements, and ultimately nationalize the party structures. Baltic nationalists also devised a strategy to address the fundamentals of Soviet constitutional and territorial integrity. During the all-union debates on economic reforms, the Estonian historian and economist Edgar Savisaar, assisted by 3 colleagues, proposed the idea of republican self-accounting. Savisaar had been born in a women's prison in 1950 after both his parents, an Estonian father and ethnic Russian mother, were arrested for an attempt to leave their collective farm. Later, however, Savisaar became a beneficiary of Soviet affirmative action. He got a university degree in Tartu and began to work for Estonia's government as an economic planner. He knew the Soviet system inside out. His proposal was nothing short of a camouflaged bomb planted under the Moscow-centered pyramid of power. An idea similar to republican self-accounting was at the root of the demise of Yugoslavia. Surprisingly, Savisaar received the full support of both Gorbachev and Ryzhkov. The Balts were the ones who gave Gorbachev the idea of popular fronts as a way to preempt ethnic conflicts and violence. In April 1988, Savisaar went on Estonian television to propose a democratic movement in support of perestroika. In August, Yakovlev traveled to Vilnius and Riga, and to the great astonishment of local party leaders, supported this idea. At that time, one expert concludes, the balance of power in Moscow was still crucial for developments in the Baltic republics. Yakovlev's intervention had in fact opened the gates and mobilized the Baltic nationalist cause. Yakovlev's appeasement of the Balts was fully backed by Gorbachev and stemmed from reformist zeal and neo-Leninist ideology. The Kremlin reformers viewed the Baltic republics as the best testing ground for economic reforms and wanted them to set an example for the rest of the Union. Like other educated Russians, they viewed the Baltics as a window into Europe that exhibited higher standards of civil consciousness. In his report to the Politburo, Yakovlev assured his colleagues that he was not able to detect in the Baltics any single act of a nationalist, anti-Soviet, anti-Russian, anti-perestroika nature. He innocently believed that nationalism could be disarmed by the removal of irritants, such as ecological damage caused by Soviet industrialization of the Baltics, reducing Russian migration to the Baltics, and constraints on national, cultural, and international activities. Yakovlev's claims were nonsense. Baltic nationalism was not a product of irritants. His colleagues would later accuse Yakovlev of treason. A clever man, had he really been deceived by a masquerade staged by his Baltic hosts? If so, he was not alone. Most Western observers shared the illusion that the Balts merely wanted greater autonomy within the Soviet Union. Glasnost and the revelations of past crimes upended the precarious balance in the Baltic republics between the enemies of the Soviet state and those who defended it. Gorbachev appointed Yakovlev to be co-chair of a Politburo commission on the victims of Stalin's repressions, which began work in June 1988. The repressions carried out in the Baltic states after their incorporation into the Soviet Union were part of the story. Even the Baltic Party leaders Karl Vaino in Estonia and Boris Pugo in Latvia urged the Politburo to give their political assessment to the mass deportations from the republics in 1940 and 1949. The Commission's investigations, just like Khrushchev's earlier efforts, revealed awful details of terror campaigns. Yakovlev did not expect, however, that the Balts would use the archival glasnost to question the Soviet annexation of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. For the Baltic nationalists, the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact of 1939 was a secret deal that had sealed this annexation. The Soviet government had always denied it. Around 1988, however, Gorbachev discovered in Stalin's archives a copy of the German-Soviet secret protocols. He decided to keep this discovery under wraps, and he did not share the explosive secret even with Yakovlev. The Balts took full advantage of Gorbachev's gamble of radical political reform. During 1988, the old party cadres in the Baltic Party organizations, loyal to the party's central control, had been removed as backward-thinking enemies of reform. The new party leaders, Algirdas Brazauskis in Lithuania and Anatolis Gorbunovs in Latvia, were anti-Stalinist and nationalist-minded. The national intelligentsia used Soviet cultural institutions such as the Republican branches of the Union of Soviet Writers and the Academy of Sciences to organize political movements. The Popular Front for Perestroika Support, Ravorin in Estonia, the Latvian Popular Front in Riga, and the Reform Movement, Sąjūdis in Lithuania. The scholars of Baltic independence viewed this moment as a point of no return in the mobilization for independence. In October 1988, Sąjūdis elected as its chairman Vytautas Landsbergis, a musicologist and an intractable adversary of Gorbachev. The leaders of pro-independence Baltic movements realized that the most viable strategy for them would be to promote the independence of all titular nationalities of the Soviet Union. They aimed their sights at Belorussia, Ukraine, and above all, the Russian Federation, the Slavic core of the Socialist Empire. They set up Russian-language media that promoted Baltic democracy as an example for other republics. They offered venues and logistics for the first gatherings of popular fronts and nationalist associations in Belorussia and Georgia, as well as in Moscow and Leningrad. In the following years, their efforts would yield results that surpassed even their boldest imagination. In November 1988, a group of conservative Politburo members toured Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia and returned to Moscow, horrified. Separatism, they reported, had become the new national consensus in the Baltics. The Baltic intelligentsia were playing a double game. They were telling visitors from Moscow tales of perestroika, but in the streets, they were shouting Russians go home. The KGB, the Soviet army, and police back to Moscow, down with the dictatorship of Moscow, immediate exit from the Union. The Baltic nationalists agitated for the primacy of republican laws over the Union's constitutional order. The head of the KGB, Viktor Chebrikov, said that no concessions would satisfy the Balts. Everyone expected Gorbachev to take a firm stand. The Baltic Challenge threatened to derail radical political reform on the eve of its emergence. Anatoly Lukyanov helped Gorbachev change the Soviet constitution and design the new institutions proposed to create a legal firewall to prevent probable Baltic secession. The exit of even one republic from the Union, Lukyanov said at the Politburo, could trigger a constitutional crisis. The way to proceed, he argued, was to turn the future Congress of People's Deputies into a powerhouse that would be able to cancel Republican laws when they clashed with the Union laws. Yakovlev, Medvedev, and Gorbachev's aides all protested. Such a proposal, they argued, would lead to a unitary state and would be applauded by Russian chauvinists and Stalin's admirers. Gorbachev also objected. Perestroika, he said, should fulfill the Leninist promise of full rights for all nationalities. He and Ryzhkov wanted the Baltic republics to have economic autonomy and prove that economic decentralization could work. Lukyanov subsequently removed his proposal. At the end of 1988, just as Gorbachev's entourage argued about the political reforms, federation, and national republics, the Academy of Sciences ran a contest on the best constitutional project to reform the Soviet Union. Two young scholars from a Moscow-based academic think tank came up with a formula. A new union could become a federation if it possessed a very strong center. The scholars were invited to the party headquarters on the Old Square for a discussion. An official told them that the political line was different. We need a strong center, but also strong republics. The scholars responded that it was only possible to have one or the other. Stronger republics meant a confederation and potential disintegration. They left the party headquarters shaking their heads. They don't understand a thing. The absurd principle of a strong center but also strong republics continued to frame Gorbachev's approach to nationalism, as well as to economic and political reforms. The constitutional changes approved at the end of 1988 did not create a firewall against Republican nationalism. Equally, it made the Republican elites unhappy and defiant. According to the new political order, the republics would be given only a third of the seats in the forthcoming Congress of People's Deputies instead of a half, as during Brezhnev's time. 2/3 of the seats would be eligible on the principle of one person, one vote, or elected by public organizations, most of which were located in Moscow. The Congress would be able to create ethnic autonomies within existing republics. Reacting to the reforms, Estonia's Supreme Soviet voted to make Estonian law capable of overriding Soviet laws, and claimed that all natural and economic resources on Estonian territory could no longer be controlled from Moscow. Gorbachev argued for the transition of more economic rights and property to all Soviet republics, while simultaneously obstructing the exit of any republic from the USSR. He admitted that the Baltic nationalists had called his bluff and had begun to use political liberalization to prepare for their unilateral secession. Still, Gorbachev persevered in stating that perestroika would succeed and its economic results would help to solve the problem of nationalist unrest. In February 1989, he invited the party and government leaders of the Baltic republics to Moscow. Vorotnikov, Chebrikov, and other Politburo conservatives told Gorbachev that his plans would lead to disaster. The diktat of the center, said Vorotnikov, may be replaced by a diktat of republics. Chernayev, in his private diary, feared that an open clash with the Baltic independence movements could have the same effect as Brezhnev's invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1968. Perhaps it would be better to let the Baltics secede, continue pushing ahead with perestroika, and start improving the lives of ordinary Russians. Gorbachev was convinced that the deep integration of the Baltics into the Soviet economy, as well as the Slavic majority, would prevent Baltic secession. The center, he argued, would retain control over the military-industrial complex, pipelines, power plants and grids, communications, and other strategic assets. The Baltic leaders, as expected, eagerly embraced the offer of economic autonomy from the Kremlin and returned home. In February 1989, Shakhnazarov wrote to Gorbachev that the only alternative to conflict in the Baltics was the incorporation of people's fronts into the emerging political system as a check on the party conservatives. He also pushed for a law that would make the exit of a republic from the USSR possible only after a popular referendum. Lithuania's nationalists, he argued, would not be able to pass this test. Such a constitutional change could have been approved at a special party plenum and stamped by the Supreme Soviet before political reform started and before the Congress of People's Deputies convened. 1/3 of the Soviet Constitution had been changed in exactly this way during 1988. Inexplicably, Gorbachev waited for more than a year to implement Shakhnazarov's idea of an exit law. Into the storm. "My father thinks that Gorbachev is an idiot," said a son of Deng Xiaoping to an American journalist in 1990. Deng, a loyal lieutenant of Mao Zedong, had started a new era in China in 1978 by lifting the communist ban on a market economy in the countryside and then throughout the rest of the Chinese economy. Aside from the release of the productive energies of hundreds of millions of peasants, Deng opened free economic zones to foreign investment. Rapid economic growth caused social inequality, inflation, and discontent. In May 1989, crowds of Chinese students, along with many other young people and sympathizers, took to the streets of Beijing and occupied Tiananmen Square. They demanded a return to socialist justice and equality, but also democracy. By coincidence, Gorbachev had simultaneously arrived in Beijing for the first Soviet-Chinese summit since 1959. Students greeted Gorbachev as their hero and cited his neo-Leninist rhetoric of socialist democracy. They also cheered Zhao Ziyang, a younger reformist member of the Chinese leadership, as a potential Chinese Gorbachev. After days of embarrassment and hesitation, the Chinese leaders made a brutal decision. They sent the army to crush the protest, killing many students. Zhao Ziyang and other liberalizers among the party ideologues were ousted from the leadership. Deng acted with the same logic that Andropov had expressed in 1983. He relied on the army, security services, and the ruling party to stay in control and continue reforms. 2 years later, Deng relaunched the market initiatives that resulted in 3 decades of unprecedented economic growth and prosperity for hundreds of millions in China. The Chinese leadership, scared by the collapse of the Soviet system, would never consider liberalization of the party system. William Taubman, who quotes Deng Xiaoping's verdict on Gorbachev, concedes that Gorbachev put the cart, political reform, before the horse, radical economic reform. The Soviet leader's conservative colleagues in the Politburo thought so as well. Still, Gorbachev's biographer, as well as other scholars of perestroika, have dismissed Deng's verdict. The success of authoritarian reforms in China, they argue, was a unique case and could not be repeated under Soviet conditions. China, although in many ways a communist clone of the USSR, had fundamentally different starting conditions for reforms. Gorbachev could not release the energy of the peasantry in the way Deng did. Soviet agriculture, no more than 20% of the total workforce, had long been a state-subsidized business. China could leave its old industries, 15% of the total economy, alone, while creating a new market industrial sector. The Soviet economy was industrialized to an absurd extent, and its mono-industrial cities had no chance of surviving under market conditions. China's economy tapped into peasants' savings and foreign investments. The Soviet budget was overloaded by a safety net of 100 billion rubles paid as pensions and social benefits to Soviet citizens, as well as subsidies to external clients and internal republics. Moscow was losing billions of rubles because of oil prices and ill-fated economic decentralization. More important, however, were Gorbachev's intentions. He never considered China a model for his reforms, and, in contrast to Deng, pursued a global ideological mission. The Chinese, he said to Chernayev, had not solved the main problem: how to link personal interests with socialism, the problem that preoccupied Lenin. The Soviet leader believed the Soviet Union had human and scientific resources to reclaim a world leadership in new technologies. Democratization would tap into this potential. In May 1989, during his stay in Beijing, Gorbachev turned to his entourage of intellectuals. Some of those present here have promoted the idea of taking the Chinese road. We saw today where this road leads. I do not want the Red Square to look like Tiananmen Square. The Soviet leader believed that history had spoken in favor of the road he had taken. With this conclusion in mind, Gorbachev passed his own verdict on Deng Xiaoping. At his press conference in Beijing, Gorbachev declared, "We became convinced that we cannot succeed with reforms unless we dismantle the command administrative system." An emotional Chernayev, Gorbachev's alter ego, had expressed the same sentiments a few months earlier. The old regime must go, should be destroyed, and only then can society, acting on the instincts of self-preservation, resurrect itself from scratch. The Chinese Communist leadership, which had just emerged from the shadow of the Cultural Revolution, preferred brute force to reclaim the mandate of heaven. Gorbachev, as his loyal aide Shakhnazarov recalled in 1992, lacked the guts to have his Tiananmen. He only had to suppress the first stirrings of separatists and radicals, and the Soviet Union would have remained in good health. This, however, would have meant bidding farewell to his glorious dream of bringing democracy to our country, and would have dealt an irrevocable blow to his personal prestige as a reformer. Prestige among the liberal-minded intelligentsia and Western public, one should add. Any historical comparisons are flawed. It is hard to find a case or a metaphor that captures what the Gorbachev leadership did during 1989. One thinks of the captain of a huge ship who suddenly decides to sail towards a distant promised land. He does so against the mood and instincts of his crew. He and his followers have no map. Their compass is broken. They are under the impression that their ship is sailing westward, whereas, in reality, it is heading south. As the voyage becomes more and more difficult, the captain decides that his crew are unreliable saboteurs, so he turns to inexperienced passengers keen to take part in the voyage and lets them deliberate among themselves on the best ways to reach the promised land. In the spring of 1989, the biggest cause of discontent was not yet nationalism, but the crisis of supply. Millions of Soviet citizens had long become accustomed to hardship and shortages. Perestroika gave them hopes for a better life, but instead it created more everyday troubles and problems. Those who remembered the late 1960s could not understand why stores had been well stocked then and had become empty now. Soviet statisticians reported to the Politburo that Soviet people were consuming twice as much as 20 years before, and that Soviet farms had many more cattle, pigs, and cows. People took these statistics as a form of mockery. Money was increasingly chasing after goods. People began to hoard, sweeping anything available off the shelves in state-run stores. Even products that had been widely available in 1985, such as sugar, soap, and detergent, now disappeared from the shelves. The daily hunt for food items left people, especially women, standing in line for hours after work. One region after another introduced rationing of basic goods. Stores became barren in Moscow and Leningrad as well. State enterprises purchased food products directly from agro-farms or warehouses and distributed them among their employees. People were becoming exhausted and furious with the local bosses and top leadership. 1988 knocked us off. Nikolai Ryzhkov, head of the Council of Ministers, complained to his Politburo colleagues. The most alarming indicator was the budget deficit, projected to grow to 120 billion rubles by the end of 1989. It was one-third of the entire budget, an unprecedented situation since the end of World War II. On 5 January 1989, Ryzhkov convened a special meeting of the Council of Ministers to discuss why reforms were not working. He invited the economist Leonid Abalkin, director of the Institute of Economics in Moscow, to report on the situation. Half a year prior to this, at the party conference, he had said publicly that perestroika in the economy was not working. The meeting lasted for 6 hours. Abalkin proposed austerity measures to balance the budget, cutting investment to costly long-term projects, ending the subsidies to unprofitable enterprises, 60 billion rubles, and reducing allocations to the defense industries, 8 to 10 billion rubles. It was the first admission that the reforms were beginning to take the Soviet state down the road to financial crisis. Abalkin was untrained in macroeconomic analysis. He did not identify the law on state enterprises and the law on cooperatives as a major source of the deficit, and he argued in favor of creating more commercial banks and credit, which would only further weaken monetary controls and undermine the austerity measures he proposed. One critic later said about Abalkin that it was a case of the blind leading the blind. Ryzhkov closed the meeting with a paradox. We see our errors and see the processes that to some extent went out of control. Yet, he added, if we step back, we would damage economic reform. The fear of stepping back, the syndrome of 1968, entrapped the reformers. Gorbachev confessed as much in his speech to the young communist cadres. Much of what we have been doing now, he said, originated in the 1960s. There was also a lack of solid economics. Soviet economists, including Abalkin, remained caught between the realization that the Soviet economy was too complex to be managed from the top and rejection of the idea of market deregulation. This left the Gorbachev leadership with the third option, transferring power, responsibility, and resources to state enterprises, regions, and republics. The shift of decision-making circles down the line is the correct way, said Gorbachev to the Indian leader Rajiv Gandhi. Our society is mature enough for that culturally and educationally. People will solve their local problems themselves. By recoiling from this experiment, Gorbachev and his economists feared, they would revert to the stagnation of the Brezhnev era. The political moment on the eve of elections to the Congress of People's Deputies was also too awkward to make changes to the economic reforms that were only just underway. The Soviet leadership knew that most state enterprises simply boosted salaries instead of investing in modernization and production, yet taking away those profits could lead to discontent and turmoil. For the same reason, it was the wrong moment to change the system of state fixed prices. We had to postpone price rises by 2 to 3 years, Ryzhkov explained to the Austrian Chancellor Franz Vranitzky. Otherwise, social explosion. The society was not prepared. Gorbachev was of the same opinion. Abalkin's austerity program quickly ran into a wall of departmental lobbyism. The agricultural sector employed 28 million people and included established and hugely inefficient conglomerates and chains of supply. A notorious case was the beef industry. It consisted of thousands of farms established during Brezhnev's time. Poorly equipped, with unskilled peasant personnel, they were monuments to waste and required annual subsidies and imports of wheat and additive vitamins from the West in exchange for gold and hard currency. Gorbachev and Ryzhkov decided to give those farms more options, including the right of leasing and forming cooperatives while continuing the subsidies. The utopian nature of this reform was obvious. Peasants, after 2 generations of being violently repressed by the state, just wanted to continue receiving their small salaries and pensions, keep their little plots, but they had no other ambition. Gorbachev was genuinely puzzled as to why peasants were not eager to embrace his emancipation. Meanwhile, without coercion from the party, farmers were not interested in transporting food to the cities at the low purchase prices fixed by the state. In the fall of 1988, Soviet farms failed to deliver to the state 1/3 of their harvest. They wasted or lost another third. Gorbachev's Politburo faced a dilemma: to raise purchase prices or import more food from abroad. The Politburo was badly split on this issue. Ligachev, supported by other colleagues, proposed to raise allocations in order to pay farmers more for the same output, in order to incentivize them. Ryzhkov objected furiously. He wanted to cut subsidies to the most inefficient collective farms and food-producing plants. Ligachev retorted that if that were to happen, he would be unable to prevent food shortages in the cities. The 2 powerful officials could not conceal their mutual hatred. The top leaders of the country, Chernayev ruefully observed, have been barking at each other over the issue, why this store lacks milk and another lacks cream or kefir. Meanwhile, mountains of cabbage have been rotting in storage and are not found in stores. Ligachev, however, had a point. Without subsidies and higher purchase prices, without coordination and organization between the party and state authorities, there would be no food on the shelves. Vorotnikov, another conservative, wrote in his diary about what happened. Structures of agriculture were left disorganized. The party committees were removed from management, and the local councils had no power to act. Another obstacle to a Balkans austerity program was the entangled problem with the military-industrial complex, or MIC. In the Western imagination, the Soviet MIC was a sinister, powerful lobby that drained the country's resources, denied people decent living standards, caused Chernobyl and other man-made disasters, and stood as a reactionary wall against Gorbachev's reforms. In reality, it was a prized jewel of the Soviet economy, consisting of 7 huge ministries that commanded 1,500 plants, enterprises, and laboratories with 9.5 million employees and workers. It amounted to 7% of the total Soviet labor force. The leadership of the MIC estimated its fixed assets, such as plants and equipment, at around 111 billion rubles, 6.4% of the Soviet economy. Over half of these assets were located in Moscow and Leningrad. The other half were scattered across the Urals and Siberia, Ukraine and Kazakhstan, including dozens of closed cities with a strict governing regime, higher salaries, and a privileged lifestyle. The MIC had been the pet project of Stalin and was vastly expanded under the rule of Khrushchev and Brezhnev. Its greatest achievements included the creation of nuclear weapons and the launch of Sputnik. Its very greatest achievement was to reach strategic parity with the United States. The MIC expanded enormously during the Cold War, and all its plants, factories, and labs remained in wartime mode. In other words, they maintained production capacities calculated as sufficient for a period of full-scale war. In 1988, all Soviet leaders, even the most conservative, agreed that the Soviet Union should sharply reduce the costs of militarization and cut its defense budget. The MIC, however, remained central to Gorbachev's dream of scientific, technical modernization of the Soviet Union. The Soviet leader was determined to have fewer guns but more butter in the future, yet he wanted to keep the MIC as a vehicle for taking the Soviet Union into the electronic automatic age. He was perplexed, one American scholar observed, that one economic sector could accomplish so much that the rest of the economy seemed incapable of replicating. Much of his groping toward reform of the Soviet economy was based on an effort to resolve that paradox, to discover the secret of the defense industry and apply it to the rest. Much of the 200 billion in rubles earmarked in 1986 for acceleration was supposed to go toward the MIC structures. Between 1985 and 1988, state investments in electronics doubled. In November 1988, Gorbachev got another boost of confidence that those investments would pay off. The Soviet space program successfully launched, orbited, and landed a missile shuttle called Energy Buran. The program employed about 1 million people from 1,200 enterprises across the whole Soviet economy. The budget was astronomical, $27 billion in today's prices. The 100-ton spaceship was similar to the U.S. Space Shuttle and was able to land in a completely automatic manner, guided by computers. For the Soviet leader, this was proof that after a few years, the MIC would haul the rest of the Soviet economy out of its morass. So, investments into the MIC facilities and labs continued. The Ministry of Finance scrambled to find hard currency for Gorbachev's prize jewel. The defense complex also demanded and got more money to develop and produce modern equipment for the ailing industry of agriculture. The MIC took over the control of 250 plants that produced civilian goods in an attempt to increase both their quantity and quality. Gorbachev authorized all those decisions. In January 1989, he proudly explained this to a group of the Trilateral Commission that included Henry Kissinger, David Rockefeller, President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing of France, and the former Prime Minister of Japan, Yasuhiro Nakasone. Some ardent friends of perestroika in the Soviet government, Gorbachev said, had urged him to do anything to provide goods for the market in order to avoid a people's revolt. Gorbachev explained why he had rejected this proposal. "We have been thinking not about 1 or 2 years, but about creating an economy that would yield us what we need in the quantity and quality of required goods. For that, we need structural policies, the course toward scientific, technical progress. We made very big investments in this sphere." On 25 January 1989, Gorbachev left Moscow for a winter break. He flew with Raisa to Pitsunda, a government dacha on the Black Sea. It was the resort where Nikita Khrushchev had vacationed in October 1964 on the eve of the coup that deposed him. The KGB reported to Gorbachev that many in the party ruling elite increasingly doubted the direction of perestroika. The number of discontents, judging by KGB estimates, reached 60 to 70% of the top party elite. Members of the Central Committee, who, according to party rules, could elect and dismiss the General Secretary. Gorbachev, however, was not afraid of a conspiracy. The political and constitutional changes had secured his position. Also, Gorbachev had his own appointee as the new head of the KGB, Vladimir Khrushchev, appointed in October 1998. Having been Andropov's lifetime aide, Khrushchev was a bureaucrat without political ambitions, and he apparently enjoyed the full trust of the General Secretary. The main concern for Gorbachev in Pitsunda was different: how to continue perestroika. As always, he turned to Lenin for a clue. Before leaving for Pitsunda, the Soviet leader found time to read Lenin in Zurich, a documentary pamphlet written by the Russian anti-communist émigré Alexander Solzhenitsyn. It was published in 1975 after Solzhenitsyn was expelled from the Soviet Union at Andropov's suggestion. Solzhenitsyn's piece was a documentary study about the Bolshevik leader in 1916 on the eve of the Russian Revolution, when Lenin was living as a political émigré in Switzerland, was bored, and complained he would never live to see action again. The pamphlet tore to pieces the myth of a kind and humane Lenin. Solzhenitsyn used Lenin's correspondence with his lover Anissa Armand and other people to present a revolutionary fanatic who ranted and raved at his enemies and disciples alike. Solzhenitsyn also made a point that Russian nationalists had been making since 1917. Lenin viewed the Russian state and people as fuel for his world revolution. In the Soviet Union, the pamphlet remained taboo. Its reading was punished by imprisonment. Gorbachev's copy had been printed specially for the high party nomenklatura. In a long monologue to Chernayev after reading the pamphlet, Gorbachev admitted that Lenin was a destroyer, and always alone against everyone. In front of his surprised aide, the excited Gorbachev began to impersonate Lenin, mimicking his style and gestures, his accent and favorite words, his acrimony and ire. This bizarre performance lasted for over an hour. Lenin's political loneliness resonated with Gorbachev. So did the unique ability of the Bolshevik leader to turn a seemingly intractable problem on its head, getting ahead of all others and seizing the political moment. Just as Lenin had dismissed all his critics as distractors, so Gorbachev viewed all doubters of perestroika as conservatives, the left and right deviationists, the ballast for his idea of a revolution. Prompted by KGB reports, Gorbachev decided to purge the remaining old guard, about 100 octogenarian members of the top state nomenklatura who had remained in the party's Central Committee because of their past achievements and service. After his return to Moscow, he began to meet with the targeted stalwarts, apparently one-to-one, and convince them to retire voluntarily. After Pitsunda, Gorbachev distanced himself even more from discussion of economic and financial problems. He swung between Ryzhkov and the conservatives in the Politburo, but he was not interested in the nuts and bolts of reform. The Soviet leader never invited a Balkan or other economists to explain what was happening with the Soviet budget, supply, and demand. Lenin's fixation was on a world revolution. Gorbachev became fixated on democratization. It was for him now even more than a precondition for successful modernization. Gorbachev convinced himself that he had a historic mission to guide the Soviet Union toward its social democratic renewal. Gorbachev's developing political views were powerfully affected by literary and historical revelations of glasnost. The second half of 1988 and early 1989 became a time of great cultural creativity in the Soviet Union. Thick literary journals and mass circulation newspapers competed in publishing revisionist essays about history, novels and memoirs by banned authors, diaries and manuscripts buried for decades in secret archives. Writers and journalists rushed to bring out in print everything they had been accumulating over decades of their creative life. The cumulative effect was powerful. Not all publications had the power of Solzhenitsyn's pamphlet, yet each presented a fragment of Soviet history and culture that had defied and destroyed its literary canon and imaginative life. The dreary party discourse was replaced by an effervescent intellectual feast of unexpected ideas, a baffling variety of ways of seeing and speaking. How many ideas and talents in Russia, enthused Chernayev in his diary. What freedom! This alone is a great achievement that will make history forever, even if nothing comes out of perestroika proper. Chernayev, sensitive to the most minute motives of his boss, recorded a similar shift of perspective in Gorbachev. He has been thinking about it and does not rule out failure, recorded Chernayev after Pitsunda, but he is entirely in a passionate surge. The surge was genuine. Gorbachev had embarked on a mission to give his country and people universal values and freedoms they had never experienced before. He would continue to emancipate Soviet people, make them masters of their factories and their land. He would take more power from the party apparatus and give it to the Soviets, the National Republic, and local people's councils. The high-minded General Secretary was so fixated on this that he willingly overlooked history lessons apparent to those who had read widely on world and Russian history. Apparently, Gorbachev had never read about the great reforms in Russia during the period between 1861 and 1881. Tsar Alexander II had granted freedoms to peasants and civil rights to broad groups of Russians and non-Russians. This had put Russia on the track of rapid modernization, but it also radicalized the educated youth and produced large numbers of radical intelligentsia. The non-Russian periphery of the empire, Poland, rebelled, and a group of revolutionaries declared war on the Tsar and assassinated him in broad daylight in 1881. The British historian Dominic Leaven, a descendant of the aristocratic clan that had served the Russian monarchy, wrote in 1994 that knowledge of Alexander II's goals, strategy, and dilemmas allowed one to predict very accurately many of the problems Gorbachev was bound to face. Other great writers would have been instructive for Gorbachev had he read them. Alexis de Tocqueville, the French conservative thinker, wrote about the fall of the French Ancien Régime in 1789 as follows: "Only a great genius can save a prince who undertakes to alleviate the lot of his subjects after a lengthy period of oppression. Evils which are patiently endured when they seem inevitable become intolerable once the idea of escape from them is suggested." This was a powerful warning about the perils of a sudden release of mass emotion after decades of communist dictatorship. The developments of 1988 and early 1989, especially nationalist mobilization and economic discontent, both in Eastern Europe and within the Soviet Union, provided early demonstrations of this phenomenon. Gorbachev could not ignore those signs of the gathering storm, and yet he rushed headlong into the storm with remarkable confidence. In the spring of 1989, a revolution conceived by Gorbachev and his narrow circle of lieutenants took on a life all of its own. The ship had sailed. The time for theorizing had passed. In March 1989, Gorbachev's 400-page book Perestroika, Tested by Life, was prepared for print. It was never published. Events soon overtook everything the Soviet leader had written or even imagined. Gorbachev expected that the foreign policy of détente would end the danger of nuclear war and procure a more benign environment for his perestroika. He aimed to bring an end to the Cold War and open the Soviet Union to the West to facilitate modernization and domestic reforms. Yet as 1989 began, he achieved none of those goals. Instead, his reforms began to undermine economic stability and triggered separatism. Gorbachev's attitude to reforms and power presented a major paradox. From Andropov, he had inherited awesome power, which allowed him to make radical changes. Continuing perestroika for him, however, meant devolving power to the people. His reforms had passed economic levers from the central regulators to local enterprises. He then decided to pass political levers from the Politburo to the Congress of People's Deputies, from local party organizations to local Soviets. In less than 2 years, this course of action would destabilize the Soviet state, ruin its finances, and make the father of perestroika a sorcerer's apprentice, unable to control the destructive forces he had unleashed. The United States was the first country that Yeltsin had ever visited outside the Soviet Union on his own rather than as part of an official Soviet delegation. He was feted and dined by wealthy Americans, flown by private jets, and stayed in the houses of American millionaires. Although he expected the lifestyle of the super-rich to be a never-ending feast, the real shock for him was his impromptu visit to Randall's Discount Supermarket on the way to Houston Airport. As a regional party secretary, Yeltsin had spent years battling with lack of food supplies in his Sverdlovsk region. His greatest achievement had been to establish a system of poultry farms near Sverdlovsk that supplemented the meager diet of workers in the industrial plants and factories. Randall's supermarket amazed him. This was an average place where the poorest American could buy what even the top Soviet nomenklatura could not back home. In the sweltering Texan desert, Yeltsin and his entourage entered an air-conditioned paradise. The aides saw Yeltsin brooding, as if he was thinking, "Does this cornucopia exist every day for everyone? Incredible!" Yeltsin realized how stupid he must have appeared in the eyes of his American hosts when he repeated the slogans of democratic socialism. He said to his aides, "What did they do to our poor people? Throughout our lives, they told us fairy tales, tried to invent the wheel, and the wheel already exists, yet not for us." An aide wrote that the last prop of Yeltsin's Bolshevist mentality decomposed at this moment. After returning from his American trip, while speaking to journalists and his MDG colleagues, Yeltsin regaled them with details of his supermarket visit. He waxed lyrical about the madness of colors, boxes, packs, sausages, cheeses, and rhapsodized that the average American family spent 1/10 or less of their salaries on food, while a Soviet family spent over half of their salaries on food and more. Yeltsin decided that his mission now was to bring the American dream to the Russian people. The Congress of People's Deputies, the parting of the Iron Curtain, and liberalization in Eastern Europe had a spillover effect on the Baltic nationalists. While the Supreme Soviet of the USSR sat in summer session in Moscow, Lithuanian deputies from Sąjūdis requested an official visit with the ambassador, Jack Matlock, and asked him point-blank whether the United States would recognize their independence. Matlock, stunned by their audacity and haste, explained that he and the American government were supportive of Baltic independence, yet sovereignty implied full control over the territory of a sovereign state. "So we're on our own?" one Lithuanian asked. Matlock felt stung by this question. But he had to confirm that if Soviet troops used force, the Sąjūdis nationalists would be as vulnerable as the Chinese students on Tiananmen Square. The West would not even be able to provide economic aid, as long as the Soviet authorities were in control of all ports and communications. Supporters of Baltic independence found no assistance forthcoming in Western Europe either, and even less sympathy. The Congress in Moscow created a special commission to investigate the German-Soviet talks in 1939. It was led by Yakovlev. The existence of a copy of these secret protocols was widely known in the West, where they had long been published. Yet the original documents remained locked away in Gorbachev's personal safe. He refused to acknowledge that Stalin's annexation of the Baltic states was a direct consequence of the deal between the Soviet leader and Hitler. The unconditional denunciation of the pact would have meant that we accept the main guilt for unleashing the Second World War, argued Vadim Medvedev at the Politburo. Gorbachev agreed. Demagogues must be rebuffed. Otherwise, it looks like we waged the Second World War to acquire a miserable agrarian Lithuania. The Balts took the matter into their own hands. The Russian miners' strikes emboldened them and strengthened their case. In August, Baltic nationalists decided to mobilize a massive protest on the 50th anniversary of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Non-Aggression Pact. Acting on the initiative of Estonia's Edgar Savisaar, on 23 August, they staged a gigantic human chain that stretched all the way from Tallinn to Vilnius, some 600 kilometers. The media called it the Baltic Way. The popular mood among the Balts was to break away from the Soviet Union as soon as possible. Millions of them did not believe that Gorbachev's program of liberalization would last. They therefore wanted to exit from the Union before this unique window of opportunity shut tight once again. In late July, Gorbachev proposed a new Union treaty that would transform the Soviet centralized state into a voluntary federation. Vladimir Sherbitsky, longtime leader of the Ukrainian Communist Party, strongly objected. This would only open a can of worms. Edward Shevardnadze was also pessimistic. He knew that Georgian nationalists, with the support of the masses, wanted full independence and demanded membership for Georgia in the United Nations. The reconstruction of a federation in turbulent times would only increase the risk of uncontrolled secession. Ryzhkov continued to push for an economic confederation as long as the rights and property between the center and the republics were delineated. After the Baltic Way, Gorbachev shelved the proposal. He would, however, return to it 1 year later. During the summer of 1989, the winds of independence spread to other national republics of the USSR. In Moldova, nationalists demanded independence. In Ukraine, a group of writers and intellectuals in Kharkov prepared the first conference of the People's Movement of Ukraine for Perestroika, RUK. The authorization to set up this movement, along the lines of the Baltic Popular Fronts, had come from Gorbachev's office earlier. Sherbitsky, leader of the Communist Party in Ukraine, strongly opposed this idea, but his days in power were numbered. The Conference of RUK opened on 8 September and lasted for 3 days. Most of the 1,200 delegates were party members, but there was a minority of dissidents and former prisoners who demanded the restoration of an organic Ukrainian state that the Bolsheviks had disbanded in 1918. Among 500 guests at the conference were nationalist activists and intellectuals from the Baltics, South Caucasus, and delegates from the MDG. Eastern Europeans also came. The dissident members of RUK were hugely impressed by the events in Poland, namely Solidarity's round-table discussions with the government and the quasi-free elections. Even more, they were inspired by the Baltic Way. They vocally supported the Baltic denunciation of the German-Soviet Pact, although it was because of this agreement that Western Ukraine was annexed and became part of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. The leadership of the Ukrainian Communist Party and the KGB were at the conference as well. Leonid Kravchuk, head of the Agitation and Propaganda Department of the Ukrainian Party, was born in one of the regions that Stalin had annexed to the USSR in 1939. As Kravchuk listened to the nationalists, he concealed his emotions well. When someone pinned on his lapel a small blue-yellow flag, the colors of an independent Ukraine, Kravchuk took off his jacket just in case. But he did not remove the flag. In Moscow, independent deputies from the Supreme Soviet's MDG began to stage mass rallies in support of national movements within the Soviet republics. They did not want or expect a complete dissolution of the Soviet Union. On the contrary, Sakharov and his followers believed that complete and unconditional sovereignty and freedom of choice, based on the principle of national self-determination, was the only way to preserve the multi-ethnic country. Sakharov in particular was convinced that the union forged by Lenin and Stalin had to be reinvented constitutionally as a voluntary, equal union of the sovereign republics of Europe and Asia with a new constitution and a democratic central government. His constitutional project was to rebuild the country from the bottom up, to abolish small national territorial districts and make republics the only subjects of the future union. This was an intellectual utopia, but most of Sakharov's colleagues, Russian intellectuals, mimicked his folly. They believed that giving more power to the republics was an effective way to tame nationalism, or at least to bargain with separatists. In a sense, they were reaffirming the Leninist utopia. The only exception was the ethnologist Galina Starovoitova. She worked for many months in the field in Abkhazia, Armenia, and Nagorno-Karabakh, and when the Armenian-Azeri conflict erupted, sided with the Armenian nationalists. Speaking at the meetings of the opposition in July 1989, Starovoitova said that instead of the Soviet constitution of a future democratic federation, some republics should opt for full sovereignty and their own constitutions. The reaction was negative, Starovoitova recalled. Perhaps only Sakharov reacted positively. In September, she traveled to the United States for the first time as a fellow of the Kennan Institute for Russian Studies. She was surprised to find that American scholars, just like her colleagues at home, found her radical forecast of a Soviet breakup improbable. Only the scholars and activists of Baltic and West Ukrainian descent expressed their heartfelt approval. Revolution equals instability. In early August 1989, Gorbachev left Moscow for his customary Crimean vacation. In his luxurious villa, he dictated to Chernayev a theoretical text for a long-delayed party plenum on national affairs. The text did not pan out. Instead, Gorbachev issued a declaration of the Central Committee that described the Baltic Way and separatist course of the Baltic Popular Fronts as a conspiracy of anti-Soviet, de facto anti-national elements who whipped up nationalist hysteria full of venom towards the Soviet order, to the Russians, to the CPSU, to the Soviet Army. The document was so much at odds with the new political atmosphere in the country that the Balts suspected it had been concocted by party hardliners behind Gorbachev's back. Gorbachev's approach would be described in the form of a Russian fairy tale. A peasant wanted to transport a wolf, a goat, and a sack of cabbage in his boat across the river. But he did not know how to do this in one go and simultaneously kept his load intact. In trying to regain his balance amid a host of problems, Gorbachev was thinking out loud in the presence of Chernayev as if arguing with some conservatives, "Stabilization will be the end of perestroika. Stability is stagnation. Revolution equals instability." Chernayev believed his boss was now out of touch. Gorbachev's aide was now in agreement with those who wanted to bury Lenin. "They look into the core," he wrote, "for we cannot build our country on Leninism." 2 weeks later, when observing the rising popular protests in East Germany, Chernayev wrote that the total dismantling of socialism as a global phenomenon was taking place, and concluded that it was probably inevitable and good because it meant self-liquidation of a society that was alien to human nature and the natural course of things. Just as for other radicalized party reformers, the liberal West began to look natural and normal to Chernayev, in contrast to the abnormality of the Soviet Union. He had also got the bug of radical impatience. Why did Gorbachev remain stuck with the old Politburo? Why did he not use his presidential status to get rid of the remains of the old political order? The only difference between Chernayev and the opposition, which some of his friends joined, was his abiding loyalty to Gorbachev. Gorbachev refused to acknowledge that he was losing control over events and over history. He composed speeches on party unity and the harmonization of nationalities. In October 1989, he convened a conference of journalists and editors, where he rather belatedly accused the glasnost leaders of going too far, rocking the boat, and whipping up public passions. "People are at the end of their patience. We are sitting deep in kerosene," he complained, "and some of you carelessly throw matches." He singled out the sociologist Tatyana Soslavskaya, who had predicted that the whole country would soon be on food rationing. He berated the economist Nikolai Shmelyov, who had published widely read articles about the failure of the Soviet economy. And he attacked one of the MDG organizers, Yuri Afanasyev, who had called for immediate freedoms and the right of republics to exit the Union. An editor of the hugely popular tabloid Arguments and Facts invoked Gorbachev's anger for publishing a ratings list in which Gorbachev was below Yeltsin. A witness recalled, "Gorbachev lectured us as if we were a class of naughty pupils. I saw him in a new light, an unfamiliar, ruffled man." The conference further diminished Gorbachev's authority. He managed to alienate those who respected him, but he did not use his power to oust any of them from their positions. The Soviet leader continued his course of reforming the Politburo. He eased out Sherbitsky, who had questioned the wisdom of liberalization in Ukraine, and the ex-KGB leader Viktor Chebrikov, who had advocated the creation of an emergency apparatus of power under Gorbachev to deal with separatism, economic recession, and rampant crime. Gorbachev took Chebrikov's proposal as a criticism of his method of governance. "I do not think we should create a parallel structure to implement decisions and to control their implementation," the General Secretary said. We should co-opt people into our work, and this will not happen until people see improvements. Those improvements never came. Gorbachev filled the Politburo vacancies with his candidates: Yevgeny Primakov, an ambitious expert on the Middle East; Yuri Maslyukov, chairman of Gosplan, the State Planning Committee; and Vladimir Khrushchev, the head of the KGB since the fall of 1988. Many historians and biographers wondered why Gorbachev elevated Khrushchev, an apparatchik without any particular merits. Khrushchev had been a lifelong aide to Yuri Andropov and had transferred his unflagging loyalty to Gorbachev. The KGB chief promoted all the perestroika policies that Gorbachev wanted. The British ambassador commented on him, "Khrushchev does a great imitation of an up-to-date and liberal police chief, but not all will be convinced." 2 years later, this baby-faced man would place his boss under house arrest. In October and November 1989, Gorbachev's Politburo focused on the danger of the Lithuanian secession. They demanded that the Lithuanian leadership postpone a Republican Party Congress, which was expected to vote in favor of a political divorce of the Lithuanian Party from the CPSU. Their party leader, Brazauskas, explained that it was impossible. Then Gorbachev sent a personal appeal to the Lithuanian comrades. "Marching separately would take us into a blind alley," he wrote. "Only together and only forward to a humane, democratic, prosperous society. With communist greetings, M. Gorbachev." Everybody could see, however, that the Soviet Union was marching in quite a different direction. Discussing the Baltic separatists on 9 November, Gorbachev dropped a meaningful remark. "They have a new theme. We do not want to perish in the common chaos." The wall falls. Gorbachev's ambition was to synchronize domestic reforms with the construction of a common European home. The Soviet leader, however, had a remarkably vague idea of what exactly this home would look like. He only knew that it was necessary for his ideological vision and for Soviet economic reforms. On 12 June 1989, he traveled to West Germany, this time with a large team of industrial specialists and managers. Gorbachev, just like Andropov, viewed Germans as key partners in the modernization of the Soviet economy. The Kremlin encouraged Soviet industries and enterprises to create joint ventures with West German firms. 55 such deals had already been reached. In Bonn, the Soviet delegation concluded 11 new agreements, many of them on economic cooperation. On 6 July, the Soviet leader was in France and delivered a speech to the Council of Europe in Strasbourg. In it, he offered cooperation between the two parts of Europe that had long been divided. The Soviet Foreign Ministry, however, had not been informed about the content of the speech. Chernyayev had instructed a colleague, Vadim Zagladin, to draft the text. "Do not contact anyone or seek anyone's advice. Do not disclose what you are working on." In Strasbourg, the speech received an ovation from socialist and social democratic deputies. In Gorbachev's address, he implicitly supported the vision of France's President Mitterrand of a Europe stretching from Vancouver to Vladivostok, but one that was also meant to check possible American attempts to destabilize Eastern Europe. Gorbachev had a special request for Mitterrand. He asked him for his help to include the Soviet Union in the world economy and to include this issue on the agenda of the G7 summit in Paris, 14 to 16 July 1989. During a one-on-one meeting in Bonn back in June, Helmut Kohl asked Gorbachev what would happen to Eastern Europe and East Germany. "With regard to our allies," the Soviet leader clarified, "we have a solid concept. Everyone answers for himself." This was more than a renunciation of the Soviet right to intervene in Eastern Europe. It was, in effect, the end of any common policy within the Eastern Bloc, a signal that each Eastern European country would be left to survive alone in the global economy. On 7 to 8 July, immediately after his triumph in Strasbourg, Gorbachev attended a political summit of the Warsaw Treaty Organization in Bucharest. There he pressed on to Eastern European leaders the same message he had delivered to Kohl. It was the moment when East Germany's Erich Honecker, Romania's Nicolae Ceausescu, Bulgaria's Todor Zhivkov, and the Czechoslovak leadership finally realized that the Soviet Union was about to leave them to their own devices. There were numerous problems with Gorbachev's vision. Soviet economic reforms were not working. Decentralization and changing rules on foreign trade were confusing potential Western partners. Lothar Späth, the Christian Democratic Union leader of the state of Baden-Württemberg, complained to Gorbachev that in the past, Soviet ministries and other state agencies had signed contracts and provided financial and legal guarantees as to their completion. This system no longer worked, and the new system had not yet emerged. Soviet enterprises had the freedom on paper to engage in foreign transactions, yet their bosses did not know what they were allowed to do. This complicates practical cooperation, concluded Späth. Gorbachev ignored this important signal. Half a year later, however, this problem would bury Gorbachev's dream of modernizing the Soviet economy. There was also the problem of timing. Left to its own devices, the communist nomenklatura in Eastern European countries began to realize that the keys to their future were no longer in Moscow, but instead in Western capitals and banks. This was especially true of Hungary and Poland. In both countries, the immediate prospect of default and bankruptcy pushed the leadership to co-opt the opposition into the government and hoped the West would relent on their debts. This deal seemed to have worked at first in Poland. On 4 June 1989, the Poles voted in contested elections, second in the bloc after the Soviet elections, to elect their Senate and about one-third of the same, the Polish Assembly. The opposition won the lion's share of the seats. At the same time, the opposition leaders still were not certain how far they could go without invoking a Soviet backlash. The bloody crackdown in China's Tiananmen Square, which happened so dramatically on the day of the Polish elections, restrained them considerably. Still, the pro-Soviet leader of Poland, General Jaruzelski, was elected as the country's president by a majority of 1 vote. In Hungary, young people, including Viktor Orbán, then a democratic iconoclast, were eager to rock the boat of communist rule, and the Hungarian communist leaders followed this up to test the leash that led to Moscow. In May, the communist Prime Minister Miklos Németh declared that because of a shortage of funds, he would begin to remove the costly system of frontier installations with Austria, installed during the Cold War. Historians believe that this was the move that created a domino reaction. In September, East German refugees traveled to Hungary in order to cross the border into Austria, and then on into West Germany. This was the beginning of a terminal political crisis for the Honecker regime. In October, East Germany was already embroiled in a fever of popular revolution, with hundreds of thousands of people in Leipzig and other cities demanding economic and then political rights. Gorbachev, despite many warnings from Yakovlev and Soviet experts on Eastern Europe, was surprised by this acceleration of events. The Soviet internal crises affected the way Gorbachev, Shevardnadze, and their entourage viewed the accelerating changes in Europe. It is clear that we will not intervene in Polish affairs, Timoraz Stepanov confided in his diary on 19 August 1989. We are stuck with our own disarray that we should fix. But how? Wherever you look, Hungary, the Baltics, or across the fence, everywhere there is disintegration of the order and the former state of things. Instead of a summer vacation, Stepanov accompanied Shevardnadze to Abkhazia in South Caucasus. The foreign minister of a superpower had to troubleshoot in his former bailiwick and negotiate a truce between the Abkhazians and the Georgians. In the midst of this thankless mission, the news came from Moscow that in Poland, the Sejm had elected the first non-communist prime minister, Tadeusz Mazowiecki, one of the Solidarity leaders. The Romanian ruler, Ceausescu, requested an emergency meeting of the Warsaw Pact to deal with this matter. Stepanov reacted with fatalism. In the key country of the communist bloc, socialism is coming to an end calmly, without agony and painful convulsions. The real agony for Shevardnadze was not the future of Hungary, Poland, or even East Germany, but the tragedy taking place in his own homeland. The Georgian-Abkhaz inter-ethnic conflict grew worse by the day. Intellectuals and artists who had been part of the Soviet intelligentsia all their life became divided as mortal enemies in the trenches of nationalism. There was no middle ground, and violence spread fast. Andrei Sakharov, terrified by the vortex of hatred in South Caucasus, appealed to the Georgian intellectuals to respect the rights of ethnic minorities and defined the republic as a mini-empire. This enraged Zviad Gamsakhurdia, the top nationalist behind Georgian rallies in Tbilisi in April. He blamed Sakharov for representing Russian imperialism and his wife Yelena Bonner for promoting Armenian nationalism. Gamsakhurdia wanted Georgia for Georgians and had a fanatical mass following. In September 1989, 89% of Georgians believed their country should be independent of the USSR. The KGB, the GRU, the Soviet Military Intelligence Service, and diplomats stationed in Eastern Europe bombarded Moscow in vain with their warnings about the political chaos in the region. The Soviet embassy in the GDR proposed to interfere in the East German political crisis and work out political measures to regain the initiative. The leadership in Moscow ignored those messages. Finally, Gorbachev reluctantly agreed to take part in the commemoration of the 40th anniversary of the GDR on 7 October 1989. He did not know what to say to the East German leaders. Gorbachev goes to the GDR without a coherent policy, cabled the well-informed British ambassador from Moscow to London. While he shuts his eyes and hopes that the German question will go away, events on the ground are overtaking him. Chernayev quoted his boss saying that he wanted to go to Berlin to support the revolution. It was a bizarre remark. The leader of the top communist country was about to express his solidarity with those in East Germany who demanded an end to the Soviet-run system. Yet Gorbachev was already on a mission to transform this system in his own country. He still believed he would make history and not be regarded as someone who had merely bobbed on the surface of a revolutionary deluge. The Bush administration, on whose cooperation Gorbachev and other Soviet reformers had counted so much, watched with growing amazement the revolutionary developments inside the Soviet Union and then in Eastern Europe. A junior member of the administration, Philip Zelikow, recalls that the White House was closely following how Gorbachev would react to the Polish elections. That was the key test, and boy has he been passing it. And yet Bush and Scowcroft just could not believe that Gorbachev was letting Eastern Europe go. Scowcroft's deputy, Robert Gates, was convinced that Gorbachev's reforms would fail, and the Soviet Union would return to its belligerent ways. Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney thought that the Soviets were as dangerous as ever, and despite its friendlier tone, communism remained just as evil as Reagan had once preached. In July 1989, Bush and his team toured Poland and Hungary and then participated in the G7 summit in Paris. He was impressed by the reforms in Poland and Hungary. The dismantling of the Iron Curtain moved him to tears. But the speed of change and the radicalism of anti-communist Eastern Europeans reminded him of the revolutions of 1956. He feared that this could lead once again to a Soviet backlash and intervention. All the U.S. allies, above all President Mitterrand, believed that the Cold War was over and that the American lack of communication with Gorbachev was intolerable. Bush tried to cool the enthusiasm of Western Europeans for Gorbachev's requests to bring the Soviet Union into the International Monetary Fund, World Bank, and the International Talks on Tariffs and Trade, or GATT, as well as to increase ties with the European Economic Community. The White House wanted to keep intact all structures that would allow the United States to continue waging the Cold War if necessary. Still, the trip to Europe had convinced Bush that the United States could not remain isolated from the process of rapid change. He therefore proposed to Gorbachev a working meeting in early December. As the fall of 1989 began, CIA analysts and the American embassy reported to Bush and Scowcroft about potential disaster already developing inside the Soviet Union. During his visit, Yeltsin told them, "Perestroika is on the edge of collapse. There is a crisis in the economy and finances with the party, politics, nationalities." On 21 September, Shevardnadze confirmed this message at his meeting with Bush and Scowcroft after the official talks. Bush and Scowcroft ignored Yeltsin's words, but were struck by the candor of Shevardnadze's remarks. Still, the only scenario they could imagine was one like Tiananmen Square, the restoration of stability and order in the Soviet Union by the use of force. Meanwhile, the popular movement in East Germany produced a spectacularly dramatic moment at the end of October with mass demonstrations. In view of Gorbachev's deliberate refusal to get involved, the younger East German politicians scrambled to act themselves. They sent their aged leaders, the party head Erich Honecker and the Stasi chief Erich Mielke, into retirement, and tried to put down the uprising by promising reforms. The new East German leader Egon Krenz knew that his state was bankrupt. The GDR had accumulated a large amount of debt that it owed to West Germany. Krenz rushed to Moscow to ask for Soviet assistance, but Gorbachev ignored his appeal. The Soviet budget was running low on foreign currency reserves. Scrambling for solutions, Krenz and his comrades promised East German citizens state-regulated travel to West Berlin. In the midst of their chaotic moves, an error by one confused official led to an unexpected release of pent-up tension, the opening of the Berlin Wall. On the night of 9 November 1989, a confused border guard let jubilant and stunned crowds of East Germans pass through formidable checkpoints and pour into West Berlin. During the rest of November, the communist regimes in Eastern Europe, led by Soviet clients, toppled one after another. The cautious Czechoslovaks followed in the footsteps of the triumphant East Germans and staged a velvet revolution demanding the end of party rule and the withdrawal of Soviet troops. In Bulgaria, people did the same. Pragmatic people of the communist nomenklatura in those countries hurried to get rid of the compromised leaders, alter their political colors, and add democratic to the changed names of their parties. In Poland and Hungary, the ruling parties melted away like snow, while their leaders declared allegiance to political pluralism, democracy, and Western values. The revolutions of 1989, just like the radicalization in the Soviet Union during this year, was caused, among other factors, by a mass seduction of people by Western-style consumerism. While thousands of East Germans danced on the Berlin Wall in an ecstasy of freedom, hundreds of thousands swamped luxurious stores in West Berlin. They wanted to see, touch, and savor the forbidden fruit. During the chaotic days of the Cold War's end in East Germany and throughout Eastern Europe, observed an American scholar, capitalist-made consumer goods often seemed both the symbols and the substance of freedom. At the end of 1989, Playboy magazine claimed it was exporting the American dream as the first American consumer magazine published in Hungarian. The post-wall effect now stood for a triumph of the West over the Soviet Union. William Taubman summed this up as follows. The fall of the Berlin Wall eventually changed almost everything. Until then, Gorbachev was the prime initiator of change. Afterward, he had to react to changes initiated by others, by masses of people on the ground in the GDR, by Eastern European politicians moving beyond communism, by Western European and American leaders ignoring or challenging Gorbachev's vision. Gorbachev himself, however, seemed unable to grasp the symbolic and political significance of what had happened. He was too busy with internal troubleshooting. On the night the wall was breached, the Politburo retired late, following a long discussion about internal problems, above all, Lithuania. 6 days later, in a public speech, the Soviet leader rejected Margaret Thatcher's declaration about the crumbling of the totalitarian socialist system in Eastern Europe. He also told the British ambassador with breathtaking aplomb that events are going in the right direction. Perestroika will reach out to you as well. He refused to admit perhaps even to himself, that his beautiful vision of a more open Soviet Union, gradually integrated into a common European home, had become a victim of Eastern Europe's political stampede. The fall of the Berlin Wall and the domino effect collapse of communist regimes in Eastern Europe heralded the greatest geopolitical opportunity presented to the West since 1945. President Bush suddenly had a formidable hand to play at his meeting with Gorbachev. Even the skeptical Brent Scowcroft realized that, suddenly, everything was possible. The familiar Cold War framework had shattered, and the emerging new world was literally outside our frame of reference. Prudence, however, dictated to Bush and Scowcroft that they tread cautiously. Scowcroft also concluded that the revolutions in Eastern Europe made reversing the course of perestroika even more probable. In the end, Bush opted to be an optimist. Perhaps, he reasoned, the Soviet Union was a ticking time bomb, but he wanted to engage the Soviet leader and take him up on his good words for as long as possible. It was crucial to secure the revolutionary changes and help the Soviet leader to manage his military forces and hardliners. The Baltic demands for independence were a special concern for Bush and Scowcroft in this respect. The Balts had support from the extremely active and well-organized Baltic Americans and their sympathizers on the Republican right. The Baltic American émigrés were actively involved in the independence movements. They brought recording and printing equipment. They funded the first foreign trips of the Sąjūdis leaders. They also played a significant role in key American states during elections. At the same time, Lithuanian secession could become a detonator of the Soviet conservative backlash, which could affect Eastern Europe and even East Germany, where Soviet troops still remained. The meeting of Gorbachev and Bush on 2 to 3 December 1989 on the Soviet cruise ship Maxim Gorky near Malta attracted world attention. Gorbachev arrived at the meeting after his phenomenal diplomatic triumph in Italy. In Milan, he had been mobbed by people weeping with joy and showing quasi-religious veneration for the Soviet leader. For Gorbachev, the summit meant the psychological and political end of the Cold War. On the U.S. side of the talks, the mood was very different. Friendly, not warm, and sometimes tense. Bush had been seasick. The Soviet negotiating team was anxious, and Marshal Akhромiev, Gorbachev's military advisor, was glum. On the Soviet side, only Gorbachev radiated energy and confidence, as if he had won rather than lost Eastern Europe. He beamed with pleasure when Bush said that he wanted to waive the Jackson-Vanik Amendment to the U.S.-Soviet Trade Act. This clause had been adopted in 1974 and linked American trade with the Soviet Union to freedom of emigration. It had helped to wreck Soviet-American economic relations and détente. Bush promised to explore with Congress the lifting of limitations on U.S. export credits and guarantees, which prevented American businesses from operating in the Soviet Union. He also supported Soviet participation in GATT. He said nothing about Soviet membership in the IMF or World Bank. The Soviet leader clearly needed money. He was frank about the problems at home and listed his unexpected deficits. 8 to 10 billion rubles from Chernobyl, 12 to 14 billion rubles from the Armenian earthquake, and more from the drop in oil prices. Some of his economists were singled out for blame. Gorbachev referred to the Soviet economist Nikolai Shmelyov, who had advised him to spend 16 to 20 billion on imports to satisfy Soviet consumers. Bush politely replied that he also had budgetary problems, cleaning up the $50 billion mess inherited from the Reagan administration. The U.S. Secretary of State James Baker advised Gorbachev to use Soviet gold reserves to sell gold-backed bonds abroad. Bush set out the American demands. He pushed Gorbachev to halt assistance to Fidel Castro's Cuba and the communist Sandinistas in Nicaragua. This was top of the U.S. list of priorities. The Soviet team was surprised. Gorbachev wanted to draw a strategic and philosophical line under the Cold War. On the second day of the summit, he unveiled his surprise for the Americans, but it was not the one that Bush and Scowcroft feared. "I want to say to you and the United States," Gorbachev said solemnly, "that the Soviet Union will under no circumstances start a war. The Soviet Union is no longer prepared to regard the United States as an adversary." For the Soviet leader, this was a fundamental statement, a foundation for all future negotiations. But Shevardnadze and Chernayev noted that Bush did not react. The Soviet offer was a hand extended, but without a handshake. The conversation dissipated into specific and familiar areas of discussion about arms control. At the very end, the two leaders spoke about the Baltics. Gorbachev explained that he could not just let the Balts go unilaterally. The Constitution required an equal treatment of all republics. If he just let Lithuania go, this would bring out all sorts of terrible fires in other parts of the Soviet Union. Bush replied, "But if you use force, you don't want to. That would create a firestorm." Gorbachev bristled at what he saw as a double standard. The U.S. troops were in the process of intervening in Panama, where they would seize its ruler Manuel Noriega and put him in jail in the United States. Still, he did not give the usual Soviet rebuff about U.S. meddling in internal Soviet affairs. Gorbachev was relieved that Bush refrained from triumphalism about Eastern Europe and the Berlin Wall. He was hopeful of a better future partnership. After the Malta meeting, Scowcroft flew secretly to Beijing, where he shook hands with the butchers of Tiananmen and assured the Chinese leaders that nothing would affect the Sino-American partnership. The Chinese accepted American reassurances almost indifferently. They were openly contemptuous of Gorbachev's policies. The Kremlin leader, said the foreign minister, Chiang Kai-shek, wanted to build a new order, but he could not maintain stability in his own country. Chen also shared some surprising news with Scowcroft. The Soviets had asked China, a very poor country, to lend them money. Inside the Warsaw Pact, people had even fewer illusions about where the wind was blowing. After his summit with Bush, Gorbachev returned to Moscow to meet with leaders of the Soviet bloc. Its fate was clear. Half of the participants at the meeting were non-communists or anti-communists. The Polish Catholic Prime Minister Tadeusz Mazowiecki sat next to the Polish President General Jaruzelski. Romania's decidedly communist Ceausescu sat apart as if under quarantine. One senior Soviet diplomat said to Shevardnadze's aide Stepanov, "Half of these people will not be around at the next meeting." Stepanov replied, "If the next meeting ever happens." At Gorbachev's suggestion, the meeting approved a draft declaration that denounced the invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1968. Stepanov was surprised by the poor editing of the draft. If all crucial questions are being decided in such a way, then it is clear why the country has reached such an impasse. On 16 December, the dictatorship of Ceausescu in Romania, the last communist regime in Eastern Europe, began to fall. On that day, Shevardnadze visited the NATO headquarters in Brussels for the first time to meet with its Secretary-General Manfred Wörner. When the Soviet entourage arrived, the entire NATO staff came out and greeted the Soviet foreign minister with a standing ovation. Shevardnadze was visibly moved and muttered words of gratitude. Stepanov, however, viewed this spectacle through the lens of the Soviet domestic crisis. He, just like Shevardnadze, knew perfectly well that this standing ovation to Soviet foreign policy would only invoke the wrath of critics back home. Only the well-nourished public in America and Europe, wrote Stepanov in his journal, can afford to applaud their liberation from the fear of nuclear apocalypse. This feeling is denied to the country where hunger and misery cloud the light for people. The year 1989 witnessed many revolutionary transformations. In the spring and summer, Gorbachev's course of political liberalization produced significant radicalization, this time not in the national borderlands but in the core of the country, above all in Moscow, Russian-speaking industrial regions, and within the ruling elites. The facade of communist ideology collapsed first, then came the turn of the external empire in Eastern Europe. The fall of the Berlin Wall eclipsed Gorbachev's perestroika. It also became clear that the Warsaw Pact had no future. For the Soviet leaders and elites, however, the internal crisis began to overshadow external events. Gorbachev claimed abroad that the Soviet Union would join a common European home, yet his closest aides and advisers began to doubt whether the Soviet house would remain intact. Chapter 4. Separatism. The sovereignty of the RSFSR is a natural and necessary condition for the existence of the statehood of Russia, which has a history, culture, and traditions of many centuries. From the Declaration on the State Sovereignty of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, 12 June 1990. Russia wakes up. What to do with the Russians? That was another question that Gorbachev's reforms reopened. In 1989, according to the census and the nationality that people claimed, ethnic Russians numbered 145 million, over half of the Soviet population of 287 million. For decades, they had been told that their home was the entire Soviet Union. Some 25 million of them lived and worked in Ukraine, Belarusia, the Baltic states, the Caucasus, and Central Asia. Most of them did not feel any special connection with the term RSFSR, Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, and many of them had grown up thinking that the entire Soviet Union was historically Russia. Indeed, the RSFSR was anything but a Russian republic. It was the main body of the Soviet Union ruled by Central Soviet institutions. Its mass and resources held 14 other Soviet republics together. From Stalin to Andropov, the RSFSR institutions, including the Supreme Soviet, remained decorative at best, and for a good reason. Any Russian center of authority could become an inducement for Russian nationalism and represent a grave danger to the central party state. In view of national movements in the Baltic republics, Ukraine, and elsewhere, however, the RSFSR began increasingly to look like the home of Russians. Russian journalists, politicians, and intellectuals began to call the RSFSR the Russian Federation, or simply Russia. This then begged the question, if the Baltic republics were to become independent, could Russia also claim its constitutional right to be an independent sovereign state? Then, what would remain of the Soviet Union? The first rumblings of Russian secessionism were heard at the Congress of People's Deputies in June 1989. Valentin Rasputin, one of Gorbachev's favorite Russian writers, snapped at the Baltic and Georgian deputies who spoke about Russian imperialism. "If you want to bid farewell to the Soviet Union," said Rasputin, "perhaps Russia should leave the Union as well. Perhaps it would be better this way?" Rasputin implied that Russia should stop subsidizing other republics. Dmitry Likhachev, a famous cultural historian and another favorite of the Gorbachevs, said that the communist regime of the past humiliated and robbed Russia so much that Russians can hardly breathe. Russian nationalists within the party apparatus and intelligentsia began to demand what other nationalities of the USSR had: a Russian branch of the party, a Russian Academy of Sciences, a Russian Writers' Union, a preferential quota for Russians at the universities of Moscow and Leningrad. In July 1989, the Politburo concluded the Russians would inevitably demand the same sovereign rights as the Balts, Georgians, Armenians, and other non-Russians, and this would mean the end of the Soviet Union. To create a sovereign Russia, Vadim Medvedev warned, is a pipe dream of the Balts. Nikolai Slyunkov, an ethnic Belarusian, proposed to break the RSFSR into 6 or 7 parts to make for a better balance among the republics of the Soviet Union. Ryzhkov proposed to divide the Russian Federation into several economic regions. Yakovlev was the only one in the Politburo who dismissed the Russian question. Russians, he said, were not crazy enough to be willing to destroy the Union. Yakovlev's colleagues frowned at his false optimism. Ryzhkov remarked, "I feel that you want to disband everything. You must not be allowed to travel to the Baltics." Everyone looked up to Gorbachev. "We cannot ignore the pressure of the Russian people," he said. One had to find a way to boost the role of Russia in the Union, but without giving the Russian Federation greater sovereignty and without forming a separate Russian Communist Party within the CPSU. If that happened, he concluded, this would remove the Union's backbone. Gorbachev never explained how this contradiction could be resolved. With his slogan of "stronger republics," it was impossible to discriminate among the individual states of the RSFSR. In the first half of 1990, Russian awakening and desire for separatism continued to gain momentum. Three forces, mutually hostile, promoted the idea of Russia's sovereignty. One was the Russian nationalists inside the party and Soviet elites. The second was the democratic opposition that dominated Moscow politics. The third was the force of mass populism led by Boris Yeltsin. Conservative Russian nationalism had been spreading inside the party, state bureaucracy, and intelligentsia since World War II. The Brezhnev administration had been nourished more by chauvinism than communist internationalism. While many Georgians venerated Stalin as a great ethnic Georgian, many Russians admired the great tyrant as the builder of a Russian superpower. This chauvinism was tempered by the realization of Russian demographic decline. A party boss of a Russian region in 1979 recorded a typical diatribe in his private journal. "Russian people are being reduced before our eyes. The historical core of Russia is getting empty. The majority in the party nomenclatura, the military, and the KGB sympathized with writers such as Valentin Rasputin, who bemoaned the destruction of the Russian peasantry. And in 1988-89, because of Glasnost, they began to read the works of the previously banned Russian nationalists such as Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Gorbachev was a principled internationalist, but Chernayev registered his dangerous tilt towards Russians. Raisa Gorbacheva was on the executive board of the Soviet Cultural Foundation in Moscow that included Russian cultural historians, nationalist writers, and members of the Russian Orthodox Church. The foundation rediscovered the treasures of old Russian culture, published Russian pre-revolutionary thinkers, and, as one of its leaders put it, restored Russian dignity. Gorbachev donated to the foundation all his book royalties. Many party officials followed suit. If Gorbachev hoped to keep Russian nationalists inside the Soviet tent, however, he was wrong. By the end of 1989, most of the party and bureaucratic cadres from Russian regions considered Gorbachev's perestroika a disaster. They began to push for a Russian Communist Party inside the CPSU that could give them a national political base. In October 1989, the Supreme Soviets of the RSFSR and the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, the two still unreformed and moribund bodies, convened in Moscow and Kiev to change the Republican constitutions. The blueprints for reforms agreed at the Politburo and announced by the media prescribed that the Russian and Ukrainian republics would form new two-tiered representative institutions, just as had already been created at the Union level, a periodic Congress of People's Deputies and a permanent Supreme Soviet. In Kiev, the Ukrainian Assembly diverged from the Moscow blueprint and just voted to hold elections for a new Supreme Soviet. In Moscow, many delegates, elected under the old rules, were anxious and resisted the change. They did not understand why the huge and complex republic, with many autonomous republics within it, should be plunged into political uncertainty. Anybody could see that the political experiment at the Union level had already produced rampant populism, unruly opposition, strikes, and economic troubles. The conservative deputies became even more defiant when groups of Moscow-based radicals accosted them with radical slogans on the route from the hotel to the Kremlin's Congress Hall. Vitaly Vorotnikov, who chaired the assembly, carried out the Politburo decision and steered the party conservatives to approve the new constitution. The pro-reform deputies proposed that all deputies should be elected by popular vote. This move was duly approved as well. In 9 months, this reform would revolutionize Soviet politics. Andrei Sakharov and other opposition intellectuals discussed the Russian question from the liberal perspective of equality for ethnic minorities. Sakharov thought that Russians should not dominate in a future voluntary union. The RSFSR was too big and had to be broken up into several parts. This partition would make other smaller republics feel equal. On 27 November 1989, Sakharov delivered his constitutional proposals to Gorbachev. The Soviet leader ignored them, however. He was too busy with current politics. This was when the Moscow opposition demanded the abolition of the party's monopoly on power, codified by the 6th article of the Soviet Constitution. The issue was the focus of the second session of the Congress of People's Deputies of the USSR, held in Moscow between 12 and 24 December. Sakharov, Afanasyev, and other MDG leaders decided to call for an all-union political strike to force Gorbachev and the party to give up power. This effort fizzled out. Most workers did not respond to the call of Moscow-based intellectuals. Then, on 14 December, Sakharov suddenly died from a heart attack. The opposition buried him as a martyr to the cause. Frustrated by the conservative majority in the Congress and the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, the Moscow opposition leaders shifted their energy to the forthcoming elections of the RSFSR Congress. Those elections, Phase 2 of Gorbachev's design of socialist democracy, were originally scheduled for November 1989, but they were postponed until March 1990. This delay helped the opposition to organize itself more robustly. At a meeting in Moscow in January 1990, the opposition figures created a movement under a new name, Democratic Russia. The movement consisted of ex-dissidents, scientists, writers, academics, intellectuals, and other members of the intelligentsia. Most of them vowed to fight for the ideas of Andrei Sakharov: freedom, democracy, the rights of man, a multi-party system, free elections, and a market economy. Democratic Russia excluded illiberal Russian nationalists. The journal Ogonyok, with its circulation of 4.6 million, published the appeal of democratic Russia free of charge. The movement called for full sovereignty of the RSFSR. The Union would have only the powers that Russia and other republics voluntarily delegated to it. In the fall of 1989, Boris Yeltsin still struggled to find his own voice. It was a rough patch in his life. Pravda published an article from the Italian newspaper La Repubblica that described his drinking and uncouth conduct during his American trip. Shortly thereafter, Yeltsin was involved in an accident. His chauffeured car made an illegal U-turn in broad daylight and smashed into an oncoming car on Tverskaya Street near the Kremlin. Yeltsin was uninjured, but the driver of the other car suffered a heart attack. The next incident was even more embarrassing. Police found Yeltsin in a brook under a bridge in the countryside near Moscow. He was soaking wet, holding 2 bunches of flowers. His first reaction was to ask the policeman not to report the incident. Then he claimed some mysterious thugs had attacked him and thrown him off the bridge. Gorbachev held parliamentary hearings on the attack on B.N. Yeltsin, which turned into a humiliating farce. Yeltsin said he did not want to talk about his private life. The rumors spread that he had been visiting his mistress. Yeltsin's authority suffered tremendously. His misfortunes helped Yeltsin to make a momentous decision: to become a Russian politician. At first he had leaned towards Russian conservative nationalism, yet his trip to the United States had converted him to a liberal agenda. In early December 1989 he announced that he would become the President of Russia. His mission, Yeltsin declared, would be the democratic, national, and spiritual resurrection of Russia. Yeltsin's Russia was not the entire Union, it was the RSFSR only. He wanted the core of the USSR to gain full sovereignty, get its own constitution, join the European Economic Community, and reach trade agreements with the United States, Japan, and Great Britain. Those were absurdly ambitious goals, yet they gave Yeltsin a radical populist agenda. He finally came out of the shade of Gorbachev's perestroika. His message to Russian nationalists was, "Russia is the only republic devoid of statehood without economic, political, social, and scientific institutions that other republics had long possessed." For the Moscow intelligentsia, his message was different. The RSFSR was a better target for the Democrats. He brushed off accusations of separatism. He just wanted to reform the Soviet Union. If the opposition were to win elections to the Russian Congress, and after democracy wins in Russia, sooner or later it would win on the Soviet Union scale. And he promised his populist base that he would defeat the party bosses and reallocate Russian resources for the benefit of Russian people. The Yeltsin phenomenon found a new traction. He became a contender for the empty seat of the Russian Tsar. The Russian people forgave their hero all his misdemeanors. Cab drivers and plumbers, industrial workers and peasants were absolutely certain that Yeltsin had been framed by the KGB and party bosses. Very few people realized at the time that Yeltsin's new agenda would not reform, but in fact destroy the Soviet Union. They longed, nevertheless, for a new course and decisive actions. Yeltsin ran an aggressive populist campaign. At numerous rallies with workers and peasants in Moscow and in the Urals, he called for a resurgence of Russia and urged the Russians who lived in other republics to return to Russia. In his ghost-written memoirs, he described his humble origins and presented himself as a defender of the common Russian people against the party bosses. The book also criticized the luxurious lifestyle of Mikhail and Raisa Gorbachev, describing their opulent villas near Moscow and in Crimea. This luxury, Yeltsin wrote, would be normal in a well-to-do country, but not in Russia, where men and women had to endure food lines and empty stores. This excerpt was picked up by the Western media, who wrote reviews and articles about Yeltsin's memoirs that had been translated and published in the West. Chernayev informed Gorbachev about this with the comment, "libelous and dirty." True, but Yeltsin's allegations affected many Russians. Chernayev in his diaries feared that Russian intellectuals and ordinary people might unthinkingly support Yeltsin, just like their ancestors had supported the demagogues in 1917. On 4 March 1990, at the elections to the RSFSR Congress of People's Deputies, Yeltsin ran a campaign on his home turf of Sverdlovsk in the Urals and won a 70% majority. He immediately traveled to Western Europe on a book tour. In Spain, Italy, the United Kingdom, and France, the elites received him with guarded curiosity, as a nationalist demagogue without a positive program. In Paris, Yeltsin took part in a popular talk show debating against the Russian philosopher Alexander Zinoviev. The latter had been evicted from the Soviet Union in the 1970s and had just published Katastroika, a satire on Gorbachev's reforms. Unexpectedly, the Russian dissident attacked Yeltsin as a populist and demagogue. When Yeltsin argued that a multi-party system in Russia would bring social justice, Zinoviev objected. "You can create 1,000 political parties in the Soviet Union, and all of them would degenerate into political mafias." The anchorman asked Yeltsin, "How do you view the future of the USSR?" Yeltsin responded that people would choose young and energetic leaders who would fix everything, but without a super-authoritarian power. Zinoviev replied that Russian people had already seized power in 1917, but this had merely resulted in Stalin's dictatorship. Yeltsin, he said, would kill the USSR, and the West would applaud him. In several years, however, Russian society would slide back to authoritarianism, and people would feel nostalgia for Brezhnev's golden age. The host asked Yeltsin whether he wanted to replace Gorbachev as president of the USSR. Yeltsin replied with a smirk, "No, the future belongs to Russia." Yeltsin lived up to his words, but Zinoviev's verdict turned out also to be prophetic. Gorbachev's presidency. In January 1990, Gorbachev was worn down by economic and nationalist problems, yet he believed that he had pushed the Soviet Union from its totalitarian moorings. Raisa privately encouraged her husband to retire. She doubted that he could sustain much more stress. But Gorbachev did not leave, not in 1990, and not even a year later. He repeated to his aides that he did not like power for power's sake, yet he was convinced that he was the only person who could steer perestroika forward. The problem was that with every month, the sense of chaos and crisis in the country increased. The attempted harmonization of nationalities, utopian from the start, was a fiasco. In December 1989, despite all efforts of the Kremlin to stop it, the Lithuanian Communist Party declared its secession from the CPSU and its course towards complete national independence. Gorbachev convened the party plenum in Moscow, where many angrily demanded that he use force to stop the secession. The party emissaries went to Lithuania for negotiations and returned empty-handed. In January 1990, Gorbachev flew there himself and appealed to healthy forces. He blamed Stalin for turning the Soviet Union into a totalitarian unitary state and invited the Balts to take part in a genuine federation of republics with rules for secession. He even accepted the idea of a multi-party state. All those offers, one observer noted, had a stronger impact on the foreign journalists than on the Lithuanians. The latter saw that they now had a golden opportunity to exit the Soviet Union. Some historians later claimed that had Gorbachev offered the Balts the possibility of a meaningful exit, he could have detached the Baltic fuse from the ticking bomb of separatism inside the rest of the Soviet Union. This was yet another intellectual speculation. Gorbachev's main problem was not Lithuania, it was about the Russians. When speaking at an industrial plant in Vilnius, Gorbachev said to the workers, most of them ethnic Russians, that some people were peddling a ludicrous idea that if Russia secedes from the Union, in 4 years it will be the most prosperous state in the world. Suddenly, the crowd began to applaud, clearly in approval of what Gorbachev deemed absurd. He snapped, "Do not applaud. Better listen to me." Gorbachev's mood during his trip darkened from fury and confusion. He returned to Moscow in a somber frame of mind. That same month, January 1990, the Politburo had to use military force in Azerbaijan. The party there had disintegrated, and nationalists of the People's Front, many of them from the national intelligentsia, had taken over. The Soviet border with Iran, where ethnic Azeris had lived for centuries, was breached by a jubilant mob, echoing the opening of the Berlin Wall the previous year. This time, however, Soviet motorized and airborne divisions crushed the Azeris' desire for sovereignty and restored the state border of the USSR. In Baku, over 100 locals and up to 20 military personnel were killed. The crackdown in Azerbaijan, of course, was not a solution, it was just a means to buy time. Raisa recalled that she barely recognized her husband the day after the military operation in Baku. His face was gray, he had aged visibly, as if he suffered a split in his soul. This was yet another instance of Gorbachev's visceral aversion to the use of force. An admirable moral quality in an individual, this was a huge political flaw in the leader of a country with a tragic history and facing a rising wave of toxic nationalism. In January 1990, the Kremlin leader faced a dilemma: to use force and keep the existing state intact, or continue on his course of devolving power to the republics. Ultimately, Gorbachev chose the second path. In Moscow, the Russian democratic opposition did not know about Gorbachev's moral pangs. Afanasyev, Gavril Popov, Sergei Stankevich, and other leaders of democratic Russia held a huge rally on 4 February, attended by 500,000 people, in support of democracy and Lithuanian independence. They also protested against Russian fascism. Hundreds of rallies and protests took place in industrial areas of the RSFSR. Following Yeltsin's example, The opposition shifted gears and tapped into the popular wrath of the party-state leaders and bureaucracies. Emboldened by their success, Afanasyev and his colleagues promised another massive rally in Moscow on 25 February, the anniversary of the Russian Revolution of 1917. The opposition counted on 1 million people attending, but the numbers, in fact, fell far short of that goal. The protesters carried banners against the party nomenklatura and Ryzhkov's government, but also chanted, for the first time, "Down with Gorbachev." Popov and Afanasyev demanded a round-table discussion with the opposition and a democratic government of national salvation. The Moscow media, including the widely popular newspapers Arguments and Facts and Moscow News, even program producers and journalists at the state television station, still controlled by the Kremlin, rooted for the opposition. Lenin had famously defined 3 conditions for a Russian revolution: the paralysis of power, people's loss of fear of and growing contempt for the authorities, and a deterioration of living conditions. In January 1990, the situation was stacked against Gorbachev on all 3 counts. And yet, the Soviet leader, who knew Lenin's formula by heart, remained optimistic. At a meeting with miners in early February 1990, he said that he counted on 2 important qualities of the Russian people: their patriotism and great patience and endurance. Gorbachev was not the first Soviet leader to think of the Russians as the last reserve. The majority of Russians, however, wanted Gorbachev to use his power, not to devolve it, and Gorbachev's reluctance to use that power appeared to many as weakness. The Soviet leader also suffered from an accumulating crisis of confidence. His long-winded explanations, in contrast to Yeltsin's more succinct populist style, no longer appealed to the majority, who felt cheated and disillusioned. The Soviet leader still convened regular Politburo meetings, but instead of setting policies there for the party apparatus, he would waste time in endless discussions. The conservative reformers concealed their skepticism of his leadership. Ligachev thought the abdication of power by the party was a huge political mistake. Vorotnikov demanded Gorbachev's resignation. Ryzhkov, responsible for the failing economic reforms, circled the wagons and bristled at any criticism. On the liberal side, Shevardnadze and Yakovlev also felt alienated and on their own. Gorbachev's self-isolation progressed. He kept asking naive questions. Why do people forgive Yeltsin for everything? Why do the problems in Moscow and Leningrad get worse? What have we done wrong? He did not expect any answers. His colleagues merely wondered what kind of an isolationist bubble the General Secretary lived in. Everyone in the Politburo could now see that the political system created in 1989 was terribly ineffective. The double-tiered representative assemblies could not govern the country in a crisis. They were part of that crisis. The conservative reformers believed that the country needed strong executive power. The Politburo liberals feared a reactionary rollback and the end of socialist democracy. Yakovlev urged Gorbachev to seize power before it is too late, to become the president of the USSR and sideline the Politburo, the party elites, and even the Supreme Soviet. In Yakovlev's scenario, Gorbachev should appeal directly to the people in Leninist fashion, offering land to peasants, factories to workers, a real union of states to the republics, a multi-party politics for the Democrats. He should also purge the army and central apparatus, dispatch Ryzhkov's government, liquidate central ministries, pull troops out of Eastern Europe, ask the West for big loans, and implement some kind of urgent measures in the economy. Even Chernayev was taken aback by this neo-Leninist radicalism. "Where could one find the new elites?" asked Gorbachev's aide. Yakovlev replied, "There are plenty. One should only have the courage to call on them, in the spirit of revolution." The Soviet leader wanted to guide the country by his vision, not by force. In January 1990, Gorbachev began to write up a new ideological platform for a future party congress. After endless amendments, the document proclaimed a humane, democratic socialism as a new mission for the Reformed Party. 3 months later, Gorbachev began to work with great passion on A Word About Lenin, an article for the Soviet press to commemorate the birthday of the leader of world communism on 22 April. He confessed to Chernyov and Shakhnazarov that he admired his own text. "When I read a genuinely talented thing," he said, "it is not the content that captures my imagination, but the language, the words. I can ponder a single phrase for hours." His theoretical work induced Gorbachev to undertake more constitutional amendments. In December 1989, he had been against abolishing the 6th article of the Soviet Constitution. But at the end of January 1990, he suddenly changed his mind and ambushed the Politburo with 2 ideas. First, the party, he now thought, could reform itself only after rescinding its monopoly on power. Second, a new institution of the presidency should replace the old hierarchical power structure. Ligachev was predictably upset. "The presidential rule is very important," he said, "but the main political force is the party. In the final analysis, only the party is capable of enforcing everything." He and Ryzhkov agreed on the idea of a president as long as the party plenum nominated and approved a candidate for this post. However, Gorbachev chose a middle way. He would be nominated by the party, yet also elected at the Congress. Nobody had even mentioned openly democratic elections. Gorbachev proposed several specific constitutional amendments on the exit of republics from the Soviet Union, on the sovereignty of the autonomous territories, on the creation of a presidential council and a federation council, the body consisting of the heads of Republican Supreme Soviets, and on the right of the president to issue decrees. All those changes, approved by the Politburo, would be adopted at the extraordinary Congress of People's Deputies in mid-March without a national referendum. After this, work should begin on a new Union treaty. This document would legitimize a compact between the center and the republics, define their rights, responsibilities, economic assets, and finances. This was a heavy workload, but Gorbachev threw himself into legislative work with his customary energy. In early February, Gorbachev convened the party plenum to approve the changes. To dilute the quorum of regional party bosses, he invited 500 guests, workers, scientists, the military. The party regional secretaries, mostly Russians, pressed their complaints. Vladimir Brovikov, former head of Belorussia's party organization and now ambassador to Poland, harangued, "We brought our mother Russia down to such a poor state, turned it from a power the world admired into a state with a failed past, mirthless present, and murky future." Supporters of Gorbachev defended his foreign policy, but they were out of their depth on domestic issues. Gorbachev was furious, but he allowed his critics to vent their anger. The plenum sessions lasted until midnight. When the audience became exhausted, the General Secretary announced his own conclusions and obtained the agreements he wanted. On 12 March 1990, over 2,000 deputies came to the Kremlin Hall for the opening of the 3rd session of the Congress of People's Deputies. The removal of the 6th article was already predetermined, meaning an end to the party's monopoly. The discussion of the presidency, in contrast, turned into a political drama that lasted for 2 days. On 13 March, the Democrats moved an amendment banning the president from occupying any other political position. Almost twice as many delegates voted for it than against it. Had this amendment passed, Gorbachev would have been forced to step down as the party leader with unpredictable consequences. The Moscow opposition insisted on a clear division between the state and the party. More shockingly, many conservative party officials, above all Russians, supported this division. Gorbachev faced a deadly synergy between the resentful Russian conservatives and democratic populists. The middle ground was dwindling. Yeltsin did not even attend, but his supporters at the Congress voted against Gorbachev's presidency. Fortunately for the Soviet leader, a number of delegates rallied behind him. Anatoly Sobchak, a deputy from Leningrad, evoked the image of China's Tiananmen Square in the event of political chaos. Another deputy from Leningrad, Dmitry Lakhatchev, compared the current moment with 1917, which he had witnessed as a child. Division between the party and the state, he said, would lead to a dual power in the country and to civil war. The Congress voted to pass the law on the presidency. It became part of the Constitution. The Congress also approved the president's prerogatives to introduce an emergency or presidential rule in any republic of the Union while respecting its sovereignty and territorial integrity. The president had powers of the commander-in-chief and could, with consent and advice of the Supreme Soviet, appoint the government, declare mobilization, and respond to an armed attack. After the law was passed, the party plenum, held in another hall inside the Kremlin, supported Gorbachev's candidacy. Then the Congress took a secret vote. 1,329 delegates voted to make Gorbachev the president of the USSR. Some 500 delegates, among them many radical Democrats, voted against. Over 300 abstained or were absent. Yeltsin was among them. From now on, Gorbachev presided over three institutions: the Politburo, the Presidential Council, and the Council of Federation. It took only a few weeks, however, to recognize that the main problem remained the same. It was not the lack of power in Gorbachev's hands, but his lack of an idea what to use this power for, along with his principled refusal to use force. He did not form a new government. Instead, he had endless consultations on who would replace him as the head of the Supreme Soviet. Yakovlev clearly wanted the job, but Gorbachev opted for Lukyanov, a skilled parliamentarian. Gorbachev also moved his cabinet from the party headquarters to the Old Square to the Kremlin. The Presidential Council included the KGB's Khrushchev, Marshal Yazov, and other key ministers. As an indication of future economic moves, Gorbachev elevated two economists, Stanislav Shatalin and Nikolai Petrakov, both supporters of a market economy. The other members were intellectuals, writers, and even one intelligent worker. Abalkin, the state bank's Gerashenko, the Minister of Finance Pavlov, and captains of big state corporations were not invited. All meetings took place in Gorbachev's offices, one in the party headquarters, another in the Kremlin. Even rituals remained the same. During long sessions at Gorbachev's signal, servants would bring cups of tea with small pastries. If the meetings lasted until long after lunch, as they usually did, participants would be offered small sandwiches. After many hours, fatigue would set in. The room lacked fresh air because Gorbachev ordered the air conditioning to be turned off for fear of rheumatism. Having dismantled the party secretariat, Gorbachev did not create a presidential administration. Instead, he relied on his chief of staff, Valery Boldin, who was in charge of all correspondence, stenography, archives, and secretarial duties. A former journalist, Boldin had no particular talent except punctuality. He was part of Gorbachev's inner circle from Andropov's time and enjoyed Raissa's complete trust. However, Gorbachev's biographer writes that Boldin was secretly seditious, conspiring against his boss by filtering information that arrived on his desk. At the same time, Gorbachev did not translate any information, including from the lengthy meetings he chaired, into executive decisions. Most Politburo meetings and later sessions of the Presidential Council ended in resolutions, the texts prepared for the media rather than specific instructions for the bureaucracy. Officials learned to interpret the resolutions in the way they wanted, or simply ignored them. Gorbachev's presidency had other unintended consequences. Nur-Sultan Nazarbayev, the 50-year-old party head of the Kazakh Soviet Socialist Republic, who had effusively supported Gorbachev, suddenly announced he would become the president of Kazakhstan. 2 weeks later, the party head of Uzbekistan, Islam Karimov, said the same. Gorbachev reacted with genuine surprise. How come? Without any advice and consent, I thought we had agreed that there would be only one president in the country. Karimov calmly replied, "It is the wish of the people." Nazarbayev intoned, "People in Kazakhstan also say, 'Can't we have a president too?'" Gorbachev then lamely agreed. Thus he had recognized the right of the Republican potentates to change the Republican Constitution in the same way the Kremlin had done. Germany and Lithuania. On 26 January 1990, Gorbachev convened in his office a select group to discuss German reunification. The meltdown of the GDR had ruined his timetable for construction of the common European home. It became clear that German reunification would take months, not years. Everyone at the meeting understood the historical meaning of this development for the security and geopolitical future of the Soviet Union. Shevardnadze's older brother had died at Brest-Litovsk during the first days of the German invasion in June 1941. Chernayev, Yakovlev, Shakhnazarov, and Marshal Akhromiev had all fought in the Great Patriotic War as junior officers and soldiers. Ryzhkov's family had to flee from the advancing German troops. Gorbachev had lost 3 of his uncles and had grown up under German occupation. The discussion on the German question was remarkably calm and pragmatic. Chernayev spoke first and said the Kremlin could not prevent the reunification of Germany. Therefore, the only viable option was to cooperate with Chancellor Kohl and negotiate a settlement with 3 Western powers who still had the occupational authority within the Potsdam framework of 1945. Gorbachev agreed that the Soviet Union had no moral right to oppose the German striving for unity, but insisted that German unification must be synchronized with the creation of a common European home, which would include the USSR. Nobody should consider, he said, that a unified Germany could join NATO. The presence of our troops would preclude it, and we can withdraw them if the Americans withdraw, and they will not do so for a long time. The Americans, however, played a different game. The danger, Brent Scowcroft recalled, was that Gorbachev might make an offer to Kohl that Kohl would feel he could not refuse. Years later, Scowcroft wondered, "I still don't know why Gorbachev didn't do it." This was the danger behind Germany's neutrality, which would have entailed the collapse of NATO and the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Europe. After the Malta summit between Bush and Gorbachev in early December 1989, the American president met with Kohl and offered him his full backing for German reunification in exchange for the Chancellor's unwavering support in preserving NATO. The 2 leaders agreed that their common goal would be to get Soviet troops out of Eastern Europe and East Germany. To achieve this, they had to tread judiciously and keep Gorbachev in power for as long as possible. On 5 February, Kohl offered the GDR a monetary union, which would take effect on 1 July. Disregarding the huge costs of such an endeavor, the Chancellor promised to pay for the exchange of all devalued Eastern marks into Deutschmarks at the rate of 1-to-1. This amounted to the biggest bribe in modern times, and it changed the balance of power in Central Europe. Even Soviet troops in East Germany, the Soviet main asset, succumbed to the Deutschmark. All of a sudden, Gorbachev faced another dilemma: to find hard currency to pay for the maintenance of Soviet forces there, or to withdraw them. The second option would be humiliating and politically disastrous. The first option was impossible, as Soviet currency reserves were approaching zero. On 9 February, Secretary of State James Baker flew to Moscow to inform Gorbachev about the Western line on German unification. What would be better for Soviet security, he asked rhetorically, a non-aligned and unstable Germany, or Germany within NATO? The Secretary of State promised to sweeten the bitter pill that NATO's jurisdiction and military presence would not move even an inch in the direction of the East. Gorbachev later claimed this pledge was the nucleus of a future deal on Germany. At the time, however, he simply remarked, "Of course the expansion of the NATO zone is unacceptable." Later, numerous critics would blame the Soviet leader for his failure to capitalize on Baker's pledge. Gorbachev, however, knew better the weakness of his negotiating position. Kohl also flew to Moscow and met with Gorbachev the next day. The Soviet leader delighted him by declaring that the future of Germany should be decided by Germans themselves in the context of realities, including German neutrality, the recognition of existing German borders, the European situation as a whole, and Soviet economic interests. Kohl accepted all these realities except for German neutrality. A unified Germany would stay in NATO. Deftly, he offered Gorbachev a special relationship. If you have any problems, I would be ready to meet you at the first sign at several hours' notice. This was the offer that the struggling father of perestroika badly needed. Baker and Kohl knew that the Soviet balance of payments was in a pre-default situation. Soviet oil and gas industries, the main providers of hard currency, were projected to have a downturn in production, and therefore in profits. As of December 1989, Western banks for the first time had refused to accept the Soviet Union's requests for commercial credits. Even its old partners, such as the Deutsche Bank and the Austrian banks, had closed off Soviet access to Western money markets. The main reason for this was Soviet political instability and the impending shift of power from the center to the republics. Western bankers wanted to know who exactly would be paying them back in a few years. Meanwhile, the export revenues of state enterprises, associations, and cooperatives were flowing into offshore accounts via ingenious schemes instead of into the Soviet budget. And yet, the volume of Soviet imports kept growing. Faced with this credit crunch, the State Bank of the USSR arranged swap operations with a collateral of gold and diamonds in exchange for foreign currency. This did not help. The hole in the balance of payments kept growing. Cargo ships that brought grain and other imported goods to Soviet ports had to wait there for weeks for freight payments to be made. Kohl and Bush met again at Camp David toward the end of February 1990 to compare notes. Western sources in Moscow reported that the loss of East Germany and the specter of NATO moving eastwards might enrage the Russians and lead to Gorbachev's overthrow. Bush and Scowcroft were particularly concerned about the mood of the Soviet military. The President and the Chancellor agreed to act cautiously, protecting Gorbachev's prestige and standing. Still, Bush argued, the Soviets were up against the wall. This may end up as a matter of cash. They need money. Because of Kohl's monetary union, Gorbachev had to find a solution before July. He might accept the Western position on Germany and NATO at the next summit in Washington, scheduled for the end of May. The Lithuanian crisis was also a huge problem for Gorbachev. On 11 March, after the Republican elections that ended in triumph for the nationalists, the Lithuanian parliament issued its declaration to restore the sovereignty and constitution of the old Lithuania. They also approved about 80 laws and resolutions that restored the state of Lithuania. The Lithuanian nationalists did precisely what Bush and Kohl wanted to avoid. They painted Gorbachev into a corner. They also elected the former professor of the Vilnius Conservatory, Vytautas Landsbergis, as chairman of the National Assembly. The Soviet leadership agonized. The head of Gosplan, Yuri Maslyukov, wanted to make an offer to Lithuania. It could leave the Union, but without the territories of Vilnius, or Vilno, and Klaipėda, that had become attached to Lithuania after the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact of 1939. Ryzhkov and Vorotnikov warned that such an offer would trigger into action Ukrainian and Russian nationalists. Suddenly, Ryzhkov recalled Andropov's old project. A new union should abolish national autonomies and dilute Republican sovereignties. The same Congress that had made Gorbachev the president also declared Lithuanian independence as illegal and empowered Gorbachev to ensure the interests and rights of the USSR, as well as applied republics on Lithuanian territory. Gorbachev sent to Lithuania the commander of Soviet ground forces, Valentin Varenikov, to ensure that the vital objects of the economy and communications assets stayed under Moscow's control. Varenikov returned to Moscow to propose presidential rule for Lithuania, which meant that the military could take over power from the elected parliament. The Politburo discussed this option on 22 March. Ligachev and the Minister of Defense, Marshal Yazov, urged immediate military action. They feared that time was on the side of the separatists. Ryzhkov demurred. The main danger, he said, was not Lithuanian, but Russian separatism. If Yeltsin and those from the Moscow opposition came to power in the RSFSR, Ryzhkov argued, they will effortlessly destroy the Soviet Union, overthrow the party and government leaders. Yakovlev kept silent. His appeasement of the Balts in the past had compromised him. Gorbachev listened but did not take a stand. Chernayev left the Politburo meeting in a depressed state, haunted by memories of Czechoslovakia in 1968. If Gorbachev carries out a massacre in Lithuania, he wrote in his diary, I am not only going to resign, I will probably do something more. A few days later, the Supreme Soviet of Estonia declared the power of the USSR in the Republic to be illegal and restored an independent Estonian state. The Supreme Soviet of the USSR finally passed a law on the exit of republics from the Union. It was a laborious process which could only happen after 2/3 of a republic's voters approved of secession in a referendum. Other republics and the Congress of the USSR also had to approve the secession. The Balts regarded it as a ruse to block their path to independence. Still, legally, it was another step towards the constitutional devolution of powers to the republics. On 9 April, Gorbachev summoned the Presidential Council to discuss Lithuania again. The KGB's Khrushchev and the Minister of the Interior, Vadim Bakatin, reported their findings. Khrushchev prevaricated. He wanted to use force, but he knew that Gorbachev would not be in favor. Bakatin did not tiptoe around the issue. The crisis, he said, can only be solved by force. We have no other levers. He proposed to take Lithuania's main economic assets into Moscow's control, cut off the delivery of oil and gasoline to Lithuania, and prevent Lithuanians from reselling Soviet goods abroad. Moscow should also ask Western leaders to encourage the Lithuanians to cooperate. Bakatin's proposal of economic pressure stole the thunder from Verenikov. This angered the Minister of Defense, Yazov. For how long we can wait? We can fix this in 3-5 days, maximum a week. Ryzhkov objected. This may end up in a civil war. On 13 April, the Soviet government informed the Lithuanian authorities that they must rescind their unilateral measures within 2 days or pay for the goods delivered from other republics in freely convertible currency. This document did not demand the repeal of the Lithuanian Declaration of Independence. The nationalists in Vilnius refused to negotiate. On 18 April, delivery of oil to Lithuania almost stopped. Many wrote about a blockade and strangulation of Lithuania, yet it was not true. Lithuania had enough gasoline to last until June, and it continued to receive 1/5 of its usual supply of gas. The agrarian republic had no shortage of food. It could even arrange deliveries of exportable goods from other republics via cooperatives and enterprises which bypassed the ruling of Moscow. On 6 April, Shevardnadze met with Bush in the Oval Office and asked him to support Moscow in the constitutional conflict with Lithuania. Bush let him know that only the use of force or the perceived crushing of Lithuania would be a problem. We are caught in 50 years of history, mused the U.S. president, who then called for a dialogue. A few days later, talking to the Canadian Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, Bush admitted that a conflict between Lithuania and the USSR worried him enormously. Gorbachev, he said, was under severe criticism for losing Eastern Europe and Germany, and now facing the possible breakup of the Soviet Union. He also hinted that if a crackdown in Lithuania happened, the U.S. administration would do little to punish the USSR. Even in the worst-case scenario, Bush mused, we would have to figure out how to get things back on track afterwards. Landsbergis also suspected that the U.S. government would not stand by him. He spoke about another Munich, meaning Western appeasement of Gorbachev. The Baltic Americans and some members of Congress demanded immediate U.S. recognition of Lithuanian independence and economic sanctions against the USSR. This rattled Bush and Scowcroft. The latter recalled that the Balts were pouring gasoline on a flame. The reality was that the only way the Baltic states could achieve lasting independence was with the acquiescence of the Kremlin. Our task was to bring Moscow to this point. Bush and Scowcroft met with the Baltic Americans and tried to convince them that Lithuania's independence hung on keeping Gorbachev in power. The Baltic Americans insisted the freedom of Lithuania would pave the way for the freedom of Russia, and Western firmness would constrain Soviet hardliners. Western European governments also thought that the Lithuanian separatists were acting rashly. The Soviet leader had to be given more time to negotiate a new stable framework in Europe and a new union at home. Lithuania, said the German Foreign Minister Hans-Dietrich Genscher in a conversation with Bush, happened 6 to 12 months too early for Gorbachev. President Mitterrand intoned at his meeting with Bush, "We should encourage the Lithuanians to be wise." If other dominoes in the Soviet Empire began to fall, he continued, then, Gorbachev is gone, a military dictatorship would result. This became a common Western position. Mitterrand and Bush agreed to communicate to more moderate Lithuanians the suggestion that they delay their declaration of independence as a way of breaking the impasse with the Kremlin. On 24 April, Mitterrand and Kohl sent a joint letter to the Lithuanian leadership arguing to this effect. On 26 April, the Lithuanian worker Stanislovas Zemaitis died by setting himself on fire in Moscow in front of the Bolshoi Theater as a form of protest. Most Lithuanians, however, were not ready to make the ultimate sacrifice. Western refusal to recognize Lithuania and Gorbachev's resolve sobered the Lithuanian parliamentarians as well. On 4 May, the Latvian Supreme Soviet joined Lithuania and Estonia and declared the restitution of the pre-1940 independent Latvian state. Yet, in Latvia and Estonia, half of the population were Russian speakers. The leaders of those republics decided to negotiate with Moscow. This was the moment when Shakhnazarov proposed that Gorbachev convene a round-table discussion with all Republican leaders to discuss a new Union treaty. Those who wanted independence could sign the treaty, while those who did not would get an associated status within the Union and pay full price for energy resources. In this way, Gorbachev could also constrain Georgian, Armenian, and Azeri separatists. That was the only way, Shakhnazarov concluded, to defuse the Baltic bomb. This was Sakharov's logic without Sakharov, yet Shakhnazarov counted on Gorbachev's presidential powers to bring the Republican rulers inside the one tent. Gorbachev, however, concentrated on Lithuania as if this was the main problem plaguing the Soviet state. He thundered, "I will press Lithuanian separatists all against the wall." On 18 May, he met with the Lithuanian Prime Minister Kazimiera Prunskienė, a more moderate, reasonable alternative to Landsbergis. Gorbachev wanted Prunskienė to go to Vilnius and convince the parliament to freeze their declaration of independence. Prunskienė left the Kremlin under the impression that Gorbachev had caved in to the military. She appealed to Western diplomats for help against the Moscow hardliners. The Lithuanian crisis and the Soviet embargo continued. Germany and Russia. During the celebrations of 1 May, the International Day of Proletarian Solidarity, Gorbachev stood on the podium of the Lenin Mausoleum, flanked by his usual entourage. The new face next to him was the head of Moscow City Council, Gavril Popov, elected in March on the platform of Democratic Russia. Popov had advised Gorbachev to allow an alternative demonstration of political parties, clubs, and associations, which on the day mushroomed, thanks to liberalization. Liberal Democrats, Christian Democrats, anarchist syndicalists, and other independent political parties and clubs came to the celebrations under different colors. Some brought red flags with the hammer and sickle ripped out. About 100 of the demonstrators stopped in front of the mausoleum and began to chant, "Socialism, no thanks. Communists, you are bankrupt. Down with the fascist Red Empire. Freedom to Lithuania. Down with the Politburo. Down with Gorbachev. Resign, resign, resign. Most of the crowd were ethnic Russians. The nationwide television broadcast was halted, but cameras captured the stony-faced Khrushchev and Yazov, who stared above the crowd with blank eyes. In August 1968, when 8 dissidents had come out on Red Square protesting against the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia, they were beaten and arrested by the KGB. This time, the ranks of KGB officers stood motionless, without instructions on how to behave. The May Day stampede lasted for 25 minutes. Finally, Gorbachev turned around and left the mausoleum, followed by other leaders. The mob shouted at their backs, "Shame!" In the corridors of the Kremlin, Ligachev approached Gorbachev, his face crimson from humiliation. "Look what a deplorable state the country is in." Gorbachev dismissed the protesters as hooligans and thugs, and blamed Popov for the idea of including them in the festivities. Yet he was also insulted and humiliated. His authority was damaged for all to see. He was falling into a deep hole between the radicalizing Democrats of democratic Russia, who fomented political anarchy, and enraged conservatives in the party and state security. The latter could read him the riot act at the approaching party congress now less than 3 months away. The Lithuanian secession and the inclusion of East Germany within NATO were already bad enough and could cost Gorbachev his party leadership. On 3 May, the Politburo discussed a new negotiating position on German unification. The policy draft, prepared by Chernayev and signed by Shevardnadze, Khrushchev, Yazov, and Yakovlev, proposed a unified Germany in NATO in exchange for Western concessions and guarantees. Suddenly, however, Gorbachev dismissed the draft with a burst of patriotic rhetoric. If the West continued to insist on Germany within NATO, he said, we should pull out from talks on the reduction of conventional forces in Europe and from the START talks with the United States on strategic arms reductions. The Politburo fell silent, and only Ligachev looked satisfied. Even Gorbachev's loyal aide did not understand. Why these theatrics? Chernayev pleaded with his boss to reconsider. Our real security was defined at the Soviet-American negotiations. The USSR needs, as never before, Western support of perestroika. Chernayev had hit the nail on the head. Gorbachev required tangible proof that the Soviet Union and the West would begin to converge on the road towards a new world order, Gorbachev being one of the key architects. And Gorbachev knew that his position was weakening by the day. He still held the keys to a German settlement, but the keys to Western cash flows were in Bonn and Washington. At this point, Kohl made another deft gesture. He offered Gorbachev cash to help him out. In mid-May, he sent his personal aide, Horst Teltschik, to Moscow, accompanied by 2 officials from the Deutsche Bank. Gorbachev told them that the Soviet Union needed oxygen to the tune of a minimum 15 to 20 billion rubles in long-term credits in order to survive the transition to a market economy. A few days later, the Soviet leader mentioned the same amount in his talks with James Baker. It was the first time that Gorbachev had signaled he expected the West to lend him money. On 16 May 1990, the RSFSR Congress of People's Deputies opened in Moscow and lasted for 7 long weeks. All deputies were elected by direct vote, and in general the electoral campaign was remarkably free and well contested. Most deputies came from the provincial Russian bureaucracy and middle classes, as well as from the intelligentsia in big cities. Some 87% of them were party members. In contrast to the Congress of the USSR, there were only a few workers and peasants from collective farms. On the conservative flank were the nomenklatura people from the Russian provinces, party, and state officials. There was also a sizable group of KGB and police officers who ran with the promise to combat rising crime and economic insecurity with an iron hand. On the liberal flank was the Democratic Russia movement, which gained 1/5 of the seats. Its electorate was predominantly from cultural and educational institutions in Moscow, Leningrad, the industrial cities of the Volga and the Urals, and the closed cities of the military-industrial complex. Many Moscow-based Democrats of the first wave from the Supreme Soviet of the USSR ran as candidates for the Russian Assembly as well, and won election. Their optimism soared. With the exception of the television censors, the Russian media was overwhelmingly on their side. The number of independent newspapers and regular political bulletins in Moscow, Leningrad, and other cities of the Russian Federation had grown from 245 in 1988 to 920 in 1989, and it reached 1,642 in 1990. Their circulation reached an all-time peak. Viktor Shenyis, a scholar from a Moscow academic think tank and an author of the Electoral Platform for Democratic Russia, later recalled the euphoric mood of Democrats at this moment. Society woke up from its sleep and began to impose new rules on the bureaucracy. It was obvious to them that the center of politics from now on should move from the Central Soviet Assembly to the Russian one. Speaking at an international conference, Shenyis said that the end of the unitary state was inevitable. He even suggested that soon the Union institutions would be left with nothing to govern. In Gorbachev's entourage, the outcome of the Russian elections evoked a sense of gloomy fatalism. The main question was, who could defeat Yeltsin in the struggle for leadership in the Russian parliament? Gorbachev procrastinated and kept asking, whom should we choose? At the last moment, the Politburo chose a candidate, Alexander Vlasov, a pliant apparatchik without any political ambitions, who had chaired the RSFSR Supreme Soviet before the elections. One witness recalled that Gorbachev and Lukyanov sat in clear view of all deputies of the Russian Congress and conspired like the two owls. Vlasov, however, wilted under the barrage of questions and criticism from the deputies of Democratic Russia. Still, the struggle was long and hard. Yeltsin could not get a majority at the Congress. Even on the liberal flank, some intellectuals mistrusted him and considered him an ambitious authoritarian populist. Conservatives rooted for Ivan Polotskov, the party boss of a southern Russian region and the leading proponent of the Russian Communist Party within the CPSU. Gorbachev agreed, and Vlasov withdrew his candidacy. Polotskov and Yeltsin tied. Nobody could gain the majority. Then Gorbachev asked Vlasov to advance his candidacy again. He also personally attacked Yeltsin as an erratic and unreliable man, someone he would never be able to work with. The speech backfired predictably. Some conservatives who were allergic to the Soviet leader switched their support to Yeltsin. After making his disastrous intervention, Gorbachev left Moscow and flew to Washington for a Soviet-American summit. Even figures from Democratic Russia, already critical of Gorbachev, were puzzled by his erratic conduct at this crucial juncture. And the conservatives felt abandoned and betrayed by the party leader. Vorotnikov fulminated, "What did Gorbachev want? Everyone can see what would become of the USSR if Yeltsin is the head of Russia." On 29 May, amid increasing frustration and weariness at the Russian Congress, Yeltsin was elected with a margin of 4 votes. Gorbachev learned the news when his presidential plane was above the Atlantic. Just as for his previous visit to the United States in December 1988, the Soviet leader was accompanied by a huge number of advisors and staffers, dozens of officers from the KGB 9th Directorate protecting him, a big pool of journalists, intellectuals, writers, artists, and academics. The situation, however, changed dramatically. No longer an enlightened potentate with absolute power, Gorbachev was now a hapless reformer whose domestic power hung on a thread. The Western media wondered whether he would survive the party congress. Timuraz Stepanov, who was on the plane, pondered the news from Moscow. Yeltsin was the political product of Gorbachev's errors and hubris, and his gamble to make the Union a pawn in his grandiose ambitions. If he now declares Russia's secession from the Union, then what union would Gorbachev represent when he comes back home? And if Gorbachev decides to curb the heretic, then what kind of a traditional Russian rebellion would follow? Some advised Gorbachev to send his congratulations to the Russian leader. At least this can mollify millions of embittered hearts, Stepanov thought. After speaking with Raisa, the Soviet leader refused to do it. Instead, he had another scheme in mind. On the first day of the summit, 31 May 1990, when Bush asked him about Germany and NATO, Gorbachev suddenly acknowledged that, according to the Helsinki Final Act, Germany should be given the right to choose any alliance it wanted to join. Bush and other American officials could not believe their ears. Gorbachev was giving away something very significant without bargaining or even consulting his advisers. Was it a slip of the tongue? Marshal Akhромiev and Valentin Falin, a key Soviet expert on Germany, gesticulated and whispered in evident horror. Even Shevardnadze tried to stop Gorbachev. Chernayev was the only other man in the Soviet delegation who was not surprised. Gorbachev, he reflected, was sacrificing diplomacy, but not to keep himself in power, instead in the name of his vision. The Kremlin leader wanted the United States and its allies to help the USSR become stronger but democratic, progressive, dynamic, free, and turned towards the outside world and the U.S. The rest of the Soviet delegation did not share such lofty aspirations. There was no longer a sense of common purpose animating them, no faith in Gorbachev or the future of the country. Few had illusions that an alliance with the Americans could save Gorbachev's failed reforms. Most of the delegation just took this opportunity to rummage through American stores, using their per diem dollars to buy goods unavailable at home. Stepanov was disgusted and felt a strong moral urge to resign. Sergei Tereshchenko, an aide of Shevardnadze, recalled, "We began to realize that we would be able to stay afloat for a while and even preserve the status of a great power only if we leant on the United States. We felt that if we had stepped away from the U.S., we would have been pushed aside. We had to be as close as possible to the United States." Gorbachev was bolstered by the American promise to help him reform the Soviet economy. The Americans firmly believed this meant a rapid transition to market capitalism. "One cannot be half pregnant," Bush observed. Gorbachev picked up the metaphor. "But neither can you have a baby in the first month. We want to avoid an abortion." He told Bush that American advice and money would be crucial to ease the painful transition. As a starter, the Soviet leader asked Bush to approve economic agreements, especially the Trade Act that would grant the Soviets most favored nation status. Shevardnadze almost pleaded with James Baker to concede on this issue. The Soviet leader was then delighted and grateful when Bush consented. Gorbachev also asked him whether he could extend loans to the Soviet Union, to which Bush politely declined. He and Baker explained their reasons: opposition in Congress, the continuation of Soviet aid to Cuba and Afghanistan, and the absence of a Soviet law on the free emigration of Jews. In the Soviet delegation, everyone felt that Gorbachev would return to a much less governable Soviet Union. The Soviet leader, however, seemed unconcerned and genuinely savored every moment in North America. He basked in American admiration for his historic achievements and the respect that ordinary Americans showed him and Raisa, in contrast to increasingly vulgar attacks at home. American cultural stars flocked to meet the Gorbachevs at a gala reception held at the Soviet embassy. Mikhail and Raisa felt very relaxed in Camp David, in the company of George Bush and his wife Barbara. Gorbachev rode a golf cart, learned to play the American game of throwing horseshoes, and talked for hours, confiding in Bush about his problems and reforms. Bush listened patiently and showed sensitivity. After the Washington summit, Gorbachev flew to Stanford University, where he was accorded a hero's welcome. Former Secretary of State George Shultz hailed Gorbachev as a great man, a great thinker. In Moscow on 12 June 1990, Yeltsin scored a second and much bigger victory at the RSFSR Congress. the Declaration on Russian Sovereignty. There were several versions of this declaration. The Politburo approved an anodyne version according to the principle, a stronger center means stronger republics. Yeltsin's version was very different. His Russia would have total legal, economic, and political sovereignty. The republic, he declared, must have the right to pass and cancel economic measures on its territory, carry out fundamental reforms. The British ambassador commented on Yeltsin's bull-headed remarks at the Supreme Soviet. Yeltsin is making the same demands as the Balts, though he has not, as far as I know, suggested that Russia should secede from the Union. And yet this version formed the basis of the final declaration. Only 13 voted against it and 9 abstained. This was perhaps the most remarkable vote in Russian history. The declaration blended conservative nationalism, the multi-century Russian sovereignty, with the message of democracy building to create a democratic and lawful state. It also legalized Russian separatism. When sovereign rights of the RSFSR clashed with Soviet laws, the latter could be suspended. The document also claimed all assets on the territory of the Republic to be the possession of the Republic's people as their exclusive owner. In practice, this included the Kremlin as well. Later, on Yeltsin's cue, the Assembly adopted a technical but a truly revolutionary decree that enabled the Russian Republican ministries, until this point purely decorative institutions, to take over economic assets on the RSFSR's territory. This, in effect, was a declaration of political and economic war against the central state. Observers in the West were puzzled. Why did the Russians need independence from their own state? The British scholar Archie Brown later mused that Russian sovereignty was comparable to the British practice of home rule, as distinct from separate statehood. In the United Kingdom, the majority in Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland had demanded and received home rule in the form of their own parliaments and devolution to them of some important state functions from London. The English Conservatives also wanted home rule but did not get it. What happened in the Soviet Union in June 1990 was that both Russian conservatives and radicals demanded home rule for the constituent Republic of the Union without bothering about how the Soviet equivalent of Scotland, Ukraine, and Wales, Belarus, would react. The sociologist Galina Starovoitova was one of the MDG leaders elected to the Russian Congress. She explained the huge success of the Declaration of Sovereignty as the striving of Russia to find its sovereignty. It was also, in her view, the expression of a Russian inferiority complex towards other republics, who at least had an appearance of national institutions. The desire of provincials to take control of resources from Moscow should not be discounted as well. In one fell swoop, Gorbachev's reforms created a rival Russian institution with popular legitimacy and constitutional authority, led by a communist maverick who had transformed himself into a Russian separatist. The RSFSR Congress deputies also formed a Russian counter-elite with an aggressive rival project. Few understood at the time that the two elites, the central and the Russian, could not be reconciled. For one to prevail, the other had to go. Stabilizing Gorbachev. The Russian Declaration of Sovereignty triggered the parade of sovereignties in other republics. Most notable was the Declaration of State Sovereignty of Ukraine on 16 July 1990. There had been two previous declarations in Ukrainian history. The first had been passed by the Ukrainian Rada in Kiev in January 1918 to protect the land against Bolshevik invasion and insurgency. The second had been made in Lvov on 30 June 1941 by the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, or OUN, murderous ethnic nationalists who praised cooperation with the National Socialist Greater Germany, which, under the leadership of Adolf Hitler, creates a new order in Europe. The new Ukrainian declaration was mostly a copycat version of the Russian one. It claimed that all resources on Ukrainian territory belonged to the people of Ukraine, and promised to represent all Ukrainians outside the republic. Ukraine owned everything on its territory, could have its own state bank, and armed forces. The declaration referred to the Soviet Union only indirectly by claiming the republic should share in Union wealth, such as the state's reserves in gold and currency. None of the Western leaders could understand the new Soviet politics. They just wondered why Gorbachev provoked so much anger and hatred among his countrymen. Yeltsin and many other critics in the opposition trashed Gorbachev on CNN and other Western media channels. At a meeting with Bush on 8 June, Kohl said, "I think we should stabilize Gorbachev." On 19 to 20 June, the Chancellor's office invited the deputy head of the Soviet government, Stepan Sitaryan, to come to Berlin to negotiate the financial aspects of a future German settlement. On 25 June, the West German government signed a formal agreement on financial assistance to Soviet troops. Soviet officers would exchange their savings for Deutschmarks 1-to-1. Soviet forces in the GDR after 1 July would be largely funded from the West German budget. At the summit, Gorbachev privately said that the Soviet economic reforms needed $20 billion per year for 3 years to succeed. Bush asked his Treasury Secretary Nicholas Brady and the head of the Economic Council, Michael Boskin, what the administration could do to help Gorbachev. Both were adamantly opposed to any financial package for the USSR. Brady reasoned that Congress and the Republicans would excoriate the president. Boskin, a descendant of Jews who had fled from Russian pogroms, responded that Gorbachev and his people would probably not succeed in a country like Russia. Either they'll be gone, or a political backlash will stop the reforms. Bush candidly admitted later, "We could not give them, the Soviets, the $20 billion of financing they wanted unless they made deep economic reforms, and even then, we didn't have the money." In public, the administration continued to dangle the promise of American assistance as leverage on the Soviet government. Bush, however, decided to entrust the guidance of Soviet reforms to the experts at the International Monetary Fund, or IMF, and the World Bank. The benefits of this decision were apparent. Bush would show Gorbachev that he cared about his reforms, and at the same time, the administration would not be held responsible for their possible failure. At the summit in Houston on 9 July, the G7 leaders discussed a formal Soviet request for funds. President Mitterrand and Canada's Brian Mulroney were Gorbachev's advocates, but Margaret Thatcher and Japan's Prime Minister Toshiki Kaifu supported Bush's line. The leaders signed a communiqué that asked the IMF, the World Bank, and their European homologues to convene a study on the Soviet economy. Bush recalled the logic of Western policy at that time as follows. To make progress on the broad U.S.-Soviet agenda and Germany, the Soviets and Gorbachev needed to save face and their standing, although everything around them was falling to pieces, their empire and their economy, and now their union. At the meetings in Scotland and later in London, the NATO leaders, prodded from Washington, declared that the alliance's strategies were shifting from deterrence of the USSR to cooperation with the former Cold War enemy. In Dublin, foreign ministers of the European Economic Community made a similar symbolic open-door gesture to the Soviet Union. As two members of the Bush administration later concluded, it was the best and final offer the West could make to Gorbachev. The G7, NATO, and EEC declarations came just in time for the Soviet leader. The founding conference of the Russian Communist Party, which opened in Moscow on 19 June 1990, was the culmination of a powerful movement inside the Russian Conservative Party elites who wanted to stop Gorbachev's liberalization and reverse the party's political demise. On 22 June, the day on which the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union began in 1941, General Herbert Makashov, commander of the Volga-Ural Military District, appealed to the memory of the millions of Soviet victims who had died during the liberation of Eastern Europe. Now, he said, the Soviet army was being chased out of those countries without a fight. "A rehearsal of dinosaurs before the party Congress," wrote Shevardnadze's liberal aide Timur Stepanov with horror in his diary. The majority of Russian communists elected Ivan Polotskov, a hardline, anti-intellectual, provincial apparatchik, to be their party leader. Then came the party plenum, which included more humiliating attacks on Gorbachev's course of action and threats to remove him from the post of General Secretary. At this moment, the Lithuanian Supreme Soviet bowed to Western pressure. On 29 June, it made a long-expected concession and suspended the Independence Declaration. This was a bright spot on Gorbachev's stormy horizon. He immediately lifted the embargo on the Republic. The 28th Congress of the CPSU, held between 2 and 13 July, became the most unusual party gathering since Lenin's death. On the eve of it, Gorbachev convened the Politburo for an informal dinner and asked them to submit their resignation. If he survived the Congress, he said, he wanted to have a free hand to choose another Politburo. Everyone, including the obstreperous Ligachev, complied. At the Congress, angry and confused functionaries believed their leadership had betrayed them. One after another, the Politburo members stood up before the hostile audience to account for their activities. Ryzhkov survived through 500 questions about the economy. Shevardnadze was asked 50 questions about foreign policy. His aide Stepanov was on edge. One more step and pogrom would start, he confided to his diary. Fortunately for Gorbachev, Shevardnadze, and other architects of perestroika, the audience had no common ideology or resolute leadership. The usual tactic of letting off steam worked again. Nobody was booed or chased from the podium for treason. Yakovlev even received applause for his skillful rhetoric. During the elections of the new Central Committee, delegates voted against all members from A down the alphabet. When they reached the end of the alphabet where Shevardnadze and Yakovlev stood, the anger of the audience suddenly abated. People grew tired of pressing the same red button again and again. In the end, Gorbachev, with procedural ruses, managed to retain most of the former Politburo members in the new Central Committee. At the critical moment, Shevardnadze passed to Gorbachev an advance copy of the NATO Declaration of Cooperation with the Soviet Union, provided by their American partners to rebuff the alarmism of Soviet hardliners. In the end, Gorbachev was re-elected as General Secretary of the CPSU, even though almost a quarter of the delegates voted against him. Shevardnadze, Chernayev, and others in the liberal-minded minority were stunned by Gorbachev's comeback. Ligachev, whom the Moscow intelligentsia had rumored to be a possible candidate to replace Gorbachev as party leader, was the loser. The populist anti-corruption attacks had badly wounded him, and many party apparatchiks disliked his heavy-handed administrative style. He gained very few votes at the Congress and subsequently left the ranks of the leadership. Boris Yeltsin stole Gorbachev's thunder again. Suddenly, the Russian maverick took the floor with a prepared statement. He had decided to leave the party in order to become the leader of Russia. Accompanied by catcalls, Yeltsin then slowly and deliberately walked from the podium up the aisle towards the exit. For the millions who watched his exit on television, it was the most dramatic and memorable news. After this performance, Yeltsin stopped being Gorbachev's struggling twin and became a national leader in his own right. His popularity in public opinion polls soared. On 14 July, the day after the end of the Party Congress, Gorbachev met with NATO Secretary-General Manfred Wörner, who offered cooperation between the Western Alliance and the Soviet Union. This meeting paved the way for Gorbachev's secret meeting with Kohl the next day in Moscow. The Soviet president consented to a unified Germany's membership of NATO and withdrawal of Soviet troops in exchange for compensation and acceptance of Soviet security requirements. Those requirements were virtually identical to the terms offered to him by Baker, Kohl, and Genscher back in May. Chernayev, the only other official who knew about the meeting and who had helped to prepare it, warned Gorbachev that the deal had to be made on the spot. He worried in vain. Kohl, elated and grateful, accepted the conditions. He just asked Gorbachev to keep the financial assistance to Soviet troops a secret from the German public. This was the first time since Stalin that a Soviet leader had acted single-handedly. Shevardnadze was not invited to the meeting and only learned about what happened after the event. On 16 July, Gorbachev invited Kohl to a resort in Arkhis, northern Caucasus. This was where, many years previously, Gorbachev had entertained Yuri Andropov. Now the Kremlin leader was relying on a powerful Western friend and sponsor to help pull the ailing Soviet Union into Europe. After strolls and one-on-one conversations, the two politicians were joined by Shevardnadze, Genscher, and a few Soviet and German experts. They haggled over the details of the big deal. Gorbachev wanted to extend the Soviet troops' length of stay in East Germany, but in the end he agreed that they would leave by 1994. This blitz diplomacy by the Soviet leader did not improve the final deal, but it impressed those in Gorbachev's entourage who had criticized him for his concessions. During the first half of 1990, Gorbachev continued to devolve power to the Republican elites. He ended up with increasingly feisty Russian counter-elites in Moscow, one led by Yeltsin in the RSFSR Supreme Soviet, another in the Russian Communist Party. Those counter-elites represented the contradictory forces of the Russian liberal intelligentsia, populism, and conservative nationalism. As a result, Gorbachev's authority plummeted, and his political base remained shaky at best. His only position of strength, aside from his control of state powers, was as a unique world statesman. With the help of his Western partners, Gorbachev reaffirmed his statesmanship. He became a founding father of German unification and the new European order. With his allies and friends in the West, primarily Bush and Kohl, the Soviet leader hoped to reassert his authority at home. However, Gorbachev lacked a fundamental tool with which to demonstrate success. The Soviet economy was continuing to deteriorate, and there was no credible strategy to deal with it. Chapter 5. Crossroads. Thus conscience does make cowards of us all, and enterprises of great pith and moment, with this regard, their currents turn awry and lose the name of action. William Shakespeare, Hamlet. The Time of Economists. In February 1989, on a visit to Moscow, the British economist Alec Nova said about the Soviet economy, "Not only can't I see the light at the end of the tunnel, I can't even see the tunnel." Nova was born as Alexander Novakovsky in St. Petersburg in 1915, emigrated to the United Kingdom with his family after the revolution, and taught Soviet economic history in Glasgow. In November 1989, Nova visited Moscow again and was struck by how much the situation had deteriorated still further. Soviet economists told him that a catastrophe was looming. Nobody could adequately explain the nature of this crisis. The Soviet Prime Minister Nikolai Ryzhkov and his top economist Leonid Abalkin could not explain the crisis either. In their memoirs, they complained that politics had intervened and disrupted their plans. They never recognized that the reforms of 1987 to 88 had created new actors, autonomous state enterprises, cooperatives, and commercial banks, which, instead of generating more consumer goods, cannibalized the existing state economy and hemorrhaged state finances. Some government officials recognized this threat. The Minister of Finance, Valentin Pavlov, and his experts informed the government that industrial state enterprises were retaining 60% of their profits while passing on only 30% toward the state budget. In doing so, they earned 100 billion rubles, yet spent them on salaries that only added to the inflation driving cash in the economy. The volume of investments in productivity and modernization kept falling. As a result, the experts concluded, the economy was underfunded while the state budget deficit was about to soar. The experts at the Ministry of Finance proposed that all state enterprises and cooperatives must pay 50% of their profits to the state budget. In response, the lobbyists in the Supreme Soviet launched a fierce counterattack. They painted the government as a reactionary force that threatened to block economic perestroika. Ryzhkov and Abalkin caved in, suffering from the same syndrome of no stepping back on reforms. In December 1989, the Ryzhkov government submitted to the Congress of People's Deputies a new program that merely perpetuated the structural and functional errors of previous reforms. The Congress instructed Ryzhkov to revise and resubmit his program with modifications. This work would take most of 1990, which became the year of endless economic debates and decisions not taken. The Ryzhkov government wanted a state-regulated market. Its ministers argued that regulatory institutions, fiscal, monetary, and others, would take 5 to 7 years to create. Leonid Abalkin, a product of Soviet economics, believed that market reforms had to be carried out under state controls and with considerable preparations. The government had first to accumulate a stockpile of goods and create regulatory mechanisms and market institutions, and only then cautiously deregulate the economy. The government, however, confronted immediate and severe challenges. Western banks suspended their lines of credit. An increasing amount of Soviet oil, the main source of hard currency, was sold abroad at market prices by Soviet cooperative ventures, which found ways to pocket the profits. The Soviet Union still had gold, but its reserves sank to 784 tons. It was less than half of what Stalin had hoarded by the time of his death. The government began to negotiate with De Beers to sell up to $1 billion of uncut diamonds a year for 5 years. Simultaneously, the Supreme Soviet increased state expenses to support low-income groups. The Ministry of Finance was forced to print more and more rubles. In March 1990, the government was shaken by a scandal from which Ryzhkov could never recover. On an abandoned railroad platform near the southern port of Novorossiysk, KGB officials discovered 12 T-72 tanks registered as pulling trucks. The paperwork indicated that the tanks came from the Ural wagon plant, a huge tank factory, and were commissioned by the cooperative Ant for shipping abroad. The export of Soviet arms had always been a state monopoly. What then did a commercial entity have to do with it? The cooperative Ant, a Soviet acronym for Automatics, Science, Technology, had been created in 1987 by Vladimir Reshentsev, a former officer of the KGB's 9th Directorate. The cooperative worked under the auspices of an R&D department in Ryzhkov's Council of Ministers staffed by KGB officers. The idea was to swap the products of the Soviet military-industrial complex for foreign goods in high demand, such as personal computers or medicine. Ryzhkov approved of its activities but failed to take account of the unwanted publicity. The newspaper of Russian communists, Soviet Russia, scooped this story. The KGB's Khrushchev and Ligachev denounced the export of arms on television. During a televised session of the Congress of People's Deputies, Anatoly Sobchak called Ant a plot of nomenklatura officials to enrich themselves while thwarting real market reforms. He accused Ryzhkov of a cover-up. Gorbachev, meanwhile, maintained a safe distance from the affair. This episode demonstrated the power of populism. TV viewers forgot Ryzhkov's energy and heroism in Chernobyl, Armenia, and other hotspots, and applauded Sobchak's unmasking of corruption in high places. The investigation of the Ant affair lasted for months without ending in a trial. Reshentsev later fled to Hungary. A few years later, he was found dead. While the Soviet government suffered from a dual crisis of solvency and confidence, the Polish post-communist government launched a blitz to create a market economy. The press dubbed it the Balcerowicz Plan, after Leszek Balcerowicz, the Polish economist who designed it. Polish reforms closely followed the recipes of macroeconomic stabilization developed by the IMF and World Bank. The Polish government deregulated prices, liberalized trade and private entrepreneurship, and capped the growth of wages and salaries for state employees. This was a bitter pill to swallow. Prices and unemployment soared. Very soon, however, Polish peasants began to deliver food to the cities, money no longer chased scarce goods, and the spike of inflation subsided. The Polish reforms inspired Soviet economists to think creatively. Gorbachev's newly appointed economic advisor, Nikolai Petrikov, was the first to write a coherent program of rapid market transition. Intellectually, he was rooted to Soviet mathematical economics of the 1960s. Its adepts hoped to use computers to calculate supply, demand, and investment needs, thus replacing the party-state bureaucracy. Petrikov's political sympathies lay with the Moscow-based democratic opposition, and he viewed the Ryzhkov government as inept and incompetent. On 10 March 1990, Petrikov put on Gorbachev's desk an outline of radical economic reform based on the logic of deregulation. The Soviet state, Petrikov argued, should stop distributing resources to the economy. Prices of raw materials and consumer products should be deregulated. Petrikov also proposed to curb biennial crediting of state enterprises, kreditnaya emissia, which he correctly recognized as the main source of Soviet inflation. In early 1990, not only the state bank, but also the Republican banks, goaded by sovereign Republican parliaments, began to increase such credits. With the help of private cooperatives and commercial banks, the tight partition between the two kinds of Soviet currency, cash and cashless, fell apart. The state bank had to print ever-growing amounts of money. Petrikov proposed that by Gorbachev's decree, the state bank would become the master of credit and monetary policies, while the Council of Ministers would regain control over the budget. The Supreme Soviet would not have the power to launch new inflationary state programs. The dualism of the Soviet financial system would be gradually dismantled. The circulation of free cash, ruinous in an economy of deficit consumer goods, would be sharply reduced. State enterprises should be transformed into joint stock companies and stop acting like scavengers of state resources. The government would create a stock exchange and cap the budget and credits. Meanwhile, the state would authorize the deregulation of real estate and possibly land to allow people to invest their surplus cash into long-term projects. The program had a timeline. In March through April, the main decrees, laws, and acts were to be prepared. In May through June, an institutional overhaul would begin. And on 1 July, the privatization of state enterprises would begin. The Petrikov program was realistic and original. It owed a lot to Chinese experience and was also quite different from the IMF's one-size-fits-all shock therapy implemented in Poland. Had Petrikov's ideas been carried out in 1990 with the state levers and financial system still intact, the fate of the Soviet economy could have been very different. The ruinous mixed economy of 1987 to 88 would have been retracked towards a successful market economy. Unfortunately, Petrikov's brilliant insights went completely over Gorbachev's head. The Soviet leader did like a political point that in the longer term, market forces would provide a powerful glue to bind the republics together. But he feared the political risks that transition to a market economy would bring. In a conversation with Poland's President Jaruzelski in April, Gorbachev commented on the Polish liberation of prices. If you or we had done a similar thing, people would have overthrown us. Petrikov responded to this concern by proposing to secure a big Western loan to import large amounts of consumer goods to satisfy demand and alleviate tensions at the crucial moment of structural reforms. He also offered an original solution to protect people's savings. Interest on savings accounts would be paid in U.S. dollars. Gorbachev hesitated. He remembered the miners' strike from the previous summer, and he had no political will to send Ryzhkov's government into retirement. On 14 April, at the joint meeting of the Presidential Council and the Council of Federation, the government proposed a transition to a market economy and deregulation to start in January 1991. That was the limit of Ryzhkov's radicalism. One economist after another agreed with the government outline, yet they warned about the social and political fallout. After the Soviet collapse, Gorbachev would say that the economists failed him and hedged their bets. They, however, said the most important thing. The transition to a market economy was inevitable, and the political risks were high. Temporizing would only make this dilemma worse. The economist Stanislav Shatalin said another important thing. Self-accounting by the republics was the greatest stupidity of all. It would only encourage Republican separatism. The market economy would reconsolidate the Union. This is what Petrokov had said before. Gorbachev was the only one at the meeting who feigned surprise at the sudden eruption and depth of the economic crisis. Instead of promoting Petrokov's reforms, he waited for Ryzhkov to update the government program. Gorbachev also delegated the discussion of economic strategy to the Parliamentary Assembly. Both were exercises in futility. In the atmosphere of polarization, radical populism, and a search for scapegoats, only the president could launch a new policy. The Supreme Soviet's deputies voted for higher minimum wages and other costly state programs of social protection. They were not concerned that such programs could only be paid for by printing more money, thereby increasing inflation. The Ryzhkov government finally proposed a 55% tax on the profits of state enterprises, but the populist Supreme Soviet vetoed it. In the Republican Supreme Soviets, nationalism magnified this trend. Gorbachev resumed the discussion of reforms on 22 May at the Kremlin. Primed by economists, he acknowledged that inflationary manipulations of state enterprises and cooperatives unbalanced the market. Government officials spoke of obstacles, not solutions. They spoke of a Polish-style reform as the only alternative and warned that in that case unemployment would soar to between 15 and 40 million. The KGB chief spoke about possible strikes. The discussion focused on the poorest in society and digressed into specifics: when to raise the price of bread, how to compensate the most needy. The Russian writer Valentin Rasputin urged those in attendance to seek the advice of the people. Remarkably, none of Petrokov's innovative solutions were brought up. Valentin Pavlov from the Ministry of Finance was among the very few who pushed for action. He proposed raising wholesale prices on energy and bread. He explained that the remaining partition between the two currencies, biznal for wholesale prices and cash for retail prices, gave the Soviet government unique leverage to stimulate the oil industry and agriculture while avoiding an immediate rise in the prices of consumer goods. Gorbachev did not understand what Pavlov was talking about. Ryzhkov suspected that Gorbachev had left him with the bleak business of dealing with retail prices, the Supreme Soviet, and a furious public calling for the government's resignation. Already wounded by the Ant affair, Ryzhkov acted irrationally. He proposed a national discussion on price reform, the worst idea imaginable. A few days after the Kremlin meeting, he went on television to discuss economic problems and said that prices would have to go up. Those words triggered panic buying and hoarding across the country. Even Ryzhkov's closest aides were surprised. Gorbachev recalled, perhaps Nikolai Ivanovich had a nervous breakdown. Whatever the reason, the planned economic reform from above was again rejected. The furious parliamentarians sent the government program back to the drawing board yet again with a deadline of September. The Ryzhkov government was doomed, yet it did not want to resign. The Battle of Programs. The declaration of Russian sovereignty and the election of Yeltsin as the head of the RSFSR Assembly closed the window of opportunity that Gorbachev had after becoming president of the USSR. He could not abolish Russian sovereignty. He now had to negotiate with the Russian parliament. The Supreme Soviet of the RSFSR was located in a big white marble building up the river from the Kremlin. For years the building had been rather a quiet place. Now it turned into a beehive of activity. Whereas the Soviet leadership consisted of people who were turning 60, the Russian assembly attracted younger members in their 30s and 40s, disillusioned with Gorbachev's leadership. And the deputies from democratic Russia felt like commissars whom people had elected to clean the Augean stables. One of them recalled, "We expected that Gorbachev would make a blood transfusion and part ways with the conservatives. He had plenty of people inside the party on whom he could have relied. Instead, Gorbachev surrounded himself with the same old men, the same speechwriters. For us, they were the men of the past." By default, the RSFSR parliament had to become a focus for opposition to Gorbachev and the old Soviet elites. Ruslan Khaspolatov, a 48-year-old Chechen economist, became a principal mover and shaker behind the drive for Russian sovereignty. At the age of 2, Khaspolatov had been deported from Chechnya to Central Asia. De-Stalinization then allowed him and other Chechens to return home. He studied law and economics in Moscow and became a professor at the Moscow School of Political Economy. In the summer of 1990, Khaspolatov channeled his ambitions into the battle for sovereignty. On 13 July, on his initiative, the Supreme Soviet of the RSFSR adopted a law that transformed the branch of the State Bank for the Russian Federation into a Bank of Russia, subordinate to the Russian Parliament. This institution was authorized to perform all monetary functions. The law did not even mention the State Bank of the USSR. The head of the State Bank, Viktor Gerashenko, viewed this law as the end of the Soviet financial system. How could there be two competing centers of money supply in one economy? Khaspolatov disingenuously denied he meant harm. The group of Moscow banking experts who helped to create the Russian bank knew better. They joked darkly that they deserved to be shot. Indeed, they recalled that the first act of the Bolsheviks in 1917 was to seize the Imperial Bank. Revolutions failed when they could not take control of the money. The Russian parliament launched the spectacular career of economist Grigory Yavlinsky. Born in Lvov, western Ukraine, he graduated in economics from Moscow, at the same school where Khaspolatov and Abalkin taught, and worked as a researcher in the Soviet ministerial apparatus. In 1989, Abalkin invited him to join his team of experts in the Council of Ministers. In January 1990, Yavlinsky, then 38, traveled to Poland as a government expert to observe the Balcerowicz reform. He was deeply impressed and decided that the same had to be done in the Soviet Union. With two other economists, Yavlinsky wrote a program for Gorbachev to deregulate and privatize the Soviet economy within a year. The title of the program was 400 Days of Confidence. It was similar to Petrakov's program, although less coherent and clothed in populist garb for the consumption of ignorant parliamentarians. The key element of success, Yavlinsky argued, was people's trust and savings. Instead of wiping out those savings by freeing up prices, the reformers should help people invest them into privatizing small shops, real estate, trucks, buses, and so on. The Soviet intelligentsia and professionals would thereby become a propertied middle class. The 400 Days found admirers in the Russian parliament. Mikhail Bocherov, a talented politician and member of Democratic Russia, was vying for the post of Prime Minister of the RSFSR. He decided to boost his economic credentials. He appropriated Yavlinsky's program, changed the title to 500 Days, and presented it as his own economic program for Russia. He still lost the election, yet he became head of the Supreme Economic Council, a brain trust of economic reforms. When Yavlinsky discovered what had happened, he met with Bocherov and Yeltsin. The young economist explained that 500 Days could not be just a Russian program. The Soviet economy was one integrated body, its industries spread across the republics like veins and arteries. One had to treat the whole patient, not just its limbs and parts. Yeltsin, impressed by Yavlinsky's arguments, offered him the post of deputy prime minister in the Russian government. Yavlinsky accepted the offer, but decided that his program needed two sponsors, Yeltsin and Gorbachev. On 21 July, he contacted Petrokov, who immediately recognized the political potential of this idea and informed Gorbachev. The president of the USSR replied, "Where is this fellow? Get him here right away." At Gorbachev's request, Yavlinsky flew to Jurmala, a resort in Latvia where Yeltsin vacationed. The first reaction of the Russian leader was negative. His ego rebelled against an alliance with Gorbachev. In his speeches all over the country, Yeltsin had preached a sovereign Russia with its own banking system, foreign policy, and foreign trade. It would also withhold Russian taxes from the Union's budget. The remaining center would only deal with defense, communications, and energy. Still, Yeltsin guessed he could benefit from a tactical alliance with Gorbachev. For the first time, the Kremlin leader was ready to establish an equal partnership with the Politburo maverick. Gorbachev confirmed this by calling Yeltsin himself on the telephone. Yeltsin agreed to a joint reform effort. Gorbachev, as his biographer William Taubman writes, supported the 500 days more out of desperation than rational calculation. Indeed, the Soviet leader was searching for a credible response to the Russian declaration of sovereignty as well as the Lithuanian crisis. Yavlinsky's proposal was a godsend. An economic agreement signed by Yeltsin and leaders of other republics, Gorbachev hoped, would pave the way to a new Union treaty. The successful deal with Kohl on German reunification had also boosted Gorbachev's self-confidence. He wanted to achieve in domestic politics what he had accomplished in foreign affairs. At the meeting of the Presidential Council on 20 July, Gorbachev enthused about his recent meeting with Jacques Delors, the father of the European Union. If European states, with their history of nationalism and wars, had succeeded in integrating, he argued, then the Soviet republics had much better reasons to stay together despite their troubled history. Petrokov and Yavlinsky relished a unique opportunity to put their ideas into practice. They drafted a directive tasking an independent group of experts to produce a concept of the Union program for transition to a market economy as the basis of a Union treaty. They selected several economists who shared their ideas. Stanislav Shatalin, the only economist in the Presidential Council, would lead the group. Within 1 month, on 1 September, the concept would be presented to the Supreme Soviets of the Union and the RSFSR for discussion and approval. The economists expected that Gorbachev and Yeltsin would sign the directive and get the ball rolling. On 27 July, Gorbachev signed the draft directive without even changing a word. Yeltsin did so as well. Gorbachev, however, insisted that Ryzhkov must also sign. The hapless prime minister was the last to have learnt about the directive and felt ambushed. Gorbachev was tossing his program, which had cost Ryzhkov so much effort, into a dustbin, and had turned to a rival team of economists. So Ryzhkov refused to sign the document. Gorbachev was annoyed. He and Raisa were preparing to go to Crimea for a summer vacation. The Soviet leader flew to the Black Sea on 30 July. 2 days later, after consulting with the Balkan and other deputies, Ryzhkov gave in and signed. He lacked the energy to become once again an enemy of reforms and a scapegoat for public opinion. The outcome was a rivalry between the two teams. Petrokov, Yavlinsky, and the economists they selected moved to Dacha No. 6 in Arkhangelskoye, west of Moscow, a fully equipped state complex of cottages where they could live and work in comfort. The group worked with a high sense of mission. They believed they knew a way out of the economic crisis. Yeltsin met with the economists 2 times. Gorbachev called Petrokov every day to inquire about their progress. He also received drafts and sent them back with his markings. Ryzhkov's team of experts led by a Balkan worked at another resort near Moscow. They focused on amending the government program, which had to be submitted to the Supreme Soviet in September. When Gorbachev called from Crimea to express his concern about the lack of cooperation between the two groups, a Balkan replied that nobody had instructed him to suspend work on the government program. Would the president authorize it? Gorbachev did not take this responsibility. The Soviet leader still wanted to keep Ryzhkov in his job, although he barely talked to him anymore. The rivalry grew into political antagonism. Petrikov and Yavlinsky took the first step. They decided that they should involve the Republic's representatives. All of them, including the Balts, came to Arkhangelskoye and discussed the 500 days. Petrikov recalled, "I believed that if economic stability could be achieved, then the acute ethno-nationalist conflicts would abate. The frustration of the people caused by shortages is automatically translated into the language of nationalism. Moscow is the capital of Russia, therefore all economic troubles are blamed on the Russians." This quotation may explain why the economist sacrificed the coherence of his program to ethno-nationalist demands. The economists in Arkhangelskoye, all of them Russians, suddenly acknowledged that the republics must have absolute legal supremacy over the Union authorities. All resources and economic assets within a given republic were declared to be the property of its people. This was not economics, but pseudo-democratic populism. Naturally, Yeltsin and his emissaries embraced those principles with alacrity. They refused to accept the principal condition of a possible future union, a federal tax, and they insisted that a future union government must be a committee of Republican representatives. This was an invitation to separatism and economic disaster. Gorbachev hesitated to accept this logic, and the economists turned to journalists for support. Yavlinsky was a talented propagandist and gave numerous interviews to the media. Moscow-based periodicals with an enormous circulation extolled the 500 days as the last hope for the country. The economists were lauded as the new prophets and saviors. A complicated issue became a matter of binaries. The pro-Yavlinsky media presented the Balkan team as agents of the military-industrial complex, the inefficient agrarian lobby, and the nomenklatura bureaucracy. In response, the other team counterattacked by claiming that the 500 days was a plan to sell the country downriver to foreign capitalists. In late July 1990, public opinion polls in Moscow demonstrated that about 70% of respondents favored transition to a market economy, but only 15% wanted to start the transition immediately. The media campaign about the 500 days filled the pro-market mood with a new sense of urgency. Even some leaders of Soviet trade unions embraced an immediate transition to a market economy and denounced the government for dragging its feet. This was a publicity stunt for the Petrikov-Yavlinsky group, but also for Yeltsin. On his first day of vacation in Crimea, Gorbachev told Chernayev he had a new theoretical project, Socialism and the Market. He dictated his thoughts, but when his speechwriter produced a draft, Gorbachev rejected it with a grimace. 2 more attempts also ended in failure. The Soviet leader stretched his neo-Leninist framework to the limit, yet he could not match market capitalism with Soviet socialism. One had to go. Gorbachev also worked on theoretical aspects of the Union Treaty, but he stumbled there too. The Soviet leader wanted to create a voluntary federation that would replace the Soviet Union, yet he still counted on the party as a political instrument to hold the republics together. Gorbachev, educated in constitutional law, acted like an overzealous editor. He played around with words and paragraphs to reach a satisfactory conclusion. The conclusion pointed, however, to a weak confederation without a federal center. When Shakhnazarov brought this to Gorbachev's attention, the Soviet leader angrily dismissed him. He continued to read Lenin in search of clues. While Gorbachev theorized in Crimea, Yeltsin met twice with the Arkhangelskoye economists and approved what they had done. He also campaigned all over the Russian Federation. The 500 days became his key slogan. This Russian program, he promised, would change people's lives for the better after 2 years of transition. On the future Union Treaty, Yeltsin repeated his ultra-democratic mantra of sovereignty that had to emanate from the grassroots upward. A Russian Federation must be rebuilt as a pyramid in reverse. During his visits to Tatarstan, Bashkiria, and Komi, autonomous regions within the Russian Federation, Yeltsin urged people to take as much sovereignty as they could digest. Gennady Burbulis would later defend this blatantly populist slogan as an honest, principled approach, as opposed to the political manipulations of Gorbachev. In reality, Yeltsin was providing another huge boost to the centrifuge of political separatism. In mid-August, Gorbachev invited Chernayev and Yevgeny Primakov, his new favorite, to a dinner at his villa. Both advisers urged him to reach an alliance with Yeltsin, fully embrace the 500 days, and dump the Rishkov government. Otherwise, they argued, Yeltsin could strike an alliance with the Russian communists and mobilize forces under the banners of Russia against Gorbachev. Gorbachev dismissed the danger. He felt he could control the Russian Communist Party. He vented his fury at Yeltsin, a scoundrel, with no rules, without morals, no culture. He agreed that he had to deal with him, but nothing can be done without Russia. Yet if he dumped Rishkov, he would be exposed to another hostile front. Gorbachev assured his advisers that Rishkov, the Council of Ministers, and the whole communist apparatus would become natural victims of an unfolding market system. This will happen already this year. The last phrase indicated that the Soviet president wanted to adopt 500 days and understood its consequences for the old statehood. On 21 August, at Gorbachev's request, Rishkov, Abalkin, and other members of the Soviet government arrived in Arkhangelskoye, ostensibly to find common ground with the rival team. The meeting turned into a showdown. Yeltsin's emissary Burbulis later suspected a personal motive, deep, half-conscious jealousy of Rishkov toward another man from the Urals, Yeltsin. The causes of their disagreements, however, were principled and serious. For Rishkov and Abalkin, the main actors of a future market economy were central ministries and state corporations. For Petrokov and Yavlinsky, the main beneficiaries of an economic union would be the sovereign republics. The middle ground between the two approaches was gone. Abalkin asked Petrokov what he understood by the union. Is this a state or not? He did not receive a clear answer. Petrokov recalled the meeting differently, but he admitted that the point about the future of the statehood was central. For Abalkin, he recalled, the collapse of the Soviet Union and a transition from socialism to capitalism was something awful and unacceptable. Apparently, Petrokov at some point began to take it for granted. In conclusion, Rishkov said emotionally that he would not bury the state with my own hands and vowed to fight to the end against the grave diggers of the Soviet Union. This standoff forced Gorbachev to cut his vacation short. On 23 August, his plane landed at Vnukovo II airport. Following the Soviet tradition, the members of the Politburo, the Presidential Council, and aides came to greet the president. When the sun-tanned Gorbachev appeared, Rishkov, Lukyanov, and Mazlyukov accosted him and demanded an urgent meeting with the government. After Gorbachev left, Rishkov turned to Petrokov, his face pale with hatred. "You will go down in history." Lukyanov added, "If you keep it up, in September the Supreme Soviet will oust the government. In November, the Congress of People's Deputies and the Supreme Soviet will be disbanded. There will be new elections, and in December, the president will be toppled, and you too." Gorbachev met with Petrokov and his team next morning. The excited economists who worked in summer shirts at the state dacha did not even have time to go home to fetch their jackets and ties. The meeting lasted for 5 hours, and Gorbachev charmed everyone. He found time to read the draft program, treated young economists as intellectual partners, and posed good questions. Shatalin, who missed most of the work of his team because of sickness, came to the meeting and recalled that our guys felt as if they had wings. Gorbachev said he would discuss the 500 days at the Presidential Council and with Yeltsin as soon as he returned to Moscow. He invited Shatalin and Petrokov to attend his meeting next day with the Rishkov government. At that meeting, members of the government vociferously warned Gorbachev against an alliance with Yeltsin. At one point, the head of Gosplan, Yuri Maslyukov, declared, "We must get rid of Yeltsin at any price." The president cut him off. "Stop talking nonsense." Gorbachev had resorted to his method of letting off steam. Gorbachev met with Yeltsin on 29 August. It was their first one-on-one meeting since 1987. There had been bad blood between them for years. The Russian leader began the meeting with grievances. Why had Gorbachev tried so hard to prevent his election as the RSFSR chairman? There was a chance for a frank talk, yet Gorbachev shrugged him off. "Come on, Boris. Look how you lambasted me in America, in your books, in your interviews." Political differences were even more profound. Gorbachev asked if Yeltsin wanted his job. Yeltsin responded he did not. "I have enough business to do in Russia." In fact, Yeltsin wanted to eliminate the Soviet Union altogether as a strong federated state. He was ready to accept only a confederation of sovereign states such as Russia without a strong central government above them. Yeltsin's specific demands were equally radical. He demanded that the Rishkov government should go, along with the heads of the Ministry of Finance, the State Bank, and the External Trade Bank. The Ministry of Finance had to be supervised by trustees from all the republics. The Russian Federation must have its own KGB and police, control of Moscow as its capital, its own customs, continental shelves, forests, fisheries, and manage numerous installations and closed cities of the military-industrial complex on its territory. The Russian government had to get its share of the gold reserves, diamonds, oil, and other resources. The Russian Academy of Sciences, television, and an airline company would be established. And, like the cherry on top of a cake, Yeltsin declared that the Kremlin is the property of Russia. Yesterday's outcast, elected only by a tiny majority of the Republican Parliament, spoke the language of ultimatums. The president of the USSR patiently negotiated with Yeltsin, which only added to the growing perception of Gorbachev's weak position. Chernayev recorded in his diary, "Telegrams are arriving for Gorbachev from everywhere, screaming about the impotence of the authorities and the president. The conditions for dictatorship are ready. Where will it come from? Gorbachev is incapable of this." Gorbachev's appeasement of Yeltsin was the product of his personality, but also an expression of his disdain for his rival. Before their meeting, Gorbachev had received from Bolden information about Yeltsin's medical history, which claimed that from 1986 onwards, Yeltsin suffered from psychological instability that affected his political behavior. Similar diagnoses for political dissidents had been produced under Andropov. It is likely, however, that those allegations influenced Gorbachev. In his mind, only a sick man could make such demands of him. Yeltsin challenged Gorbachev from the pedestal of his popularity. According to the data from an independent survey, Yeltsin's approval rating had soared from 27% in May 1990 to 61% in July. Gorbachev's popularity had sunk from 52% in December 1989 to 23% in August 1990. In Moscow, only 26% of people wanted Gorbachev to remain as president of the USSR. 34% preferred Yeltsin. On the eve of his meeting with Gorbachev, Yeltsin said, "I have long stopped fearing him. Now we are equals." In a close circle of his entourage, he called the Soviet president a pampered prince, who had reached his supreme post by entertaining his superiors, including Andropov and Brezhnev, at the spa. While Gorbachev viewed himself as a new Lenin, Yeltsin treated him as Kerensky, the vacillating head of Russia's provisional government in 1917. Yeltsin later asserted that Gorbachev promised to arrange a voluntary resignation of Rishkov and retirement of other government officials on Yeltsin's list. They also allegedly agreed to put the 500 days into action within the next 2 weeks. The tentative plan was that Gorbachev would circumvent the conservative Supreme Soviet of the USSR and approve the 500 days by presidential decree. Then he would send its text to the Republican assemblies, including the RSFSR parliament, for discussion. Yeltsin promised that the Russian parliament would approve the program first, setting the trend for the other republics. This agreement, if it ever really existed, was never implemented. The day after their discussion, Gorbachev convened a huge meeting of the Presidential Council and the Council of Federation to discuss the economic agreement and the Union Treaty. He invited 170 government officials, ministers, the leadership from 11 republics except for the Baltics and Georgia, and officials from 15 autonomous regions within the RSFSR. He even brought a delegation of workers who were on a visit to the capital. Stalin presented the 500 days, praising privatization and private ownership as the only long-term solution to nationalist conflicts. When Estonian money comes to Russia and Russian investments are made in Ukraine, then normal economic life will begin. He also mentioned the need for preliminary financial stabilization. Otherwise, he said, the market will simply destroy us. Then Maslyukov presented the government program and complained that Western banks had stopped giving credits to the Soviet Union until the Central and Republican authorities got their act together. Without foreign credits, he warned, the Soviet economy would shrink by 1/5 in 1991. The authors of both programs vowed to keep in place enormous social programs and entitlement payments, which constituted 65% of the Soviet budget. Yeltsin then spoke and admitted that the RSFSR could not take the leap to a market economy alone. This would necessitate borders and customs controls with other republics and a separate currency. If the Russian government took this road, it would become an initiator of the Union's collapse. The Russian leader urged Gorbachev again to get rid of the Rishkov government. The center must change. It must be a genuinely strong presidential power. It must exercise firmness without calling it a dictatorship, without a transition to dictatorship. People will understand and approve it. The leader of other republics and autonomous regions struggled to understand the purpose of the meeting. They had come to Moscow to bargain for more rights and resources. Instead, they only heard about the two economic programs. Which one would be implemented? Gorbachev remained the supreme moderator. He proposed to put members of the rival camps on a joint panel to work out a compromise. Yavlinsky and other young economists protested, and Stalin threatened to resign. Gorbachev was taken aback. "You are letting me down," he said to Stalin, "and you should not be part of the group." The economist immediately apologized, but also complained that it would be very hard to find a consensus. Gorbachev reacted like a Komsomol cheerleader. "No, you will find it. Comrades, do not give up. Just wait. We will have to act when people are out on the streets. Mobilize your creative strengths. Keep on searching. We will find it." The presidential conference continued the next day and produced an emotional outbreak from Rishkov. The prime minister took the microphone several times in a state of extreme agitation. Without the strong central government and his program, he said, the government would disintegrate immediately. The Supreme Soviet of the USSR, Rishkov demanded, should make a decision and choose between the two programs. Then, in plain contradiction with this, he described the current parliamentary system as the main reason why the country and the economy had become ungovernable. We must end this instability when the country became topsy-turvy, or chodit chodonom. At one point he turned to Gorbachev. "Mikhail Sergeyevich, we are comrades, friends. Act as a president. Bring order to the country. Use the capacities and rights you received. We will help you." The meeting erupted in a cacophony of competing voices, and Gorbachev hastened to close the session. The two-day gab-fest had only added to everyone's sense of political paralysis. Gorbachev asked the academician Abel Aganbegyan, one of the economic architects of the 1983-87 reforms, to reconcile the two programs. The Soviet leader insisted that the 500 days should be combined with the existence of the federal government and a federal tax. Many condemned Gorbachev for this position, and some historians even consider it as the point where the Soviet leader lost his last opportunity to relaunch reforms under his auspices. Yet Gorbachev's hesitation had its political logic. Without the central government, the president would be left alone to deal with 15 republics and the huge Congress of People's Deputies. There would be widespread chaos in the Soviet economy where all main industries had been constructed as centrally controlled conglomerates. Without Ryzhkov, or at least without his experienced deputies, the entire class of Soviet economic managers would become an unruly herd. And the second-tier apparatchiks in the republics and autonomous regions had no expertise with which to grapple with corporations located on their territories, but always governed from Moscow. Black September. Even in times of relative stability, it would have been hard to square this circle. The fall of 1990, however, was marked by political neurosis, polarization, and a dwindling middle ground. Emotions and irrationality flooded and drowned out political and economic calculations. David Remnick, a young Washington Post journalist in Moscow, remembered Black September of 1990 as a turning point in the drama of the Soviet collapse. It started with a horrendous crime. On 9 September, an Orthodox priest called Alexander Men was brutally murdered in a village near Moscow. The killer was never found. Father Alexander Men was born a Jew, but he had dedicated his life to the Russian Orthodox faith. Remnick's friends, Muscovite and liberal intellectuals, were also of Jewish descent. They and their children had been baptized by Father Men. As people working in media, culture, and the humanities, they had initially backed Gorbachev's perestroika, but they now rooted for Yeltsin and democratic Russia. They were scared. Father Men's violent death, they believed, was part of a wider conspiracy, which included the anti-Semitic elements of the Russian Orthodox Church, the KGB, and other dark forces inside the party and the military-industrial complex. On the day following Father Men's murder, the Soviet military began suspicious exercises around Moscow. For Remnick and his Moscow friends, this was reminiscent of Poland in 1980-81, which ended with martial law. The American journalist concluded that, in a totalitarian world, paranoia was the most realistic way of looking at things. A creeping coup was underway, he wrote in his book. As we would soon find out in the coming months, first in Vilnius and Riga, then in Moscow, there was indeed a conspiracy underway, and it was the most open, unguarded conspiracy imaginable. Later, Remnick wrote a book about these events. Many other Russian and Western analysts repeated modifications of the same story. It was included in the BBC series The Second Russian Revolution that was filmed at the time. What was going on in September 1990? Was there any conspiracy afoot? Russian historians never discovered any concrete evidence. According to their findings, on 8 September, Colonel General Vladislav Achalov, commander of the airborne troops in the Soviet Army, ordered 5 divisions to advance towards Moscow in a state of higher readiness. The next day, the Ryazan Airborne Division was dispatched to Moscow in full gear with all its weaponry. 2 days later, the Pskov Airborne Division was ordered to do the same. One Russian historian concluded, "Only the president of the USSR, Mikhail Gorbachev, and the Minister of Defense, Dmitry Yazov, could put those forces in motion." Achalov later claimed that those orders were part of preparations for a regular military parade in Moscow to commemorate the anniversary of Lenin's October Revolution on 7 November. It is hard to imagine Gorbachev secretly rehearsing the implementation of martial law just a week after his meeting with Yeltsin. The Soviet commander-in-chief was also preparing for his summit with Bush. Still, the story of Black September matters. Rumors and fears of violence often go hand in hand with state paralysis and anarchy. The Great Fear of July through August 1789 had fueled a peasant uprising and contributed to the French Revolution. The myth of a creeping coup fed the Soviet imagination, and contributed to fears of a future dictatorship in Moscow in September through December 1990. The Moscow-based journalist Viktor Yeroshenko wrote about this phenomenon in Novy Mir. He recognized that the Soviet power structures were crumbling, but he also knew that Russian democracy had no roots, such as private property or political and social traditions. He called the political polarization the energy of collapse. "We don't have a struggle between Democrats and totalitarians," he wrote, but rather warfare between the two teams of totalitarians, only the new people have put on democratic shirts. Individuals he knew or observed had the most fantastic transformations. The top party leaders abhorred the use of force. The leaders of democratic Russia wanted to destroy the state by any means possible. Alexis de Tocqueville, a perceptive commentator on the French Revolution, would have nodded in agreement. Anatoly Adamashin, the Soviet ambassador to Italy, visited Moscow in September to find that the country was falling into a precipice. His friends, the economists Petrakov, Aganbegyan, and Shmelyov, agreed that only an emergency and dictatorship could hold society together. Adamashin's classmate Leonid Shabarshin, head of the KGB's Foreign Intelligence Service, told him the next week should be decisive. In what sense? Who would be a dictator? Gorbachev and his men, Adamashin wrote in his diary, lacked guts for decisive steps. Still, he returned to Rome with the conviction that something was afoot. If everything points to dictatorship, one should choose the most appropriate form of it, including face-saving for the outside world. Years later in his memoirs, Pavlov, the Minister of Finance, revealed his own September plot. He and Ryzhkov's deputies, Maslyukov and Vladimir Sherbakov, agreed to pose an ultimatum to Gorbachev to adopt an emergency economic course. If he turned it down, the entire government would submit its resignation. Ryzhkov prevaricated. Pavlov recalled him saying, "No, it is too late. They will blame us for fearing difficulties, for provoking a crisis. We will carry our cross to the end." Pavlov recognized that the head of the government was unable to take any independent action. The plot fizzled out. William Taubman writes about Gorbachev at this time, "There was no good way out, none that Gorbachev could see, and perhaps none at all. The old saying, however, goes, 'Where there's a will, there's a way.'" Instead of attending congresses, convening councils, and tinkering with texts, Gorbachev could have replaced the unpopular Ryzhkov and appointed a ruling economic junta with emergency rights. He could have implemented the Petrakov program without the morass of parliamentary debates or hopeless talks with ethno-nationalists. This could have led to chaos, but at least it would be a chaos that Gorbachev, had he acted instead of talking, had the powers to control. While the revolution in the Soviet economy stalled, Gorbachev and Shevardnadze managed to carry out a quasi-revolution in foreign policy, the next one after the talks on German unification. On 2 August 1990, the megalomaniacal Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein dispatched his army to annex neighboring Kuwait. Soviet foreign policy was at a crossroads. Iraq was a leading Soviet ally in the Middle East and the biggest buyer of Soviet armaments. The total amount of these purchases over 3 decades came to 18.3 billion rubles and included 41 warships, 1,093 MiG aircraft, 348 combat and transport helicopters, 4,630 tanks, 5,530 armored personnel carriers, APCs, 3,279 artillery and mortar pieces, and 84 tactical missile systems. Unlike other Soviet allies, Iraq had paid for all this in U.S. dollars. Also, Soviet experts serviced the Iraqi oil industry, while the KGB had trained Saddam Hussein's security. About 8,000 Soviet citizens lived and worked in Iraq. On that day, by chance, Shevardnadze and James Baker were meeting in Irkutsk, near Lake Baikal, for arms control talks. Shevardnadze immediately decided that the USSR must join the United States against the Iraqi aggression. What happened next was kaleidoscopic. While Baker flew off to Mongolia for a pre-planned visit, the Soviet foreign minister flew to Moscow with Baker's aides Dennis Ross and Robert Zoellick. In midair, they drafted a joint U.S.-Soviet declaration that put embargoes on the sale of weapons to Baghdad. In the foreign ministry, after a shouting match with his Arabists, Shevardnadze got his way. Gorbachev, at that point in Crimea, immediately backed Shevardnadze's decision. It was a stunning contrast to the domestic gabfest. There were no Politburo meetings or sessions of the Supreme Soviet. The KGB's Khrushchev and Minister of Defense Yazov were simply informed about the decision. Baker, who returned to Moscow on 3 August, was amazed and elated. He and Shevardnadze made a joint declaration of intent in the presence of CNN and the world's media. The Secretary of State considered it the day the Cold War ended, and later would begin his political memoirs with this epical event. In the White House, the normally skeptical Scowcroft shared this feeling. In Eastern Europe in 1989 and on German reunification, the Soviet leadership had reacted to the needs of the time, at least from an American viewpoint. This time, over Kuwait, Gorbachev and Shevardnadze had made a strategic choice that nobody forced them to do. Bush was immensely impressed, too. He called Gorbachev and proposed a summit in Helsinki to discuss cooperation on the Gulf. Gorbachev and Bush met in Helsinki on 9 September. Scowcroft and CIA analysts had briefed Bush that Gorbachev's authority was in precipitous decline, and the Communist Party irreparably weakened. Yet, as Chernayev observed, it was Bush at the start of the summit who was very nervous, fearing a failure. The U.S. president desperately needed Gorbachev's support in the United Nations to legitimize his war against Iraq. He told Gorbachev, "Mr. President, I appeal to you as a respected friend, an equal, an important partner and participant in the events whose role is quite significant." Bush offered his Soviet partner the prospect of building a new world order together. American policy, which had sought to exclude the Soviet Union from Middle Eastern affairs, now wanted to include it. And Bush suggested that the two men should be on a first-name basis. Yevgeny Primakov, a leading Soviet Arabist, proposed brokering a withdrawal of Iraqi forces from Kuwait in exchange for a promise to Saddam to hold a peace conference on the Middle East. This plan, however, clashed with the American strategy of punishing the Iraqi regime, destroying its military strength, and establishing U.S. hegemony in the Persian Gulf. Shevardnadze was furious at Primakov's interference. His aide Sergei Teresyенko later explained, "We were sinking as a state. The status of a great power was only in our memory. The only way for us to hold on as a great power was to hitch ourselves to the American locomotive." There was also a strong personal motive. Like Shevardnadze, Primakov was also from Georgia, and his political rival. Shevardnadze and Teresyenko signaled to Baker and Ross that they should undermine Primakov's plan. In Helsinki, Chernayev sided with Shevardnadze. "We must put America before the Arabs. This is our future and our salvation." Gorbachev liked Primakov's scheme, yet when Bush offered him the prospect of building a new order, he changed his mind. He agreed to drop Primakov's linkage between Iraq and a peace conference in a public statement. This satisfied Bush and Baker. The Soviet leader then changed the subject. He asked the Americans to help with his economic reforms. The idea, he said, was to free up prices and saturate the market with products so people could see the positive results. For this, Gorbachev concluded, he needed Western money. "The numbers are not great," he specified, "and we are not asking for grants, just loans that we will pay back with interest." American and Soviet participants set aside the main agenda and began to talk about joint ventures and economic cooperation. Bush promised to release the technology of horizontal drilling for oil, previously denied to the USSR. Gorbachev brought up the negotiations with Chevron to explore the Tengiz oil fields in Kazakhstan. Primakov and even Marshal Akhromiev joined in this conversation with great interest. The next day, Baker flew from Helsinki to Moscow to join the U.S. Secretary of Commerce Robert Mosbacher, who brought a delegation of American businessmen to discuss joint ventures. The head of Gosplan, Maslyukov, was an official host, but Gorbachev took the leading role. He invited the American businessmen to the Kremlin and promised them his political support. Chernayev noticed that the Americans kept raising the same question: should they deal with the center or the republics? They hesitated to invest their money, fearing that the parliaments of Russia or Kazakhstan would renege on Soviet commitments. Gorbachev waved aside those doubts. He pressed Baker for more assistance with Soviet reforms and asked him for $1.5 billion of credit. In Helsinki, he had been too proud to ask Bush about it. The Secretary of State praised the Soviet leader to the skies for his international leadership, but explained that a line of credit for the Soviet Union remained blocked due to problems from the past going back to the Kerensky debt of 1917. This was the debt that the Russian provisional government had incurred and the Bolsheviks had refused to honor. Baker joked about this. By the time the U.S. Congress acted to remove these obstacles, the Soviets would have finished with perestroika twice over. He proposed to approach Saudi Arabia, the wealthiest Arab country in the Middle East and a key American ally. In the following days, with American mediation, Gorbachev turned to King Fahd with a request for money. He has been begging everyone for money, for credits, Chernayev wrote about Gorbachev at that time. On 7 September, before the Helsinki summit, the Soviet leader had also spoken with Kohl. They mentioned the signing of the German treaty in Moscow on 12 September and the celebration in Berlin on 3 October. Above all, however, they had discussed Gorbachev's precarious position at home and his request for money. Kohl had offered 8 billion Deutschmarks to cover the cost of Soviet troops in East Germany and the resettlement of officers and their families back in the USSR. That was the most, his ministers told him, that the German budget could bear. Gorbachev, however, wanted twice as much. Kohl called again on 10 September and offered 11 to 12 billion Deutschmarks. Gorbachev said, "The transition to a market economy must begin on 1 October. I am in a bind and cannot haggle." Kohl responded that German companies were eager to support the Soviet transition to a market economy. "In the fall, we will talk about a big credit. I gave you my word, and I will keep it." As a form of stopgap assistance, the Chancellor offered an interest-free line of credit of 3 billion Deutschmarks over 5 years. Gorbachev accepted the offer. The Soviet leader also made a pitch for funds to Israel. The Israelis, he told Chernayev, would raise $10 billion to support the Soviet reforms. In return, Gorbachev promised to restore Soviet-Israeli diplomatic relations, broken in June 1967 because of the Six-Day War between the Arabs and Israelis, and legalize Jewish emigration. Beyond the Middle East, Gorbachev also turned to EU leaders for financial aid. The Italian Foreign Minister Gianni de Michelis came to Moscow with a preliminary agreement to provide a line of credit. The final amounts were significant: 3 billion Deutschmarks from Kohl, $1.5 billion from Mitterrand, slightly more from Spain's Prime Minister González, the same from Italy, and $4 billion promised by King Fahd. The Israelis offered nothing. By the time this fundraising campaign ended, however, its policy objective had disappeared. The Soviet program of economic reforms was in tatters. In early September, members of the Supreme Soviets of the USSR and RSFSR returned from their vacations. The two assemblies, products of Gorbachev's reforms, both had their seats in Moscow, separated only by a few miles. Instead of collaboration, they created a bipolar disorder in the Soviet capital. In the Russian parliament, which opened its session on 3 September, Yeltsin and Khasbulatov distributed copies of the 500 Days to the deputies, who approved it on 11 September. In the all-union parliament, Rishkov boycotted the program. Lukyanov told the deputies to wait for a compromise document. The war of laws between the two parliaments flared up. Ryzhkov publicly proposed to raise wholesale prices on meat. On this bombshell, all meat disappeared from stores. The Russian parliament reacted by raising the purchase price of meat on the RSFSR's territory without waiting for the Soviet government. The deputies also increased fivefold the price of Russian oil for domestic consumption. They also voted to raise pensions and social assistance to compensate for inflation. Petrakov and Yavlinsky looked on in horror as the two parliaments were racing to undermine the financial foundations of economic reforms. Political emotions focused naturally on the question of power. On 21 October, after 3 weeks of delays, Gorbachev asked the Soviet legislature to give him additional presidential authority to negotiate with the republics and implement market reforms. When the Russian parliamentarians learned this, they passed a law that made the president's decrees void on the territory of the RSFSR. That was a turning point for those in the Union Parliament who were elected from Russian districts. They began to feel that their days in politics were numbered. The pressure grew on Gorbachev to build up the executive power and declare an emergency. On 24 September, the Assembly voted to grant the President of the USSR power to declare an emergency in some areas of the country. The journalist Yeroshenko, who watched the proceedings from a press gallery, thought again about a creeping coup. Gorbachev had become a legal dictator of the Soviet Union. He was stunned that millions of Russians around the country simply did not notice or care. The suspense of Black September ended in farce. In the Russian parliament, 36 deputies issued a manifesto with slogans: "The fatherland is in danger," "Organize civil disobedience," "The army, do not turn your arms against people." The proclamation proposed to seize power and property and to form self-defense squads. The faction espoused an extreme form of Russian nationalism. The author of the manifesto was a party member who was also a crackpot theoretician of Russian neo-fascism. 2 days later, Pravda, still the newspaper with a multi-million circulation, published a scathing comment on protest activities in the Russian legislature. In the party apparatus where Democrats suspected there lurked dark conspiracies, functionaries were scared. They expected Democrats to topple the communist authorities at any time, as in the Eastern European scenarios of 1989. The Moscow party secretary Yuri Prokofiev said about the manifesto of 24 September, "I have studied it with a pencil in my hand. This is a direct call for the overthrow of the existing powers, for anti-constitutional actions." On 29 September, Gorbachev met with hundreds of representatives of the creative Soviet intelligentsia. The majority were from Moscow, members of the guilds of writers and artists, with an elaborate system of privileges paid out of the state budget and endowments. Gorbachev's reforms emancipated them from the party controls, censorship, and the KGB's informers. At the meeting, however, nobody celebrated those new freedoms and praised Gorbachev. Everyone spoke of a new 1917, fearing anarchy and civil war. The composer Georgy Sviridov and the actor Kirill Lavrov spoke about the flight of scientific and cultural elites, many of Jewish origin, to Israel and the West. Mikhail Shatrov, a playwright with Jewish roots, feared pogroms. "The intelligentsia is capable of capsizing the ship," he said. "Now the intelligentsia should ask itself if it can help to steady the ship at a time of awful turbulence." The editor of Novy Mir, Sergei Saligin, bemoaned the excesses of glasnost. "In our country everyone has become a critic, and we set the example. We instigated the people to take this chattering path." The theater director Mark Zaharov said, "I am for strong presidential power with unlimited functions for some time." The Minister of Culture, Nikolai Gubenko, a well-known actor, grabbed the bull by the horns. We are drunk with unfamiliar freedoms and destroy our cultural and historical tradition that brought many nations together and formed the state that is now named the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The same people who wanted to bury Lenin in the party dictatorship now called for a new dictatorship. It was up to Gorbachev to accept or reject this appeal. A house divided. The date of 1 October came round, but the 500 Days program was dead, torpedoed from all sides, by the Soviet government and by the Russian parliament's populism. Yavlinsky was the first to abandon the sinking vessel of reform. At the end of September, at the peak of the euphoria, he and other fellow economists flew to the United States, paid for by the American billionaire George Soros, to present 500 Days at an international forum organized by the IMF and World Bank. A small army of translators, also paid for by the Soros Foundation, produced a thick English version of the 500 Days overnight. After returning to Moscow, however, Yavlinsky discovered that the program was in ruins and complained about it to Yeltsin. The Russian leader was at home, recovering after a car accident. On 21 September in downtown Moscow, a compact Zhiguli car had hit Yeltsin's chauffeured sedan. Everyone in Yeltsin's entourage and millions of Russians believed it was a failed KGB assassination attempt. Yeltsin told the young economist not to get upset. We will roll everything back later on after Gorbachev is out. Yavlinsky later claimed he was appalled by such cynicism. He resigned from the RSFSR government. Yeltsin offered him the post of economic advisor, but Yavlinsky politely declined. Petrakov continued to serve as Gorbachev's economic assistant until the end of the year. He decided, however, to appeal to public opinion again. On 4 November, Komsomolskaya Pravda published a manifesto signed by Petrakov, Shatalin, Yavlinsky, and other economists who had produced the 500 Days. They attacked a compromise program prepared by Aganbegyan, the one that Gorbachev had approved. This document, the manifesto declared, would not solve any problems and only doom the country to misery. On 15 October 1990, Mikhail Gorbachev was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. The Norwegian Nobel Committee in Oslo recognized his unique contribution to the end of the Cold War. It was another gift from the grateful West. Raisa collected hundreds of congratulatory and laudatory articles and letters, mostly from abroad. Domestic correspondents, however, denounced Gorbachev for his role in destroying the Soviet state and the stable economy. Gorbachev showed some of the letters to Chernayev, who wondered why his boss spent his precious time reading this rubbish. Gorbachev's aide believed that the best option for his boss would be to take his Nobel Prize and retire. Instead, Gorbachev continued acting as a busybody who inserts himself everywhere without any idea what to do. Boris Yeltsin responded to Gorbachev's Nobel Prize in his unique way. On 16 October, in a speech to the Russian Assembly, he blamed Gorbachev for his failure to keep to his side of the bargain. He called Gorbachev's attempt to produce a hybrid program of economic reform a catastrophe. He blamed economic disaster and inflationary spending on the Rishkov government, and he laid out 3 options for the Russian Federation. First, to implement the 500 Days in Russia alone, take full control of RSFSR customs and foreign trade, have its own banks and currency, get its share of Soviet military forces. Second, to form a coalition government between Gorbachev and the advocates of radical reforms. Third, to wait about half a year until Gorbachev's plans crumbled. At the Presidential Council, Khrushchev and Lukyanov urged Gorbachev to respond to Yeltsin's declaration of war by an appeal to the people on television and by going ahead with economic reforms without asking the Republican authorities for consent. Rishkov feared the opposition would seize power imminently and lynch him as well as other government officials. Medvedev and Shevardnadze opted for a compromise. Boldin cut in, "We must abandon our illusions about Yeltsin. He will never work with us. His state of health drives him to confrontation. His choice was to affirm the central power. Gorbachev exploded. It is not about Yeltsin. He reflects social trends. People sense the approach of chaos, collapse. They want order and are even ready for emergency measures. Then, however, he agreed with Bolden. This paranoiac seeks to grab the presidency of the USSR. He is sick. His entourage keeps inciting him. We must deal him a good one in the mug. In a huff, Gorbachev asked Shevardnadze to cancel all his foreign trips for the weeks ahead. Horrified, Chernayev, Petrakov, Shatalin, and other advisers pleaded with Gorbachev after the meeting. They feared nationwide strikes and civil disobedience. Chernayev told his boss that he should ignore Yeltsin's bluff and build up his international stature. This was a winning argument. Gorbachev relented and decided to proceed with his foreign trips. Yeltsin's speech revealed his priorities once again. The Soviet Union, he said at a meeting with the British Foreign Secretary Douglas Hurd, would be replaced by a pyramid in reverse, a voluntary union of sovereign republics. Russia was now in a position to sign treaties with foreign countries, not only on economic matters, but, for example, on a nuclear test moratorium. He assured the surprised Hurd that Gorbachev would not object to this. The British ambassador Roderick Braithwaite, who was present at this meeting, felt that Yeltsin was interested in power, and his current tactic is to destroy Ryzhkov, emasculate and discredit the Union government, and later eliminate Gorbachev as well. For Braithwaite, those objectives were hopelessly unattainable, and he made a striking comparison between the Russian leader and Hitler. He evidently believes in the triumph of the will, in his ability to achieve what more ordinary people say is impossible. The Russian people's support was all that Yeltsin had. The Russian Federation was a ghost state without a functional bureaucracy, expertise, money, or resources. For 70 years, this giant republic had followed the orders of the Central All-Union Ministries and the Central Party apparatus. Many in the regional KGB and police branches, ethnic Russians, supported Russian sovereignty and Yeltsin personally. Yet there was no Russian KGB. Yeltsin even lacked a proper security detail. Only Sasha Korzhakov, a former KGB officer, protected him. Gorbachev promised that some administrative bureaucratic resources would be transferred from the central government to the Russian state. Yeltsin's October speech seemed to end the opportunity for such generosity. Yeltsin realized it. After making a grand gesture, the Russian leader telephoned Gorbachev to offer his lame excuses. He did not, however, give up on his objectives. In the fall of 1990, Gennady Burbulis assumed a particularly prominent role next to Yeltsin. The views and activities of this man would have a growing influence on his master. Burbulis, like Gorbachev and Raisa, had studied philosophy and had a penchant for theory and intellectual debates. When Perestroika started, he was teaching Marxism-Leninism at the Ural University. In 1987, he launched a discussion club that attracted huge crowds of professionals and the intelligentsia. In March 1989, he was elected to the Congress of People's Deputies and joined a group of Moscow intellectuals around Andrei Sakharov. In 1990, Burbulis concluded that a new democratic Russia should destroy the USSR, an awful totalitarian empire, liberate other nations, and join the West in building a global liberal order. He began to collaborate with Americans from the Republican right, who provided money for democracy seminars in various Russian cities. In September 1990, Burbulis convinced Yeltsin to set up a Supreme Consultative Coordinating Council and invite leading Moscow intellectuals and intelligent provincials to discuss political strategy. Yeltsin, who had always envied Gorbachev's intellectual entourage, immediately agreed. The project was an instant success. Moscow's intellectual elite, already disillusioned with Gorbachev, flocked to the council. At the first sessions in October 1990, Yeltsin sat in awe, listening to the best and brightest of the country. He absorbed new ideas like a sponge, Burbulis recalled. The discussions focused on how to prevail against Gorbachev's center. The theater director Mark Zakharov expressed the common view: Russia needs to take Napoleonic steps, and therefore needs its own KGB and police force. Otherwise, Russian transition and democratic transformation will not be carried out. Further influential advice for Yeltsin came on 18 September from the famous nationalist writer and dissident Alexander Solzhenitsyn. The newspaper Komsomolskaya Pravda published 18 million copies of his pamphlet, How to Rebuild Russia. The famous émigré writer wrote that Russians for centuries had made up the empire. The Soviet experiment had exhausted Russians. They could no longer carry the imperial burden. Solzhenitsyn proposed to dissolve the Soviet Union and preserve its Slavic core, the RSFSR, Ukraine, and Belarus, populated by three fraternal peoples. Solzhenitsyn proposed retaining the northern parts of Kazakhstan, developed and populated by Russians. The pamphlet had a big impact on Yeltsin. Burbulis reinterpreted Solzhenitsyn's idea. He proposed to form a political union of the three Slavic republics against the Kremlin. On 21 to 22 October, Democratic Russia convened its conference in Moscow. Some 1,600 delegates from 73 regions of the Russian Federation gathered in a giant movie complex appropriately called Russia. About 300 journalists, Russian and Western, and 200 foreign guests attended. Arkady Murashov, a top organizer and a friend of Burbulis, announced to the press the main goals of the movement: to put an end to the Soviet socialist period of Russian history and to elect a president of the Russian Republic who would neutralize the destructive activity of the communist imperial center. The meeting was a bazaar of liberal anti-communist rhetoric and intelligentsia sectarianism. Gorbachev became a focus of critical attacks because of his failure to implement the 500 days. The popular magazine Ogonyok quoted the rant of one delegate: "Had we gone to market like the Poles, our stores would have been stuffed with goods. Pineapples would have been sold in the streets. Rubles would have been exchanged for dollars and pounds at every corner." Never mind that the 500 days aimed to avoid the Polish-style reforms. Other delegates demanded that they get rid of all Soviet state structures at once, including the party and the president. Only Andrei Sakharov's widow, Yelena Bonner, called for collaboration with Gorbachev. After his trip to Madrid and Paris, Gorbachev returned to Moscow to attend another presidential council on 31 October. Some in his entourage believed that democratic Russia and Yeltsin were acting according to the Bolshevik scenario of 1917. The country has become ungovernable. Even Shevardnadze and Yakovlev called for a strong executive power. The head of the KGB said, "I assert that even today the party remains the only force in the country that can make things happen." Yazov fulminated against young popular TV journalists who mocked the armed forces and suggested that they throw this scum out. Lukyanov summed up an authoritarian vision of implementing economic reforms. The party power should be resurrected. The party organizations in the army, the KGB, the police, and courts must be preserved. The Supreme Soviet of the USSR was the last political redoubt on which Gorbachev could rely. People had grown tired of anarchy and crime and would back the president's strong-armed policies. The intelligentsia, aside from the democratic extremists, would support him as well out of fear of a civil war. Lukyanov rejected any coalition with Yeltsin. The opposition, he said, only wanted to seize economic resources and was not ready to govern. Contradicting himself, Lukyanov compared the Russian Democrats to Solidarity in Poland. First, they would make Gorbachev a figurehead president like General Jaruzelski, then they would get rid of him. Gorbachev agreed. We immediately saw through their scheme. Encouraged by Gorbachev's support, Lukyanov came up with an idea: to set up a small staff with dictatorial powers, It would coordinate all processes. Its analytical center would outdo the opposition by thinking 5 to 6 steps ahead. Everyone waited for Gorbachev's reaction. He pretended not to understand the essence of this proposal. A few minutes later he said, "Comrades, do not wait for instructions. I am tired of hearing from you, do this, do that. Act. You have your powers, the laws." He turned to the KGB chief. "Khrushchev, who is preventing you from acting? I will correct you if necessary, but do go ahead." This was a startling remark. The president had instructed the KGB chief to improvise as he saw fit. At the meeting of the Presidential Council on 5 November, Shevardnadze proposed considering an option to bring the opposition to power. It was a bizarre idea, and Gorbachev dismissed it. Then Lukyanov reported about preparations for Revolution Day on 7 November. This was the most important state celebration, including a military parade and people's rally on Red Square. Everybody remembered the disastrous experience on May Day. This time, it could be much worse. Moscow newspapers and journals lambasted the Bolshevik October coup and ridiculed Gorbachev's rhetoric of the socialist choice. Radical groups threatened to build barricades to block the column of tanks from coming to Red Square. The CNN images of Beijing in June 1989, when an unknown man halted the armored column of tanks, could happen on the streets of Moscow. The commanders of the Moscow military district and the KGB officials told Lukyanov that there was no way to prevent anti-Soviet, anti-communist rallies. Lukyanov reported that the officials in Moscow's city council, elected from Democratic Russia, refused to take any responsibility for possible disorder and advised that the festivities be cancelled. Gorbachev listened and then exploded. "There must be no demonstrations against the October Revolution against the power of the Soviets." He accused Lukyanov of pandering to the Democrats. Lukyanov replied that the danger of violent confrontation was real. A movement of soldiers' mothers was planning a rally to demand the recall of their sons from the zones of ethnic conflict in South Caucasus and Central Asia. The populist demagogues Telman Gidlian and Nikolai Ivanov planned a rally on Red Square. Gorbachev also vented his anger at the Minister of the Interior, Vadim Bakatin. 2 years ago, Gorbachev had selected this party official from Kuzbas to run the notoriously corrupt police forces. Bakatin had become a darling of the Moscow media. He spoke against corruption, improved conditions in prisons, and fired police informants. Now Gorbachev asked him to use the police to guarantee order in Moscow's streets. Bakatin refused. "You may be sorry on the day after. There will be a melee and some corpses. Remember May Day." The Soviet leader accused Bakatin of cowardice and disobedience, but did nothing. Shevardnadze was despondent about these exchanges. He saw Gorbachev drifting towards the use of force and a dictatorial regime. On 7 November 1990, the celebrations of the Bolshevik Revolution came and went without the much-feared confrontation. At the last moment, Gorbachev suggested that Yeltsin join him atop Lenin's mausoleum for the festivities, and Yeltsin agreed. The Soviet leader spoke again about the ideals of October, berated extremist forces, and referred to the unique role of the Russians in achieving political stability and the success of perestroika. The military parade went ahead without accidents. Then Gorbachev and Yeltsin walked across Red Square to join the popular rally. Smiling affably, they led the people's procession. In front of the mausoleum, Gorbachev, Yeltsin, and others laid wreaths to commemorate the founder of the Soviet state and returned to the viewing podium. For a moment, the protagonists had buried their hatchets. Only one glitch marred the choreographed event. A locksmith from Leningrad, inflamed by radical propaganda, came to Red Square with a gun. He wanted to assassinate Gorbachev to clear the road for national elections of a new democratic leader of the USSR. The man joined the people's procession and, at a distance of 50 meters from the mausoleum, aimed the gun at Gorbachev's head. A police sergeant, who happened to be nearby, managed to pull the gun down, averting what could have been the assassination of the Soviet leader. The hapless assassin was arrested by the KGB and ended up in a psychiatric ward. The sergeant was awarded a medal and a ticket to a concert. After this, counter-demonstrations went on peacefully. The Rally of Democratic Russia was held next to the party headquarters. The British ambassador saw the rally as the usual intellectuals, all saying the usual worthy things and doing nothing. In the second half of the day, when everybody had left the mausoleum and the stalls for guests, a big opposition procession entered and passed through Red Square. Yeltsin joined in, and the crowd welcomed him enthusiastically. "Yeltsin! Yeltsin!" The Russians were divided as they had never been since the time of the Revolution and Civil War, yet nobody wanted violence. The next day, Gorbachev met with James Baker and assured him that the celebration of the Leninist Revolution had demonstrated the support of the silent majority for law and order. He was being naive. Separatist processes in the Soviet Union continued. In Kiev, a group of demonstrators with blue-yellow flags symbolizing the independent Ukraine of 1918 and anti-communist slogans stood out from the official proceedings. In Minsk, the National Front of Belorussia clashed with the police. In Moldova, the National Front decided to secede from the USSR and join Romania, which led to the revolt of the Russian minority in the republic. Georgia, the Baltic republics, and Armenia canceled their celebrations altogether. In Azerbaijan and Tajikistan, there was a regime of martial law. In Lithuania and Estonia, the Soviet military marched in the Republican capitals Vilnius and Tallinn. The Republican parliaments denounced this as a show of intimidation and violation of sovereignty. During 1990, Gorbachev repeatedly secured and squandered chances to regain momentum for himself and the Central State. There seemed to exist a window of opportunity, however fleeting, to launch systemic market reform, while still retaining state controls and developing new regulators. This, however, required extraordinary vision, will, and even luck that the Soviet leadership lacked. The ignorance of Soviet and Russian elites about the dire economic state of affairs, populist chaos, and lack of any tangible Western support made the window shut soon after it had opened. This had fateful consequences for the future of the common statehood, as a sense of economic doom became the main driver of separatism. Chapter 6. Leviathan. If the essential rights of sovereignty be taken away, the Commonwealth is thereby dissolved, and every man returneth into the condition and calamity of war with every other man. Thomas Hobbes, Leviathan, 1651. As the winter of 1990 approached, people around Gorbachev became desperate about the looming catastrophe. Stalin, Petrokov, and other liberal-minded participants insisted that it was impossible to carry out any economic reforms over the resistance of the Russian parliament. Ryzhkov and Lukyanov called for a presidential rule to cancel anti-constitutional decrees of the Russian and other republican parliaments. Ryzhkov was simply hysterical. "We all studied it. Chaos breeds dictatorship. If we do nothing, it will come." The Soviet premier must have been referring to Thomas Hobbes, who had written about this in his treatise Leviathan during the English Civil War of the 17th century. The Hobbesian idea, however, cut both ways. Anarchy could lead to a dictatorship or to a social contract between warring groups. Gorbachev strongly preferred the latter. At the end of 1990, the Western media was filled with headlines about Gorbachev's turn to the right to consolidate his alliance with entrenched elites, the state apparatus, the military-industrial complex, the military, the KGB, and the party hardliners. The evidence for what was taking place at the time, however, was specious and mostly based on hearsay. Nobody investigated in detail the views and attitudes of the key groups that formed the foundations of the old Soviet statehood. This chapter will explore the right turn. Did the Soviet leader really fear a backlash from the main stakeholders of the collapsing state, and did the key elites really put a gun to Gorbachev's head? The Lame Duck Party. At the end of 1990, the party still collected dues from 16 million party members, yet 3 million had left the party, and this was only the start of a bigger political hemorrhage. A visitor to the party headquarters on Moscow's Old Square would hardly have detected any visible changes. The KGB guards continued to stand at every entrance to the giant building. The cafeteria remained well stocked with delicacies, in contrast to empty grocery stores outside, and many of the same officials sat in the same spacious offices behind tall wood-paneled doors. Behind those same doors, however, the structure of power had changed. Most members of the Politburo and Secretariat after July 1990 were new, relatively unknown individuals. When the delegates of the Party Congress had considered voting for some of them, they would turn to others and ask, "Who are they?" Gorbachev's new party deputy, Vladimir Ivashko, was a bureaucrat and sought to explain to others and himself what he was supposed to do. With 15 independent communist parties in all Soviet republics, he was thinking aloud, the CPSU was no longer a concrete monolith. Our task is to be a brain trust, a coordinating center. A center for what? The new members of the Politburo and Secretariat struggled with the acute crisis of identity. Ivashko, who had previously been head of the Ukrainian Communist Party, agreed that the CPSU had to change. After the Party Congress of July 1990, the party had become a structure without power and strategy. The only course Gorbachev and Ivashko proposed was further democratization. "What is this about?" Ivashko asked his colleagues. "We should read the encyclopedia for a definition." Anatoly Chernayev stopped attending Politburo meetings. Before the Party Congress, he and other liberal advisers urged Gorbachev to split the party and become the leader of a liberal wing. In this way, they believed, he would outflank Yeltsin and cancel the forthcoming Congress of the CPSU, which could dismiss him as the General Secretary. Some Moscow apparatchiks formed the Democratic Platform in the CPSU. They wanted to transform the authoritarian hierarchical organization into a social democratic movement and supported market reforms. In Gorbachev's entourage, Yakovlev, Chernayev, and some others urged him to lead this movement and perhaps launch a new political party separate from the CPSU. Gorbachev explained to Chernayev, "I can't let this lousy, rabid dog of the party apparatus off the leash. If I do that, all of this huge structure will be turned against me." A remarkably candid admission. Years after the Soviet collapse, the Russian historian Rudolf Bikhoya was mystified. Why did Gorbachev, who had reached the top of the party apparatus from within, keep destroying the communist nomenclatura's power? He was a leader who had undermined his old power base without creating a new one. And there was even more drama in this story than Gorbachev could acknowledge. The architect of reforms did not know how to use his powerful political instrument to implement change, yet he also never learned how to rule without the party. In the fall of 1990, the rabid dogs in the party apparatus were consolidating. They included Polotskov and many conservative provincial leaders who had advanced during perestroika but hated it. Polotskov led the Russian Communist Party within the CPSU, a giant structure with 9 million dues-paying members. He and his friends cried about betrayal of their ideological principles as well as the loss of Soviet imperial domains. It was hard to predict how the KGB and the military might respond to those appeals during the acute political crisis. It was this group that terrified the Moscow friends of journalist David Remnick, who spoke about Russian fascism. Polotskov and his friends, however, suffered from a major problem, a complete lack of charisma. In the October-November polls, Polotskov received the approval of just 6% of respondents, whereas Yeltsin got over 50%. One rabid dog whom Gorbachev mistakenly brought into the new Politburo was Oleg Shenin. Gorbachev considered him a neo-Leninist. In reality, Shenin was an admirer of Andropov who wanted to return to strong-hand authoritarian reforms from above. On 16 November 1990, Shenin spoke at the Politburo against the idea of a new Union treaty and any bargaining with Yeltsin and other Republican potentates. Only emergency measures would help, Shenin argued, based on preservation of the old Soviet constitution on the territory of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev accused Shenin of a martial law mentality. The Russian communists still lacked a new language applicable to the mass politics unleashed by Gorbachev's perestroika. Party documents from late 1990 were stilted instead of fiery, stodgy formulaic language instead of pithy appeals and slogans. Next to populist demagogues of that time, the party apparatchiks were tongue-tied, shy, and reactive. Polotskov bemoaned the absence of good party spokesmen on television and the shortage of skillful writers in the party's service and newspapers. Sovietskaya Rossiya, the newspaper that had published Nia Andreeva's infamous manifesto in 1988, experimented with a new language of Russian conservative nationalism. The time for it would come, however, only after the Soviet Union collapsed. Under the old system, party apparatchiks had lived on fixed salaries and could not officially amass private wealth and property. They clung to the state-provided privileges, including supplies of quality food and gated vacation sites. In contrast, people from the new political elite could accumulate personal wealth. Gorbachev's reforms allowed for the creation of a new banking industry, offshore schemes, and various cooperative enterprises. This provided unprecedented opportunities for personal gain. At first, the party elites were rather slow to realize these opportunities. In August 1989, the minister responsible for the Soviet gas industry, Viktor Chernomyrdin, and his deputies decided to create a state consortium, Gazprom, to take advantage of new liberties. The members of the Politburo were genuinely surprised. They asked Chernomyrdin, "Why do you need such a headache?" The party potentates still could not imagine why somebody would want to leave the Soviet nomenklatura and take full initiative and responsibility for a huge enterprise, including its possible losses. After the fall of Eastern European communist regimes, however, this psychology began to change. Party officials, including the top ones in Moscow and Leningrad, began to join the process of corporation building. The list of new Soviet joint stock conglomerates, formed by the entrepreneurial local party bosses, together with state managers and entrepreneurs, began to lengthen. Nikolai Kruchina, the chief party administrator for economic affairs, saw the future coming. He managed all party property whose value was estimated at 300 million rubles or more. Gorbachev recalled Kruchina as a man of integrity, quite intelligent, cautious yet capable of initiative. He could be fully trusted. During 1990, Kruchina realized that to pay the salaries of party apparatchiks, particularly Republican, regional, and local, he had to practice capitalism. He channeled party money, including the dues of 16 million party members, into the emerging new corporations, associations, commercial banks, and other enterprises. He also began to commercialize party assets, including office buildings, educational institutions, hospitals, posh resort facilities, publishing companies, thousands of automobiles, construction companies, and so on. With the help of the KGB and Soviet embassies, Kruchina established joint ventures with Western businessmen and politicians. Inside the country, the Party Inc. that Kruchina headed funded and assisted the first crop of millionaire entrepreneurs and commercial bankers who came from the ranks of the Komsomol apparatchiks. All this was done in order to transform the receding power of the party into money. In the fall of 1990, in the Soviet independent media, scholars and journalists began discussing nomenklatura privatization. Viktor Yeroshenko, in his essay in Novy Mir, wrote about the party of cats, probably meaning fat cats. Those were officials from the party apparatus as well as their junior associates from the Komsomol and Soviet trade unions who used the crisis as an opportunity for privatizing property. The media wrote about new commercial banks, joint enterprises, and consortiums that mushroomed and used the initial capital borrowed liberally from the party budget. The party owned most publishing houses. Suddenly there was an association formed by those enterprises and paper manufacturers. It began to export paper to Western countries at a price of $800 to $1,000 per ton. The Party of Cats, concluded Yeroshenko, was not interested in violent conflict. Instead, they demand from the Democratic camp a tacit social contract. You will allow us to retreat safely and with full pockets, and we will not jail you and shoot at you. 10 years later, this contract metaphor would be picked up by Western scholars. Leon Onikov, who worked in the party central apparatus, wrote in his memoirs, "Every professional understood that the failure to revamp the CPSU inevitably led to the disintegration of the USSR, because the party was the rod in the system." Onikov, like Gorbachev, Yakovlev, and Chernayev, was a typical man of the 60s. For him, the only way to revamp the party was to make it an association of enlightened bureaucrats and intelligentsia, a force for social democracy. He was not cynical enough to imagine that a communist nomenclatura could be transformed into the ruling class and the main stakeholder of state capitalism, something that was afoot in China at the time. Yet the Liberal Party apparatchik made a good point about the Soviet state. Most of the party nomenclatura could never understand why Gorbachev kept devolving power, especially material power, to other actors in the name of socialist democracy. Already under Leonid Brezhnev, the party had been transformed into the hierarchy of Republican and regional clans and managerial elites. They remained loyal to the General Secretary as long as they felt they were part of the system that could punish their insubordination, but also protect their clan interests. The reforms of 1989, and particularly the rise of competing Republican structures, began to question this loyalty. During 1990, the party elites and clans realized that the old nomenclatura with the center in Moscow could disappear, as it had done in Eastern Europe. The power of the purse and authority over state budget had shifted to the Supreme Soviets, their committees. All this made smart party officials think about how to survive after the party. In the republics and the national autonomies, this rethinking went faster. There it was natural for the old nomenclatura leaders to distance themselves from the center and drape themselves in the flag of national sovereignty. At least this gave them new leverage to bargain with Moscow for the control of economic assets. In the republics, such as Ukraine and Belorussia, the party apparatchiks, together with economic managers, formed ruling majorities in the Supreme Soviets. In Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and other republics of Central Asia, the party secretaries acted as leaders of ethnic-based clans. This was a rational political and economic choice in a situation of rising uncertainty. Once a mighty political force capable of mobilizing people and the economy in extreme conditions, the party had become a huge conglomerate of clans and people acting in their own interests. Many of them would have liked to remove Gorbachev from power and proceed, without any democratic experiments, towards state capitalism. Yet as the party plenums and the party congress had demonstrated many times, Gorbachev had no reason to fear a coup from the nomenclatura. Despite their anger and frustration, nobody dared move against the General Secretary. They realized that even if they voted Gorbachev out, he would constitutionally remain the commander-in-chief of the army and in control of the KGB. Those institutions were key to Gorbachev's power. Great Retreat. At the end of 1990, the Soviet Army was still the largest in the world. Its ground forces were supposed to have at least 4 million soldiers in uniform, filled up by the fall draft. The Army had up to 64,000 tanks, 76,500 armored personnel carriers, or APCs, 12,200 military aircraft and helicopters, far more than the NATO forces. At the same time, the revolutions in Eastern Europe and the unification of Germany had destroyed the legal and political grounds for deployment of the Soviet military outside Soviet borders, and this meant the biggest retreat of the army since 1941-42. Some 650,000 Soviet troops, including 50,000 officers, tens of thousands of tanks, APCs, artillery pieces, aircraft and helicopters, hundreds of thousands of items of materiel and equipment had to be withdrawn from Central and Eastern Europe across thousands of miles back to the homeland. This withdrawal essentially meant the structural and logistical end of the Soviet army as it had existed for decades. The enormity and chaos of those withdrawals are still to be fully assessed by historians. On top of those huge blows, the army had to deal with the severe and expensive reductions, that is, destruction, of its armaments, proposed in the Treaty on Conventional Armed Forces in Europe, CFE, between NATO and the Warsaw Pact. Gorbachev and Shevardnadze planned to sign this treaty in November 1990 as one of the pillars in the construction of the common European home. The great Soviet retreat from Europe elicited a range of feelings in Moscow. The journalist Yaroshenko wrote, "We have agreed to destroy the gigantic Soviet military machine free of charge, yet nobody, including in the Supreme Soviet, had explained what we would get in return. Trust? Credits? Assistance? The end of the COCOM sanctions? The harsh reality is tanks, missiles, and atomic submarines are all we have." Yaroshenko overheard a conversation in a Moscow bus. "Let the West purchase all these goodies from us," one commuter said to another, "and then they can destroy them." As for the top Soviet military commanders, they were outraged and horrified by the retreat. This particularly concerned those who were directly in charge of it. Gorbachev's military advisor Sergei Akhromiev, Minister of Defense Dmitry Yazov, and the head of the General Staff, Mikhail Moiseev. The first two had fought in World War II as soldiers. Yazov could not forget 34 of his brothers, cousins, and relatives that perished. Moiseev had lost his brothers in war. Their entire career had played out during the Cold War. Yazov had been deployed in Cuba with Soviet troops during the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962. None of them doubted that economic reforms in the Soviet Union were necessary. Akhromiev, for instance, acknowledged that the Soviet Union had become overextended, and he supported the withdrawal from Afghanistan. Yet psychologically, the Soviet military were incapable of accepting the rapid dismantling of the Soviet war machine, particularly given NATO's economic and technological superiority. According to someone who worked with him, Akhromiev took the destruction of Soviet medium-range missiles, as stipulated by the U.S.-Soviet Treaty of 1987, as a personal tragedy. The generals could not understand Gorbachev's missionary rhetoric of a new world order. They served Gorbachev out of a sense of duty and discipline, yet their heart was against the Great Retreat. Instead of questioning Gorbachev, the top military had since 1987 begun to vent their discontent against Shevardnadze and his foreign ministry as the scapegoats. Shevardnadze, in self-defense, proposed to involve Akhromiev, Yazov, and Moiseev in negotiations with the West. He hoped this would mitigate their suspicions and educate them in the realities of international affairs. In July 1989, Akhromiev made an official visit to Washington, D.C., and even traveled to California as a personal guest of former Secretary of State George Shultz. Akhromiev was overwhelmed by what he saw in the United States. The contrast between American opulence and Soviet realities depressed him. Gorbachev's military advisor became a bit more flexible and argued for concessions in the arms control talks. Yet the prospect of a unified Germany in NATO became the last straw for him. He revealed his real mood in April 1990, after he had taken part in a round of talks with the Americans, together with Shevardnadze and Soviet diplomats. On the way home on the plane, the marshal sat there silently with a dark face. Then he grumbled, "For 70 years the Americans have been trying to destroy our union, and finally they have reached their goal." Shevardnadze's deputy objected. "They did not destroy it. We did it ourselves." Akhromiev retorted, "They did it, and we too." In another episode, Defense Minister Yazov barked at Shevardnadze, "Give me a written guarantee that there will be no war in 10 years and that the Germans will not return to the borders of the Third Reich." Shevardnadze's aide, Timurez Stepanov, who was a witness, commented in his diary, "I finally realized that perestroika has no chance. Gorbachev, Shevardnadze, all of us, we have no chance." During the summer of 1990, Yazov and his chief of the General Staff acted behind Shevardnadze's back. Yazov ordered the shipment of 21,000 of the USSR's newest tanks and APCs, as well as 20,000 artillery pieces from East Germany and Eastern Europe to Central Asia, outside the CFE treaty's geographical scope. Rows of tanks with expensive electronics and optical devices were left in the desert, surrounded by barbed wire with a few guards protecting them. The leaders of the Central Asian republics were not even consulted. This was an act of despair, rather than a well-calculated move. U.S. space intelligence spotted the redeployments, and James Baker complained to Shevardnadze. The Soviet foreign minister's word and honor were at stake. On 20 October 1990, Shevardnadze sent Gorbachev a bitter letter about what had happened. The Soviet Union, he wrote, still stood on both feet and avoided bankruptcy only thanks to the financial assistance and credits from Germany and our partners who are interested in seeing in the Soviet Union a stable partner, a unitary state. In our situation, we can be toppled not by tanks or aircraft, but rather by the simple refusal to finance us. Gorbachev refused to confront the military, so Shevardnadze did so himself. "You can write down anything you want in the draft treaty," he said emotionally to Moiseev. But then there would be the failure of the CFE, Soviet diplomacy, and the European peace process. Would Soviet security win out as a result? The Pentagon hawks, Shevardnadze concluded, would applaud Comrade Moiseev. Yazov and Moiseev held their ground. Military intelligence reported that in June 1990, the president of Czechoslovakia, Václav Havel, and the post-communist leadership of Hungary wanted to join NATO. The Soviet negotiating positions would have been better off if the Warsaw Pact had disbanded itself before signing the CFE, thereby excluding former Soviet allies from the European balance of forces. At the meeting of the Commission on Arms Control, the Minister of Defense asked the top Soviet negotiator in Vienna, "How come Soviet forces in southern parts of the Soviet Union, from Moldova to South Caucasus, had to be equal in numbers to the armed forces of Turkey and Greece?" "We did not give license to do this," Yazov fulminated. He, like his American counterparts, did not believe the Cold War was truly over. Indeed, the worries of the top Soviet military about the retreat from Eastern Europe can only be understood in the context of the rapidly growing internal instability. The military top brass knew that the loss of East Germany and Eastern Europe was only half the drama of the Soviet Army. Most of its remaining combat forces and bases were located on the Western Arc, from the Baltic republics across Belorussia and western Ukraine down to Moldova. The group of southern forces were located in South Caucasus and Central Asia. Those troops faced rising instability and the rage of local nationalists, first in South Caucasus and the Baltics, then even in Ukraine. The army had become a target of public criticism after its bloody crackdown in Tbilisi in April 1989, followed by Baku in January 1990. William Odom, a top American expert on the Soviet Army, wrote with empathy later about what the Soviet military had gone through at the time. Suppose, for example, that a regiment of U.S. troops had come straight back from heavy fighting in Vietnam in 1968 to an army post in the United States without adequate housing and support facilities, and then imagine that it was dispatched to deal with anti-war demonstrators on a university campus. To say that the potential for violence would have been high is a grim understatement. Finally, the Parade of Sovereignties after the Russian declaration for the first time raised the issue of the integrity of the Soviet military machine and armed forces. If the Baltic republics and South Caucasus decided to leave the Union, Yazov warned on 28 September 1990, the military-industrial complex would lose over 100 enterprises critical for the production of Soviet fighters, air-ground missiles, the systems of teleguidance for the Air Force, automatic systems of surveillance, and so on. In July to September 1990, the Ukrainian Supreme Soviet passed laws and resolutions blocking the conscription of young men from their territory or banning their deployment outside their national territories. In the RSFSR Supreme Soviet, Yeltsin declared the same for the Russian draftees. This meant the partition of the army along Republican lines. It also undermined the Soviet military draft system. By October 1990, 400,000 draftees did not show up. The draft completely failed in the Baltic republics, South Caucasus, and Moldova, but the numbers also fell significantly in Ukraine and the Russian Federation. At the end of October, Gorbachev held a series of meetings with the top military brass. Everyone who spoke there concluded that the Soviet army was in crisis, and its root was the failure of a central authority. Participants complained loudly about the impotence of Gorbachev and Ryzhkov. Colonel General Vladislav Achilov, commander of Soviet airborne forces and the youngest general in the army, spoke for many. "Nobody carries out the decrees of the president." He also referred to use of the military in ethnic conflicts. "We have to pay with the lives of soldiers for the ambitions of the Führers." In January 1990, Achilov had led his airborne divisions to clear Baku from the ragtag Popular Front militants and demonstrations. He was disgusted to see that the political leadership, including Gorbachev, were distancing themselves from the troops at a time when the Moscow media and opposition were accusing them of excessive violence against unarmed civilians. In the Caucasus, the Baltics, Moldova, and West Ukraine, Achilov continued, people treated the army as Russian occupants. If the president did not act, Achilov concluded, the military will be forced to introduce martial rule on their own to protect servicemen and military warehouses. This was a remarkable provocation that was bound to catch Gorbachev's attention. The military parade on 7 November 1990 did not improve the morale of the Soviet military. The officers who commanded tank formations felt for the first time they were not welcome in the Soviet capital. After the parade was over, one of its participants recalled, "There was only one feeling, great fatigue, as if we did not celebrate, but accomplished some big, dirty, and disgraceful work." On 13 November, Gorbachev met with a group of over 1,000 Soviet military officers, elected to the Supreme Soviets and other public positions. The discussion was so fraught that its complete record was not published. The military obeyed their commander-in-chief, yet he was clearly losing their respect. 1 week later, Yazov was in Paris, accompanying Gorbachev at the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe. The Soviet leader was among 35 leaders who signed the Paris Charter for a New Europe and also the CFE Treaty. During the ceremony, the Soviet diplomat who had negotiated the treaty overheard the marshal, who stood close by, muttering to himself, "This treaty means we have lost World War III without a shot being fired." The Watchdog. At the end of 1990, the KGB was a formidable organization. With 480,000 officers, a secrecy-clad vertical structure, and strict military discipline, the KGB had functioned for decades as the party's arm with a sword. Like the party, the KGB penetrated all structures of the Soviet state, society, and economy. In Moscow alone, the KGB had between 65,000 and 89,000 officers. There were also secret agents and informants on the KGB payroll whose names and positions remained classified. The committee had its own troops, was in control of borders and customs, provided secure communications and controls for the party and the state, ensured the safety of strategic nuclear weapons, and more. In February 1990, the U.S. Deputy National Security Advisor Robert Gates accompanied James Baker to Moscow and met with the head of the KGB, Vladimir Khrushchev, in his Lubyanka office. Gates was struck by Khrushchev's comments on the end of the party's monopoly on political power. Perhaps, Khrushchev joked, we should divide the Communist Party into two parties with identical platforms, as in the United States. Gates asked, could one of these parties be capitalist? The KGB chief did not reply. Privately, Khrushchev considered Gorbachev's reform of the party a huge mistake. Khrushchev also told Gates that the Soviet leadership was imposing too many changes on people. Change should be applied gradually, like oxygen. Too much too quickly could make one dizzy. They spoke about the future of the Soviet Union. Gates remarked that many regions had not joined the USSR voluntarily, but rather through force of arms. Now these regions were demanding independence. Khrushchev responded that during the American Civil War, the Confederacy had been forced back into the Union. Besides, all of the Soviet republics belonged to one economic space. No republic can leave tomorrow without feeling the negative effect. This was exactly what Gorbachev had argued. Khrushchev agreed with Gates that political changes had outrun economic developments. In any case, he affirmed, the Soviet Union had no choice but to undergo fundamental changes. He warned Gates, if the U.S. tries to corner us, to exploit our current difficulties or put us in awkward situations, this would influence the attitude not only of the party but also of the people. Gates concluded that the KGB chief was no longer a supporter of perestroika. When he returned to the U.S. ambassador's residence, Gates said to Baker that Gorbachev had better watch out. Back in Washington, he shared his concerns with the top Soviet expert in the National Security Council, Condoleezza Rice. Leonid Shabarshin, head of KGB Foreign Intelligence, recalled that his organization was afraid to look at the unvarnished truth about the mood of the people. After inspecting the KGB's offices in the Baltic republics in 1990, Shabarshin compared his colleagues there with decapitated hens. They ran around flapping their wings without any understanding of the problems they faced. Furthermore, in the fall of 1990, the KGB itself was no longer uniform politically. All officers were as before party members, yet some of them wanted to distance themselves from the communist past. In March 1990, 2,756 KGB officers, with the permission of their superiors, ran in the open elections to the RSFSR Congress, as well as regional and local Soviets, and many were elected. A large group of KGB officers from the Sverdlovsk region sent a collective letter to the Russian parliament arguing that the KGB should serve state interests, not the interests of local communist officials. The KGB Collegium in Lubyanka considered it a breach of corporate discipline, yet nobody was punished. In the summer of 1990, the retired KGB general Oleg Kalugin began to speak out as a critic of the Soviet secret police and the intelligence service. Along with Gidlian and Ivanov, Kalugin attracted tens of thousands of people at the opposition rallies. Gorbachev signed the decree to strip Kalugin of his rank and pension. This only added to Kalugin's huge popularity. He was elected a people's deputy from Democratic Russia, and in October was a star at the conference of this movement. Could the KGB have run a creeping coup in September 1990? Those who knew Khrushchev replied emphatically no. The KGB chief seemed unable to move a finger without Gorbachev's approval. Shabarshin said in an interview in April 1990, the KGB and its intelligence service have no independent political interests. This is an instrument, an organ of the state that helps the state to carry out its policies. In his memoirs some years later, Shabarshin reflected, over many years all of us were drilled in the spirit of strict discipline, subordination, and faith in the bureaucratic and state wisdom of our superiors. Khrushchev's preferred tool of influence on Gorbachev was feeding information to him. The KGB chief sowed suspicions in the Soviet leader's mind about his entourage and their intentions. As Chernayev commented ruefully in his diary in February and March 1991, MS, Gorbachev, has a weakness for the secrets the KGB reports to him, in particular when it concerned his main rival Yeltsin and his American partners. Gorbachev liked to receive KGB intercepts of Western reports and intelligence. He also read eyes-only transcripts of tapped telephone conversations between his political rivals and associates. There were also numerous listening devices that the KGB had installed everywhere. Khrushchev worked in cahoots with Gorbachev's chief of staff, Valery Boldin. The more Gorbachev feared the rising power of Yeltsin and democratic Russia, the more he relied on the warped, exclusive information that Boldin and the KGB supplied him. This information was gained through praslushka, the clandestine wiretapping of offices and possibly even personal conversations between the opposition leaders. At the end of 1990, the KGB reports to Gorbachev continued to be written through the specific prism of the secret police mentality and Cold War optics, as if little had changed since Brezhnev's time. Khrushchev became obsessed with the Soviet Fifth Column and the role of the CIA and Western NGOs in acquiring numerous willing collaborators in the Soviet elites. According to the KGB chief, certain circles in the United States and the U.S. Special Services targeted the people in Moscow who called themselves Democrats and grouped themselves around Yeltsin, as well as the broader intellectual elite in the Soviet capital. Khrushchev became convinced that Shevardnadze, Chernayev, and particularly Alexander Yakovlev were American agents of influence. He also wrote that the IMF, located in Washington, actively promoted in the Soviet Union its views of economic reforms. The KGB was quick to spot ardent Westernization and pro-Americanization that was sweeping through the Soviet elites, particularly as a result of the post-wall shock of 1989. At the same time, in the new political atmosphere, the KGB could do nothing to those agents of influence and their purported American sponsors. In the fall of 1990, Gennady Burbulis, Yeltsin's advisor, met Khrushchev and requested special permission to bring his American guests to Sverdlovsk, which was still a closed city. Khrushchev signed the paperwork without any objections. On 11 December 1990, Khrushchev appeared on state television to announce that unnamed destructive forces, which were amply fed morally and materially from abroad, were active and determined to undermine our society and state and liquidate Soviet power. The KGB chief ascribed consumer shortages to the activities of the opposition, as well as organized crime. Many of the difficulties we experience in improving our economy, he added, have also been created by the activities of a number of our foreign partners, which, in essence, are close to economic sabotage. He quickly denied that the KGB wanted to return to the old times of police surveillance, informants, and a crackdown on freedoms. This speech sent shivers down the spines of many, including Western diplomats, but it was apparently approved by Gorbachev. The KGB still evoked visceral fear in Soviet society, but not so for Gorbachev. The Soviet leader regarded the KGB as an essential and even natural part of his office and lifestyle. The KGB provided his personal security, information, communications, and even his household staff. The KGB Ninth Directorate officials accompanied Gorbachev, along with his armored limousine, on all his trips around the country and especially abroad at great cost to the state budget. One could say that the Soviet president worked in a bubble created and maintained by the KGB for his exclusive needs and comfort, and this seemed to suit him well. The complex under stress. In the demonology of democratic Russia, anti-Soviet nationalists and others who denounced the totalitarian state considered the military-industrial complex, or MIC, like the party apparatus and the KGB, to be a reactionary, secret, and sinister force. In parliamentary debates, radical Democrats and populists publicized fantastic, exaggerated numbers of MIC budgets. They could not believe that with such low expenditures the Soviet Union could compete with the United States, whose defense budget was $300 billion. In a political paradox of late Soviet history, hundreds of thousands of MIC engineers, technicians, and scientists took part in rallies, demanding the dismantling of the military-industrial complex that employed them. Eventually, about 300,000 young and highly qualified MIC employees started working for cooperatives in lucrative operations such as exporting subsidized materials and importing personal computers. The MIC was facing a sharp decline in state investments and sales. In 1989, the Soviet Union's defense budget was cut from 77.3 billion to 71 billion rubles, and the estimate for 1991 was a further decline to 66.5 billion rubles. Taking into account inflation, this was a sharp cut. The R&D expenditure shrank to 31 billion rubles in 1990, with a projected 22 billion rubles for 1991. The program of the 500 days demanded reductions in defense expenditure. The leaders of the MIC did not know where to obtain the money for conversion and transition, who would build the new production capacities, what to do with the old industrial parts that kept churning out weaponry that was no longer needed, and what to do with the stockpiles of unusable but lethal weapons, above all, nuclear weapons. The costs of maintaining those stockpiles were immense. The costs of their destruction would be even bigger. There were programs of biological weapons that even Gorbachev did not know about, including stocks of deadly viruses from smallpox to anthrax, also an array of binary chemical weapons with the code name Novichok. Many captains of MIC corporations genuinely wanted to leave the Cold War behind and start joint ventures with their Western partners. Until the summer of 1990, however, none of them were able to travel to the West. Any Western partnership could be considered state treason. Gorbachev's romance with the market economy broke this taboo. In August, with his authorization, a group of high-level MIC leaders and directors were allowed to fly to Boston, the first trip to the West in their life, to talk to American businessmen about potential projects for cooperation. In September, some of them met with a delegation of American businessmen in Moscow. The U.S. Secretary of Commerce, Robert Mosbacher, reported to Bush that the Soviets talked about our coming in to convert some military plants and even talked about specific opportunities. If this is pursued, I should think it would make their movement toward peacefully joining the family of Western nations close to irreversible. With the assistance of the Academy of Sciences, some defense industrialists reached out to foreign investors. On 28 September 1990, Gorbachev convened a special conference of top people from the MIC to discuss a program for its conversion to new market conditions. All had years of experience in running huge state conglomerates, employing tens of thousands, often hundreds of thousands of people. They all belonged to the party Supreme Nomenklatura. For years, the main coordinating bodies of those officials were the defense sector of the CPSU and the Military Industrial Commission in the Council of Ministers. Now they came to lay out their problems and grievances. They wanted to learn what the party and the state could do to help them survive the traumatic transition to a market economy. None of them knew what to expect in the near future. The 5-year plan, proposed by Ryzhkov's government, envisaged the production of 2.5 times fewer tanks and half the amount of missiles and military aircraft than before. Instead, the government wanted the MIC to increase its production of equipment for agriculture by 2.4 times as much, for medicine by 2.5 times as much, and by 1.8 for consumer-oriented state industries, and twice the amount for electronics. The discussion in Gorbachev's Kremlin office predictably revealed a sharp division between liberals and conservatives. The young economist Yuri Yermolenko, a specialist in Chinese economic reforms, urged the MIC leaders to accelerate conversion to the production of civilian goods. Its cadres and resources should reinvent the Soviet economy. This was what Gorbachev wanted. The solution looked promising, yet it could hardly be implemented anytime soon. Yevgeny Velikhov, vice president of the Academy of Sciences, advocated partnerships between MIC enterprises and American corporations. He urged Gorbachev to remove the secrecy rules requiring the highest authorization for senior officials from the MIC to travel abroad and reach business deals. This solution was based on the premise that the Americans would agree to such a revolutionary cooperation with their former enemy and rival. Some directors of MIC corporations reported to Gorbachev on the market ventures and Western partnerships they had already begun to explore. The director of a big plant of military electronics said he was preparing to begin the mass production of video recorders. Another manager planned to use military satellites to provide telephone connectivity to the entire country. The minister responsible for the shipbuilding industry established business ties with a certain Rappaport, a Swiss-based investment banker who was promising to find money for the renovation of naval shipyards on the Black Sea. More striking ventures began to take place. Officials from a Soviet radioisotope plant, obviously with clearance from above, had approached the U.S. Ministry of Energy with an offer to sell 5 kilograms of Soviet-made plutonium-238, the fuel for atomic weapons, at a cost of $1,200 per gram. The offer was for a spot sale, with 10 kilograms to be delivered later in the year and 20 more kilograms in 1991. The Soviet plutonium cost significantly less than the type manufactured in the United States. The surprised Americans deliberated whether they should agree to this unprecedented bargain. On the conservative flank at the September conference stood Oleg Baklanov, head of the Military Industrial Commission, and the KGB's Khrushchev. Baklanov doubted that rapid conversion of the MIC was possible and voiced his concern that without state funds, the most valuable sectors of the Soviet economy would simply fall apart, and the most skilled workers would end up selling and buying in cooperatives. The real solution, Baklanov believed, would be to restore financial stability in the country. That was a thinly disguised call for a dictatorship. Khrushchev dismissed cooperation with the United States. He warned that Americans wanted to destroy the Soviet MIC and use financial incentives to siphon off Soviet secrets. The Soviet Union would remain a superpower only as long as it had its independent R&D base that would allow it to retain its competitive edge. Yevgeny Primakov, a world-savvy academician and Gorbachev's favorite aide, proposed another solution to the MIC problems. Primakov also did not trust the seemingly good intentions of the United States, yet he urged MIC leaders to learn from their Cold War counterparts and expand the global export of arms. Instead of cutting the production of armaments, Soviet arms manufacturers should find markets for them. Why have we become so scared of the ant? Others will fill the arms market if we leave. We cannot work with white gloves. Primakov was referring to the spring scandal with the cooperative ant, the target of populist politics and media attacks. At a conference with Gorbachev in September, the top MIC managers agreed that Western investors could not replace the budgetary allocations. Western markets remained closed for the products of Soviet military labs and industries. The speakers, one after another, asked Gorbachev to suspend the budget cuts on R&D and other arms-related programs. Furthermore, the industries needed a clear, long-term perspective. Gorbachev, however, closed the conference by telling leaders of the MIC to search for their own solutions. Many in the audience left the Kremlin confused and disappointed. On 12 November 1990, a U.S. delegation came to Leningrad and Moscow to meet with MIC leaders. The event was organized by IMEMO, the leading think tank of the Academy of Sciences and the Non-Governmental Council on Economic Priorities, or CEP, in the United States. There were no big names from the U.S. arms corporations. The group consisted mostly of university economists, political scientists, and a few business executives. The most visible figures were the governor of Ohio, Richard Celeste, and former CIA director William Colby. In contrast, the Soviet side was high-profile. Alexander Yakovlev, Velikhov, Baklanov, and a number of directors and managers of MIC enterprises. The economists Shatalin and Yeremenko also attended. Baklanov played the good host and said to the Americans, "We are open to letting your specialists study our military industry." The Soviet hosts showed the Americans their most advanced and top-secret MIC facilities. In Leningrad, they made a tour of Lomo, the largest manufacturer of optics for the military and civilian economy. This company impressed their American guests as being in a league with only 5 other companies in the world, including Bausch & Lomb. In Moscow, the Americans visited Almaz, a conglomerate with 73,000 workers and 7,000 engineers, which built advanced air defense systems. Its director, the academic Boris Bunkin, wanted to specialize in radios and television, tape recorders, and other civilian electronic products. They also paid a visit to the Energia machine-building plant, which produced proton rockets that orbited space satellites. Its director wanted to produce ecological and robotic equipment for radioactive cleanup and cancer treatment, water purification, lasers, and radiology. Meanwhile, the director complained that the government's program of conversion made them produce bikes, sleds, and frying pans instead. The Soviet directors were remarkably candid with their American guests. They admitted that they had little expertise in international trade, joint ventures, and marketing, but were desperate to get credits and earn hard currency. They asked the Americans for advice on how to do it. The director of Lomo complained that Gorbachev's policies left his enterprise to its own devices. Without American assistance, he said, the defense industries would fall apart, and this would be dangerous given that we have nuclear weapons. American academics were shocked to find directors of Soviet military plants to be more enthusiastic about market forces than they were. One American economist told his Soviet hosts that only the state could compensate for losses during the transition to a market economy, help make intelligent and profitable choices, and prevent military enterprises from price gouging and other sorts of attempts to take unfair advantage of the chaos. Another American economist said, "It is amazing to see how many Soviet people are willing to give up their safe government jobs in favor of a chance to be involved in entrepreneurship." The American report on the trip summed up the situation. Some people consider defense enterprise managers in the Soviet Union the enemy of reform. The conversations in Moscow and Leningrad, however, made it clear that many of the defense enterprise managers think that they could survive in a market economy. Velikhov, in his memoirs, recalls that he brought a Swiss-based investment banker, Bruce Rappaport, to a meeting with Gorbachev. He was the certain Rappaport mentioned at the September 1990 meeting. Gorbachev, as always, spoke about the great potential and future of the USSR. Rappaport listened with growing impatience, then interrupted. "Mr. President, let me tell you a Jewish joke. A Jew buried his wife. He came to the rabbi to ask what to do. The rabbi said, 'You should let a year or two go by. You will adjust and find consolation.' The Jew responds, 'A year, 2 years. And what am I supposed to do tonight?' The last sentence summed up the plight of the MIC and the nature of Gorbachev's reforms. The best Soviet industries and their managers embraced the market and reforms, but needed time, expertise, and state support to survive in the global marketplace. The lack of all these, however, left them in the lurch. Leviathan contested. Through the fall of 1990, Gorbachev continued to tinker with the Union Treaty, which his consultants had been drafting since June. He was aiming for a strong federation with the president elected by direct national vote. A powerful cabinet of ministers would include the heads of the republics. The president would remain the sole guarantor of the constitutional order, control borders, set economic, defense, and foreign policies, define the financial credit system, form a common budget, and resolve disputes among the republics. The center would retain control of the entire military-industrial complex and other all-union industries on the territory of the Russian Federation and other republics. On 11 November, Gorbachev met with Yeltsin, but the Russian rebel rejected Gorbachev's scheme and repeated his own demands. The next day, the Supreme Soviet of the USSR reconvened after a 2-week holiday break. The mood of deputies reflected the anger of their voters. In a public survey, when people answered the question about who wielded power in the country, the most common reply was, nobody. The main source of discontent was, as before, the crisis of food supplies. Even the parliamentarians began to receive food packages: 2 packs of groats, a chicken, 1 pack of sugar, 1 250-gram pack of butter, and a box of candies. Especially vocal in the parliament was the group called Soyuz, which held Gorbachev and his government responsible for the economic crisis, national separatism, and the retreat from Eastern Europe. The group was created in February 1990 from hardcore communists and those who represented Russian minorities in non-Russian republics. The main speaker of the group was Colonel Viktor Alksnis, elected by the military and Russian speakers in Latvia. A grandson of Stalin's marshal, killed in Stalin's purges, Alksnis was a die-hard Soviet patriot. His solution to the Soviet crisis was martial law, the suspension of parliaments, and the arrest of all troublemakers. Landsbergis, Yeltsin, whatever it takes. His hero was General Jaruzelski, whose actions in the 1980s allowed a peaceful transition to reform in Poland. The Soyuz deputies demanded that Gorbachev deliver a report to the nation. On 16 November, the president delivered a hastily drafted speech, a smorgasbord of platitudes, and an enumeration of his achievements with perestroika. The speech, concluded Gorbachev's biographer, bombed. Alksnis rose from his seat to warn Gorbachev that he had only 30 days to correct his course. Otherwise, the Congress would revoke his presidential rights. Later that day, the Politburo pressured Gorbachev as well. Shenin, Baklanov, Polotskov, and the heads of the Moscow and Leningrad party organizations demanded an immediate introduction of presidential rule and the purge of liberals in the media. Gorbachev confessed to Shakhnazarov that for him the last word came in the form of a plea by a deputy, an elderly lady at the Supreme Soviet. "We are praying for you. Please give birth to a decision on what needs to be done." The Soviet president worked through the night to draft another address to the Soviet parliament, this time concise and consisting of 8 points. On this occasion, he did not consult anyone, neither his aides nor Ryzhkov. The next morning, the president announced to the deputies he would disband the Presidential Council and create new government structures, a cabinet of ministers answerable to the president and a security council consisting of power ministries. The speech diffused the tension. The Soyuz faction and even the supporters of radical economic reforms applauded the leader, who seemed finally to have decided to address the crisis. There was another motive in Gorbachev's mind, the fate of his partnership with the West. The enraged Supreme Soviet could kill ratification of the treaties that Gorbachev and Shevardnadze had negotiated. On 18 November, with a new sense of confidence, Gorbachev arrived in Italy to receive a prestigious Fiuggi Prize and then proceeded to Paris to attend the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe and append his signature to the Charter of Paris for a New Europe and the CFE Treaty. He was a central figure at the conference. Bush, Mitterrand, Kohl, Thatcher, and other Western leaders deferred to him. It was a perfect moment for Gorbachev to reach an understanding with Bush on the necessity of a crackdown against Yeltsin's unilateral separatism. The American president badly needed Soviet support for a resolution in the United Nations Security Council permitting the use of force in Iraq. Bush explicitly said he would back Gorbachev's steps to restore the constitutional order. "We understand what you want to achieve. Preserve the order and unity which are necessary for the republics." Bush openly dismissed Yeltsin's pretensions. The only exception, Bush added, was the use of force against the Baltic republics. On this issue, American public opinion would not allow him to support Gorbachev. Instead, Gorbachev took a defensive stand. He probably feared that the Bush administration would proceed to act unilaterally without the USSR against Iraq, and Gorbachev would lose a key ally for his scheme of Soviet integration into a new Europe. Meeting with Bush one-on-one, Gorbachev invoked the image of the New Deal to explain his domestic predicament. Just like Franklin Roosevelt, he had to respond to people's fears to avoid chaos and violence. Therefore, to some extent, sometimes we have to use measures resembling harsh administrative measures, so that we do not allow unfolding processes to turn to chaos. The new Union Treaty, he told Bush, was the only means of solving the crisis. Chernayev was struck once again by the phenomenon of the two Gorbachevs. One was a world figure with a striking vision. The other was a lame-duck domestic politician, out of ammunition, and unable to use his enormous executive powers. When Gorbachev returned to Moscow, he vowed to Shakhnazarov that he would never rule by decree. "Nobody, including the Supreme Soviet and the forthcoming Congress of People's Deputies," he declared, "can force me into dictatorship. I would rather resign. This is a firm conviction, a lifelong principle." Still, he decided not to travel to the West again for a while. He even canceled his trip to Oslo on 10 December to receive the Nobel Prize. Instead, a senior Soviet diplomat accepted the honor on his behalf. While Gorbachev was building a common European home, Yeltsin and Burbulis worked to build an alliance of the Russian Federation with other republics against the Kremlin. On 19 November, the Russian leader arrived in Kiev to sign the Treaty of Mutual Recognition and Cooperation between the Russian Federation and the Ukrainian SSR. This was a cornerstone of the strategy advocated by Yeltsin to build a new union from below on the basis of horizontal economic and political ties between the three Slavic republics and Kazakhstan. Gorbachev knew about Yeltsin's mission, but he did not intervene. The Ukrainian Republic was still firmly under the control of the party nomenklatura, and the calls for full independence came only from western Ukraine and some members of the Rukh. Yeltsin came to tell them that after the 300-year attachment of Ukraine to the Russian Empire and the totalitarian regime in Moscow, Ukraine was now free to choose its own path. Speaking in the Ukrainian Supreme Soviet on 19 November, Yeltsin sounded like the best ally of the Rukh nationalists. Then he signed the prepared text of the treaty and a joint declaration with the head of the Ukrainian parliament, Leonid Kravchuk. In front of journalists, Yeltsin blamed Gorbachev for concentrating absolute power in his hands. Russia, he said, would not sign a union treaty, a scheme imposed by the totalitarian center. Instead, there should be only a union of sovereign states, such as the Russian Federation, Ukraine, and others. Burbulis recalled that Yeltsin, when he went on his trip to Kiev, was under the influence of Solzhenitsyn's pamphlet, How to Rebuild Russia. Solzhenitsyn wrote about Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians as one nation divided by geopolitical calamities and foreign conquest. He appealed to Ukrainians, "Brothers, we do not need a brutal divide. This is the dark delusion of communist days. We suffered the Soviet times together and ended up in this huge pit. We will get out of it together." Yeltsin used similar rhetoric. At the same time, the Russian leader left no doubt that the road to such a union should be built over the complete destruction of the old state and full recognition of Ukrainian sovereignty. Not everyone in Yeltsin's entourage agreed. Vladimir Lukin, a top expert on foreign policy in the Russian parliament, argued that the RSFSR had been artificially created by the Bolsheviks and cannot be identified with Russia either ethnically or historically. The Soviet Union, on the contrary, was without doubt and remains today the successor state to the Russian monarchy and the Russian Republic, 1917, and for 70 years represented Russia's interests in foreign policy. If the political elites that controlled the RSFSR take the course of creating an independent state, Lukin warned, we should expect a long and creeping ethno-civil war. Lukin believed that instead of destroying the old Union state, the Russian authorities had to help Gorbachev rebuild it. Boosting Ukrainian sovereignty was certainly not in Russia's interests. Yeltsin, however, was impressed by another of Solzhenitsyn's arguments, that the Russians had exhausted themselves while serving as human clay for the totalitarian empire. Speaking to the Ukrainian Supreme Soviet, Yeltsin said that Russia does not want any special role and does not seek to become a center of any future empire, and he refused even to raise the issue of Russian territories inside Ukraine. He specifically elaborated on the question of Crimea. He said that the people of Crimea should be given the right to determine their future through a referendum. We should not interfere. In Kiev, Yeltsin reaffirmed that the problem of Crimea is the internal affair of the peoples of Crimea and the Parliament of Ukraine. The Ukrainian parliament ratified the treaty almost immediately, and the Ukrainian nationalists welcomed Yeltsin's message. A few months later, Kravchuk told the British ambassador to the USSR, Roderick Braithwaite, that he embraced Yeltsin's idea of keeping all local taxes, capital assets, and natural resources under Ukraine's control. He was concerned, however, about the potential inequality in Russian-Ukrainian relations because the Russian Federation was too big. For this reason, Kravchuk explained, some kind of a weaker union could be in Ukraine's interest. This was the paradox. The Russian leadership in Moscow pushed for Ukrainian independence that the Ukrainian leaders did not actually want. In the Russian parliament, the Russian-Ukrainian treaty evoked consternation. Article 6 stated that the signatories recognize and respect the territorial integrity of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic and the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic within their presently existing borders within the USSR, v Ramkach SSSR. The ratification of the treaty took some time and effort. Still, Lukin and other parliamentarians signed off on the official copy of it. They interpreted the treaty's article as recognition of Ukraine's territory as long as the USSR was in existence. No one could imagine that this choice of words would become so heavily contested a year later. Gorbachev's bad choices. By the end of November 1990, Gorbachev had wasted any political momentum that his dictatorial presidency had briefly generated. All his advisers concluded that he was burnt out and had lost his bearings. The most logical step for him would have been to pick a vice president as his future successor, a fresh, energetic leader. One good candidate was Nursultan Nazarbayev, leader of the party and president of Kazakhstan. The Kazakh was intelligent, prudent, and cautious. Instead, Gorbachev's choice was Gennady Yanayev, who, like Gorbachev himself, was of peasant stock and had made his career in the Komsomol. Under Brezhnev, Yanayev led the Committee of Youth Organizations of the USSR and later had worked for the Union of Soviet Societies for Friendship and Cultural Ties with Foreign Countries. Both jobs entailed endless trips abroad, schmoozing, heavy drinking, and partying with foreign guests. A party man in every sense of the word, Yanayev was a bizarre choice for Gorbachev. Gorbachev's other cadre choices also signaled the rise of people who were capable of using force. He appointed Boris Pugo to replace Bakatin in the Ministry of the Interior. Pugo's father, an ethnic Latvian, had served in Stalin's law enforcement agency, the NKVD, during the Terror, and helped to crush resistance to Soviet power in Latvia after 1945. Pugo had led the Latvian KGB under Brezhnev. As Pugo's deputy, Gorbachev selected General Boris Gromov, a Russian military man who had led the last column of Soviet tanks out of Afghanistan in 1989. The only exception to the downgrading of Gorbachev's entourage seemed to be the Minister of Finance, Valentin Pavlov, 53 years old, well-educated, and energetic. Pavlov regarded himself as a pure financial expert, unlike the demagogues and careerists from the party and Komsomol apparatus. He was one of the few who knew how the Soviet monetary system worked and what the real causes of its crisis were. Pavlov rejected the 500 days as a disastrous scheme for the Soviet economy. He strongly believed in a transition to a market economy under authoritarian state control, as had happened in Singapore, South Korea, Taiwan, and was occurring under the party leadership in China. Pavlov favored Soviet membership of the IMF and World Bank, but he believed it would require a special set of state policies to attract foreign capital. On 6 December 1990, Pavlov, the head of Gosplan, Maslyukov, and the committee heads of the Soviet Parliament presented to Gorbachev an agreement to ensure stabilization of the social-economic situation in the country. Pavlov had worked out a detailed new fiscal system between the federal state and the republics to replenish the state budget. With this in mind, he proposed a 20% mandatory tax on all state enterprises. This money would go to a federal stabilization fund. This was a new position for negotiating with Yeltsin. The document warned the president that if he made excessive concessions to the republics, especially to the Russian Federation, he will in effect liquidate the economic base for the functioning of the Union of SSR as a federal state. The Fourth Congress of People's Deputies, Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary, opened in the Kremlin on 17 December 1990. It was a very different assembly from the one a year before. Most pro-democracy deputies identified with their republics. The largest faction was from the Russian Federation, including the skeptical and confident Yeltsin, Burbulis, and radical members of Democratic Russia. Nazarbayev led the pack of Central Asian deputies and demanded more autonomy. The Baltic deputies boycotted the Congress, just like the representatives from Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Moldova. Many intellectuals were absent, abroad on lecturing tours and multi-month-long fellowships provided by Western foundations and universities. The majority of deputies openly flouted Gorbachev's authority and overruled his proposals. According to Roderick Braithwaite, who observed the session, no one has any idea how to replace Gorbachev if he leaves. Lukyanov chaired the Congress and seemed to be more in control and in charge. Unexpectedly, he gave the floor for a procedural question to the deputy from Chechnya, Saja Umalatova, a hardline Leninist and bleeding-heart Soviet patriot. Umalatova proposed a vote of no confidence in the president. Gorbachev had wasted his mandate, she explained, and ruined the country. She turned to Gorbachev. "Excuse me, but one should know how to use power for the benefit of the people." Lukyanov put Umlatova's motion to the vote, adding that the Congress could not remove the president as long as he acted constitutionally. A total of 1,288 deputies voted against the motion. Over 400, however, voted for Gorbachev's removal. What did this episode mean? Umalatova vowed that the speech was her own heartfelt cry. After her motion failed, she ran to a bathroom and wept hysterically. Gorbachev had to sustain more blows. One came from Ryzhkov. The prime minister took the floor to explain why perestroika had been such a failure. He blamed hostile forces who turned on the government program of genuine, humane socialism. Soon after his speech, Ryzhkov suffered a heart attack and left the political scene. At last, Gorbachev was free to choose a new government. A much bigger stab in Gorbachev's back came from Shevardnadze. Pride, a sense of loyalty, jealousy, and frustration collided in this emotional, ambitious man. Shevardnadze became convinced that the Soviet leader was holding him as a scapegoat, while elevating his rival Primakov to run Soviet diplomacy. He had also become convinced that the Soviet Empire was doomed to fall apart, and he would have to shift his loyalty from Moscow to Georgia. On the morning of 20 December, Shevardnadze told his two aides about his decision to resign. He did not inform Gorbachev, fearing his usual tricks. A few hours later, Shevardnadze was at the podium in Congress. He began to speak calmly, then he raised the issue of attacks on his personal dignity, and his emotion waxed. "Dictatorship is coming. I do not know which kind, who will be a dictator. I am resigning. Do not react now. Do not curse me. Let it be my contribution, my protest against the advancing dictatorship." He ended with the declaration that the future belongs to democracy and freedom. Then he exited the hall, leaving the audience in suspense. Western observers and journalists rushed out to report the sensational news. Alksnis and his associates gloated. Pro-democracy deputies spoke about the danger of dictatorship and urged Shevardnadze to reconsider. Gorbachev sat with a poker face. When he finally spoke, he said that he had planned to appoint Shevardnadze as vice president, and that the unexpected resignation offended him. Shevardnadze, who watched this on television from his office in the Foreign Ministry, cupped his face with both hands, red from anger. Gorbachev prevaricated again. Next morning, Gorbachev invited Shevardnadze to his office in the Kremlin. He was there with Raisa. Both tried to talk Shevardnadze out of his decision. "If you resign," Gorbachev said, "I will do so as well." Back in his office, Shevardnadze told his aides that Gorbachev refused to acknowledge the obvious. He was sandwiched between the separatists who wanted to destroy the Union and the hardliners who wanted to use emergency rule to stop the meltdown. He would have no other option but to use force and spill blood. Then our entire cause will lose its meaning. The sense of suspense after Shevardnadze's departure grew even more when 2 days later Khrushchev addressed the Congress with his report. The KGB chief, as earlier, spoke about foreign interference in Soviet affairs. The West, he said, was ready to take advantage of the opening of the Soviet economy. It encouraged a brain drain of the skilled scientific and technical workers from Soviet enterprises. He also spoke, continuing Andropov's line of 1983, about the currency war that the West was allegedly waging against the Soviet Union. There are, he said, 12 billion rubles in Swiss banks alone which at any moment could find their way onto the Soviet market and trigger massive inflation. Many of the activities of our foreign partners, he summed up, are close to economic sabotage. When Gorbachev proposed Yanayev for vice president, the Congress turned his candidacy down. It was not clear who felt more humiliated, Gorbachev or the deputies who thought Yanayev was an inept buffoon. During the break, a group of intellectuals tried to dissuade the president. Yanayev, they said, was not a good man for reforms. Gorbachev asked, "What are your facts?" Yanayev was elected by a tiny margin in the second round. Chernayev recorded in his diary, "The Congress is turning into a mob. This institution should be disbanded as soon as possible." Gorbachev's closest aide decided to postpone his own decision to resign. He pitied Gorbachev. The huge question that Congress could not properly discuss, even less agree upon, was the Union Treaty. After resisting it for over a year, Gorbachev finally put this pivotal issue on the table. Many believed it was too late. Gorbachev also pulled another rabbit out of his hat. In his address, he called for a nationwide referendum on the question of whether a reformed union should be preserved. The Congress voted in favor, leaving the question of timing to the leadership. For the Soviet Union, the year ended with the specter of discord between the different parties of the fading and crumbling state. The Western diplomats and journalists, who took their cues from their liberal friends in Moscow, were almost certain that blood would soon be spilt, and that the Soviet military would be involved. Would there be a new Commonwealth, or only growing chaos and possibly bloodshed? No one knew the answer. Yet even at this point, very few expected that the Soviet Union would not survive 1991. Part 2. Decline and Downfall, 1991. Chapter 7. Standoff. But what, save foulest defeat, can await that man who wills, and yet wills not? Thomas Carlyle about Louis XVI in 1789. Yeltsin and Gorbachev will not be reconciled until they meet each other in prison. A Soviet joke. Blood in the Baltics. On the morning of 20 December 1990, Condoleezza Rice, special advisor to George Bush, was still in bed when a call from the Situation Room in the White House woke her up. Rice was part of a small contingency group at the NSC that discussed the future of Gorbachev and the Soviet Union. Brent Scowcroft had set up this group in the fall of 1989 because he became convinced either Gorbachev was going to stop this perestroika or somebody would stop him. The leader of the group was Robert Gates, a veteran analyst at the CIA. The biggest contingency on the group's agenda was the prospect of a violent collapse of the Soviet Union. The committee examined other dangers. What if Soviet nuclear weapons fell into dangerous hands? What if the U.S. government learned of plans for a coup against Gorbachev? What if Soviet troops in Germany refused to go home? Now Rice was asked to explain Shevardnadze's resignation. That was the scariest moment, she recalled. I was surprised. I was very worried. Rice called Scowcroft and warned him something really awful was about to happen in the Soviet Union. 2 days before Shevardnadze resigned, Rice and CIA experts concurred that a creeping crackdown was taking place in the Soviet Union. The problem between Gorbachev's government and the separatist republics was likely to get much worse in the coming weeks. What should the U.S. government do? Until then, the White House had discouraged meetings with Republican leaders, but how should the U.S. government respond if some separatist leaders demanded recognition by the United Nations or other international organizations? The republics in question were not only the Baltics, but the Russian Federation and Ukraine. Bush, Scowcroft, and Baker were genuinely puzzled by the Russian support of Yeltsin. Gates, the CIA's Fritz Ermarth, and the U.S. ambassador in Moscow, Jack Matlock, had been telling them Yeltsin stood a great chance of becoming the future president of Russia. In the 1950s, Scowcroft had studied at West Point and read books about Soviet and Russian history. They had taught him that Russia, because of its insecurity, geography, and economic backwardness, was destined to be ruled by an authoritarian regime. The emergence of Yeltsin and a bunch of Russian intellectuals calling for democracy, human rights, and the dissolution of the Union did not fit this matrix. Scowcroft wrote to Bush, "The absurdity of the situation in the Soviet Union is perhaps best captured by the prospect of Russia, once thought to be synonymous with the Soviet state, seeking autonomy from the Kremlin under Yeltsin's leadership." Scowcroft viewed Yeltsin as a creature of chaos produced by Gorbachev's style of governance, an ambitious opportunist of the First Order, and his credentials as a Democrat are suspect at best. Jim Baker agreed. Shevardnadze had told him that Yeltsin was a demagogue and possibly a dangerous nationalist. Rice spent 20 December in the Situation Room of the White House reading cables and periodically briefing the leadership. Nobody knew what to expect. "It was a black day for us," Baker recalled. Yet nothing happened the next day nor the day after. And a week later, the Soviet ambassador in Washington, Alexander Besmirtnykh, arrived with Gorbachev's letter to Bush. The Soviet leader explained that Shevardnadze's resignation was the result of a nervous breakdown. "You can be absolutely firmly assured," the letter went, "our policy course will remain unchanged in terms of substance as in form. This goes for the European process, this goes for all arms control and security issues, this goes for the Persian Gulf. Gorbachev wanted Bush to confirm the date for the next summit in Moscow, scheduled for 11 to 13 February 1991. Besmirtnych would soon become the next foreign minister. The American leaders, who called him Sasha and knew he was loyal to Shevardnadze's way of thinking, were reassured. Vytautas Landsbergis, the Lithuanian pro-independence leader, was one of the first to understand the potential of the Russian chaos and split. Suddenly, he saw the possibility that the Soviet Union might collapse from within. The Lithuanian exit could become a fuse for such an implosion. This fuse blew unexpectedly in early January 1991. The Lithuanian government of moderate nationalists decided to raise prices on basic food commodities. An angry mob, mostly Russian speakers, protested in the streets and even tried to storm the Lithuanian parliament. The government resigned. In the political vacuum, the pro-Moscow communists and the Russian minority leaders decided to invite the Soviet army to introduce presidential rule in Lithuania. The two camps were set for a confrontation. On 10 January, Marshal Yazov ordered General Verenikov to return to Vilnius, and Khrushchev instructed the KGB Colonel Mikhail Golovatov to fly to Vilnius with Alpha, a small, well-trained group of KGB commandos. The next day, the Lithuanian communists proclaimed the Committee of National Salvation and appealed to the Soviet military for support. The Alpha commander later asserted that initially his KGB superiors had ordered him to take control of the Lithuanian television center and announce the appeal of the National Salvation Committee to establish presidential rule. Then, however, a different order came: to control the television center in order to prevent the broadcasting of any news harmful to the USSR. This made little sense. Golovatov later called this a stupendous act of betrayal by the country's leadership. He meant not only Gorbachev, but his KGB bosses as well. Alpha acted in coordination with the military and the riot police, or OMON, from the Ministry of the Interior. At night, the Pskov Airborne Division, supported by tanks and APCs, tried to move towards the television tower, surrounded by a hostile crowd of young Lithuanians. In the skirmish, 14 Lithuanians lost their lives. Inside the television center, an Alpha officer was shot dead, almost certainly by friendly fire. The question of Gorbachev's complicity came up immediately and never went away. Many Lithuanians held the Soviet leader responsible for the bloodshed. If so, what had the Soviet leader wanted to achieve? This was the period when the United States and its allies were preparing to launch a war in the Gulf. Had Moscow wanted to crush the Baltic independence movements, this was the perfect time to do so. Those accusing Gorbachev denied that local forces could have acted independently and ignored the chaos of the nighttime confrontations. Few in Lithuania, including the former Prime Minister Kazimiera Prunskiene, claimed that Gorbachev was not fully in control of the military at the time. Oleg Shenin in the CPSU Secretariat openly pushed for presidential rule in Lithuania and later asserted that Gorbachev had let people down. The Soviet leader refused to sign the prepared documents that recognized the National Salvation Committee. Khrushchev later claimed that Gorbachev had instructed him, Yazov, and Boris Pugo to prepare for the use of force, but then he reconsidered. Chernayev, when he learned about the fatalities in Vilnius, thought the same. Shevardnadze was convinced that the Soviet leader had contributed to what happened by his prevarications. At a later date, Shevardnadze told his aides about a secret meeting in late October 1990, when Gorbachev, responding to frantic appeals by the communist leaders in Lithuania to protect them from the nationalists, had not excluded the use of force. On 3 January 1991, Gorbachev met Shevardnadze in the Kremlin, during which he asked him one last time to return to the government following his earlier resignation. The Soviet leader looked depressed, on the brink of resignation himself. "I am also ready to leave," he suddenly said. I even envy you, believe me." Perhaps he was referring to the pressures on him to resort to force in the Baltics. In his memoirs, Gorbachev asserted he had authorized Khrushchev, Yazov, and Pugo to act only if the situation in Vilnius should get out of control and there are direct clashes between Sayudist supporters and the Communists. Had things gone the way the Soviet leader claimed, the Soviet military could have reacted to local resistance with lethal firepower, just as they had done in Baku in January 1990. Sayudist leaders feared this scenario and therefore urged their followers to adhere to nonviolence. On 11 January 1991, one day before the military assault in Vilnius, Gorbachev called Bush on a secure line to tell him that he would do anything to reach a peaceful settlement with the Lithuanian nationalist government. "People are demanding I introduce presidential rule," Gorbachev said to Bush. "You know what my style is in such matters. It is much like your style. I will do all I can to reach a political solution." Gorbachev added that in Lithuania, not everything is within our control. The Soviet leader found himself in the worst possible situation. He had broken the pledge he gave to Bush. Landsbergis and Sayudist activists enjoyed world attention and sympathy. The Western media seemed to have forgotten how they had lionized Gorbachev. Journalists came out with the same old Cold War images. Lithuania was compared to Hungary of 1956 and Czechoslovakia of 1968. The Chinese tanks of Tiananmen Square in 1989 also loomed in the background. Gorbachev's perestroika was declared kaput. His procrastinations over constitutional issues became part of a sinister plan. One liberal observer from the Washington Post bemoaned how Gorbachev could tarnish his Nobel Peace Prize, lose the respect and trust of the West, by sending tanks against unarmed people. The leaders of democratic Russia brought out tens of thousands of Muscovites to protest the violence in Lithuania. The largest rally on Magne Square, near the Kremlin, consisted of between 100,000 and 200,000 people. Chernayev wrote down what he heard on the radio. "Gorbachev is the greatest liar of our times. Gorbachev and his clique. Gorbachev is worse than Hitler." Galina Starovoitova, in her interview with the BBC, said, "Gorbachev has become a dictator. He still has not let a big bloodshed occur, yet he is the person who is profoundly alien to an idea of democracy." The editor of Moscow News, Yegor Yakovlev, published an issue of his newspaper in a funereal frame with a screeching title, "Bloody Sunday." Arguments and Facts published a collective protest signed by 80 celebrities and luminaries, the cream of the Russian intellectual, literary, and artistic elites. This barrage could not help but wound Gorbachev's ego. And still the Soviet leader did not succumb to this ferocious pressure. He even continued to defend Yazov, Khrushchev, and Pugo from accusations in the Soviet parliament. This only made him appear even more like a culprit. Even Gorbachev's advisers felt the urge to join the protest. Yakovlev was so distressed that he was hospitalized. Chernayev dictated an emotional letter to Gorbachev in which he announced his immediate resignation. His secretary and mistress typed up the letter, but then refused to finish the job and tore the draft to pieces. Chernayev, however, went on to reproduce it in his diary for posterity. A week after the bloodshed in Lithuania, another tragedy struck in Riga. The Latvian OMON clashed with the Latvian armed police. 5 civilians died, including a cameraman from Soviet television. Gorbachev refused to take any responsibility for this event either. He blamed the local Latvian militia and even suspected Anatoly Skorbunovs, head of the Latvian Supreme Soviet, of the insurrection. After all, he mused, who gained most from this provocation? The Soviet leader also accused Russian separatists. Without the expected support from Yeltsin and democratic Russia and Moscow, Gorbachev claimed, radical separatists in the Baltics would not have acted so provocatively. 2 days after the events in Riga, however, Gorbachev issued a statement in which he distanced himself from the violence, regretted the casualties, and once again denounced the use of force against civilians. Chernayev commented with a mixture of relief and regret. Gorbachev is in his element. He is always late. The Western ambassadors in Moscow were also relieved. They had been convinced that Gorbachev would introduce presidential rule in the Baltics and use force. Dictators and some historians are familiar with the effects of an indecisive use of force. Better not to use force at all than to use it and recoil. The Baltic affair left the Soviet conservatives demoralized and the military let down. The emergency party plenum at the end of January 1991 reflected this spirit. It was all talk, smoke and mirrors, but no action was taken. The party secretariat, led by Ivashko, sent a letter to all party organizations in the army, KGB, and police forces. In the new situation, the letter summarized, "We must act exclusively by political means." On the eve of the Lithuanian tragedy, Yeltsin in Moscow received the head of the Estonian parliament, Arnold Rüütel. Yeltsin appreciated that Rüütel had publicly expressed his sympathy for him when Yeltsin was still a party outcast. The two leaders met to sign the Treaty of Mutual Recognition between the RSFSR and Estonia. Next morning, after the bloodshed in Vilnius, they flew to Tallinn together. The Latvian leader, Gorbuņovs, arrived from Riga to join them and to sign an RSFSR-Latvian treaty. Landsbergis, who had stayed in Lithuania, joined them by phone. Yeltsin and the three Baltic leaders issued a joint appeal to the United Nations and other international organizations to denounce acts of armed violence against sovereign states. The Russian leader also urged the Russian officers, sergeants, and soldiers who served in the Soviet army in the Baltic states to avoid being tools and pawns in the hands of the reaction. At the same time, Yeltsin appealed to the Russians who lived in the Baltics. Their rights would be protected no matter what their citizenship in the future would be. None of these documents and appeals even mentioned the Soviet Union and the Soviet Constitution. Yeltsin's support delighted the Balts. His advisor, Gennady Burbulis, who accompanied him, believed this to be a milestone in the construction of a new Russia. The appeal to the UN, Burbulis recalled, was the first time Russia acted as a subject of international affairs. Yeltsin's dash to the Baltics was prefaced by weeks of deliberations and preparations inside his circle. On 26 December 1990, Yeltsin and his advisory council discussed Gorbachev's turn to the right. Burbulis, who chaired the meeting, insisted that an alliance of Russia with the Balts and other republics would be the only option to fend off a totalitarian backslide. Other advisers argued that the Russian Federation should begin to form a shadow Russian army consisting of retired officers and war veterans, which should appeal to the pro-Russian elements in the KGB and the police. Georgy Arbatov, director of the U.S. and Canada Institute, warned Yeltsin, "The KGB and the military," he said, after their retreat from Eastern Europe, realized they could lose everything and might rally again around the center. There could be a bloody crackdown on separatists. In the Baltics, Arbatov argued, Yeltsin would do best to mediate between the Lithuanian nationalists, the Russian speakers, and the Soviet military. Russia must not think only about itself, Arbatov concluded, but must become a consolidating center for the entire country. Yeltsin wanted to become a leader of all Russians across political divides. He even appealed to Russian émigrés outside the Soviet Union with a call of solidarity. At the same time, he was dead set against reconciliation with Gorbachev. The KGB, he was certain, was after him, perhaps even trying to eliminate him. Yeltsin doggedly pursued his idea of a bottom-up pyramid, with 3 Slavic republics and Kazakhstan uniting against the central government. The Baltic republics, he said, would also join the League, as well as Moldova and Georgia. This was Yeltsin's delusionary scheme that competed with Gorbachev's delusion about a new Union treaty. Gorbachev's Baltic calamity seemed to validate Yeltsin's political instincts. The actions of the Russian leader in the Baltics no longer looked reckless and divisive. On the contrary, the entire Moscow liberal-minded elite supported and admired him. Yeltsin took full advantage of Gorbachev's predicament. On 21 January, he addressed the Russian parliament with a crisp analysis of the situation. He denounced Gorbachev's 6 years of vacillation between democracy and authoritarianism. He laid out again the idea of a union pyramid in reverse. In a word, the leader of the largest republic in the USSR was in open sedition, and most of the educated Russians were backing him. On 7 February 1991, Khrushchev sent a grim memo to Gorbachev on the political situation in the country. The policy of appeasing the aggressive flank of democratic movements, the memo read, allows the pseudo-democrats to realize without hindrance their plans to seize power. The subversive forces, led by Yeltsin, had intercepted Perestroika's agenda. Instead of renovating socialism, they wanted to destroy the socialist order. Khrushchev admitted that after the bloodshed in the Baltics, Gorbachev had lost the support of the scientific and humanitarian intelligentsia. Still, he concluded, there was room for political action. The Supreme Soviet and the Congress of the USSR did not support Yeltsin. The KGB chief spoke very cautiously about the option of temporary structures within the framework of emergency powers the president received from the Supreme Soviet. He couched this message in the formulaic language taken directly from Gorbachev's orations. A new strongman. There was a new man of action in Gorbachev's entourage, Valentin Pavlov, who replaced Ryzhkov as prime minister of the Soviet government. The Supreme Soviet approved his nomination by Gorbachev on 14 January 1991. Pavlov's memoirs are a minefield for historians, with numerous factual errors and bizarre claims. The author veered between his contempt for Gorbachev and a desire to set his record straight. Still, the book is a valuable source of information on Pavlov himself. He posed as a professional who did not interfere in the politics or foreign affairs of Gorbachev. His domain was economics and finance, the spheres of activity that the Soviet president delegated to him. In his memoirs, Pavlov wrote that there were two kinds of people in the Soviet elites and the Russian government who worked to destroy the Soviet Union. Some, such as Gorbachev and Ryzhkov, undermined the state and its economy out of ignorance and because of their short-term interests. Others were determined gravediggers of the USSR, such as Yeltsin, Popov, Sobchak, and many in democratic Russia. The Demo-Russians and the forces that stood behind them wanted great upheavals, Pavlov concluded. This was a quote from the speech of Prime Minister Pyotr Stolypin in the State Duma in June 1907, when he had announced to the radical deputies, "You want great upheavals, but we want a great Russia." Stolypin had acted on behalf of the weak Tsar Nicholas II to introduce conservative reforms by authoritarian means in order to save the Russian state. Pavlov recalled, "When I became prime minister, I still considered and hoped to prevent the collapse of a great power. The state still existed, and it could have been saved by legal means." Chernayev decided that Pavlov could potentially overtake Gorbachev. He is smart and professional. All those parliamentarians are like puppies in front of him. He despises them and fends off their arguments easily, and he couldn't care less what all this intelligentsia thinks of him. He will do what he thinks is right. Pavlov believed in what many others in the Soviet leadership ignored, that real power depended on state control over money. As long as its central fiscal and monetary system existed, the Soviet Union could survive. Pavlov had realized already in the fall of 1989 that the central government was delegating control over money to irresponsible political forces. This control had to be reclaimed. When the Russian parliament decided to set up the Bank of Russia in July 1990, Pavlov and Viktor Gerashenko, head of the state bank, were horrified. Their dismay grew after Gorbachev failed to use his power to kill the Russian decree. He even chided Pavlov and Gerashenko for their imperial ambitions. Pavlov fought against the 500 days as well. The radical economists proposed to destroy the supermonopoly of the state bank and replace it with a confederation of republican banks. In Pavlov's view, the Soviet Union could not copy the Federal Reserve System in the United States. The state bank had existed under the Tsars and the Bolsheviks. By questioning its monopoly, ignorant politicians and radical economists were undermining the Soviet finances and the Soviet state. At the end of 1990, Pavlov's nightmare became a reality. On 2 December, the Russian parliament boosted the status of the Bank of Russia and decreed that it should take over all branches of the State Bank of the USSR on the Republican territory. Gerashenko and the State Bank ignored the decree, yet the Russian separatists began to give out licenses to commercial banks under Russian jurisdiction, which enabled them to execute credit and currency functions. It was a quick way to destroy central controls over the financial system. Even worse, the leaders of the Russian Federation insisted on collecting taxes from state enterprises and cooperatives and keeping the money for their budget. In December 1990, Pavlov offered Yeltsin a scheme of sharing the income between the RSFSR and the central budget. Yeltsin rejected the deal. While Gorbachev grappled with the Baltic fallout and the Gulf crisis, Pavlov enacted painful financial reforms. His plan was to triple all state-regulated wholesale prices used in biennial transactions between state enterprises as well as basic items for consumers. The populist contest between the all-Union and Russian parliaments had wrecked common standards and made transactions between state enterprises in different republics almost impossible. Pavlov knew that fixed prices would have to be replaced by market-driven ones. Yet he also believed in maintaining state controls. This time, Gorbachev agreed with the price reforms, yet he postponed them until early April. Another reform that Pavlov enacted in January 1991 was a 20% tax on state enterprises to create the Federal Amortization and Investment Fund. This was a big correction to the law on state enterprises and a nasty surprise for profiteers from cooperatives and directors who pocketed huge profits while paying only minimal taxes. They attacked the Soviet and Russian parliaments with protests, pleaded for exemptions, and threatened to stop their production lines. The reform, had it been implemented, would have begun to replenish the central budget. The implementation, however, required strong administrative leverage, above all, undisrupted tax collection on the territories of the republics, especially the Russian Federation. The last of Pavlov's reforms caused the most uproar. On the evening of 22 January 1991, Soviet people learned from a television announcement that 50-ruble and 100-ruble bills, the largest in circulation, were no longer valid. Those bills had to be exchanged within 3 days in the branches of the state bank with new banknotes of the same value, up to a maximum of 10,000 rubles. Pavlov had been preparing this reform since 1989, but Gorbachev and Ryzhkov had delayed it. This time, Pavlov took full responsibility for the unpopular step. He asserted that the reform could have soaked up 30 billion rubles from the shadow entrepreneurs and currency speculators. Western and domestic critics called Pavlov's reform crude and ineffective. It did, however, help the government win some time by reducing the cash supply and delaying the financial meltdown. Like Khrushchev in the KGB, Pavlov saw a great danger for the Soviet state coming from a collusion between Russian government officials and foreign interests. In his memoir, Pavlov paid special attention to 2 cases. In the first, Gennady Filshin, deputy prime minister of the Russian Federation and a key ally of Yeltsin, worked out a scheme that could, he claimed, fill the shelves in Russian stores. He struck a deal with a couple of British businessmen. They would get a loan of $7.7 billion from the Russian government via the state bank. This money, Filshin's partners promised, would be used to purchase deficit consumer goods on Western markets. The KGB leaked the scam out. It caused a scandal and hearings in the Russian parliament. Filshin had to resign, but he refused to admit he was part of a speculative scheme. Democratic Russia, as well as Yeltsin's entourage, sided with Filshin. In the second case, on 13 February 1991, Pavlov publicly accused Western banks of a conspiracy to flood the Soviet Union with rubles, thus inducing the collapse of Gorbachev and his government. The exchange of the banknotes, he claimed, helped foil this plot in the nick of time. He also warned Soviet enterprises not to deal with foreign businessmen who used joint ventures with naive and inexperienced Soviet partners for the purpose of profiteering and shady dealings. Western diplomats and media were aghast. For the British ambassador, this was a remarkable display of ignorance, fatuity, irresponsibility, and xenophobia by the Prime Minister of the second most powerful country in the world. Had the Soviet Union been run normally, he concluded, Gorbachev would have sacked Pavlov. Pavlov apparently acted on the information he received from Khrushchev. He was by no means alone in putting conspiratorial spin on the demise of Soviet finances and politics. On the opposite side of the political divide, Yeltsin and some of his advisers competed with Pavlov in conspiratorial thinking. In December 1990, at Yeltsin's Advisory Council, the economist Nikolai Shmelyov reported that Gorbachev had ordered the KGB to sell 20 billion rubles in new banknotes to Western banks at a market rate. Some had suggested, he added, that the amount was in fact 60 billion rubles. Yeltsin apparently believed this fable. In his memoirs, Pavlov defended his actions. His main fear was not the profiteering activities of foreign actors. Rather, he concluded that the greatest danger came from unscrupulous or inexperienced people in the Russian government, eager to open up to the global market, hungry for quick bucks, and capable of wrecking the existing financial system in a matter of months. Pavlov wrote his memoirs several years after the Soviet financial system had collapsed, and after the most horrendous and blatant financial schemes had been carried out with total impunity, filling the pockets of a few Russians and foreign investors. Referendums. At the end of January, Gorbachev and Lukyanov decided that the all-national referendum on the need for a Union treaty would take place on 17 March 1991. The referendum question designed by them was incredibly convoluted. Do you consider necessary the existence of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics as a renewed federation of equal sovereign republics in which the rights and freedoms of all persons of all nationalities will be fully guaranteed? Provided the majority would vote yes, the next step would be to sign the Union Treaty and change the Constitution. In his memoirs, Gorbachev recalled that the referendum formula had emerged from long discussions with my aides. Shakhnazarov and Chernayev had long thought that Gorbachev's Union Treaty was a quixotic project, and a referendum would change nothing. At best, there could be something similar to the European Economic Community or the British Commonwealth. Chernayev also knew, even without the polls, that the majority of Muscovites were becoming livid with Gorbachev and the Soviet government. The referendum can become a detonator for a catastrophic explosion. Many conservatives were also deeply skeptical about the referendum. At a Politburo meeting on 30 January, Islam Karimov, the party boss and president of Uzbekistan, said, "Preparation for the referendum will help to stoke up passions." An Uzbek proverb said, "Do not step on the tail of the sleeping lion." Khrushchev did not like the idea for the same reason. In his memoirs, the KGB chief argued that the March referendum was a provocation that could only benefit the enemies of the USSR. There was no need to do it, Khrushchev recalled. For the masses, this was not an issue. In Yeltsin's camp, Gorbachev's referendum was viewed as a conspiracy against a young Russian democratic state. Yeltsin and Burbulis resented that Gorbachev was treating numerous autonomous regions within the RSFSR as sovereign and equal subjects of a future union. This meant that he wanted to play off the leaders of those regions against Yeltsin and the RSFSR legislature. Instead of having to deal with one Russia that threatened his power, the Soviet leader wanted to be able to bargain with 16 units of the Russian Federation. As the referendum approached, Yeltsin and his entourage noticed that the leaders of Ukraine and Belorussia were in no hurry to sign a pact with him against the center. As the future would reveal, the Ukrainians liked the prospect of an unequal alliance with Yeltsin's Russia even less than the idea of a center presided over by Gorbachev. Yeltsin's main project was, as before, the Russian presidency. There was, however, a legal obstacle. There was no post of president in the RSFSR constitution, and only its Congress of People's Deputies could amend it. Yeltsin and his supporters consistently fell short of the two-thirds required majority. Many deputies, party stalwarts, and others were worried by the danger of having two presidents in the one country. Burbulis and Starovoytova thought of another option, to have a referendum and obtain a yes from the Russian people. But such an enterprise across many time zones could cost up to 300 million rubles. Gorbachev's referendum solved this problem. A Russian referendum could be a rider, and so cost nothing. The Russian Supreme Soviet approved this scheme by a simple majority. The question of the Russian referendum was succinct. Do you consider it necessary to introduce the post of the President of the RSFSR, elected by popular ballot? There was a second question in the Russian referendum, whether to retain the territorial integrity of the Russian Federation, that is, to recognize the supremacy of the Russian president over national autonomous regions. Burbulis recalled that the Russian referendum turned out to be a stroke of luck and genius. Gorbachev unwittingly provided a golden opportunity for us. Boris Yeltsin turned 60 on 1 February 1991. The most popular politician in Russia decided to arrange his birthday party on the vacated premises of a youth summer camp near Moscow. Yeltsin's wife Naina and their daughters Yelena and Tatiana were told to prepare for a big party. Among the guests would be Yeltsin's classmates from the Ural Technical Institute who flew to Moscow for the occasion. About 80 people were present. Lev Sukhanov, one of his aides, brought a guitar. Yeltsin loved Russian songs and used to sing along. After many toasts, Yeltsin's friends from the Urals unveiled a special gift for him, a half-meter wooden figure that had Yeltsin's features. One of the guests positioned himself in front of Yeltsin's effigy and said, "And now, Boris, let me smack you in the jaw. Let's see how you will take it." Yet after each blow, to everyone's delight, the wooden Yeltsin returned to its upright position. It was a Russian Navalyashka, a roly-poly toy symbolizing for his admirers Yeltsin's unflagging spirit. On 19 February, after months of trying to gain access to national television, Yeltsin finally gave a televised interview to a group of journalists. His advisers prepared him well, and he responded carefully to the probing questions. At the very end of the interview, however, he pulled off a major surprise. His electorate wanted him to cooperate with Gorbachev, he said. "As the Lord is my witness, I have tried many times." Hours of meetings with the president, however, had led to nothing. After 6 years of failures, Gorbachev had refused to change. Yeltsin then called for the immediate resignation of the Soviet president. Power in the Soviet Union, he said, should be handed to a collective body, a Council of Federation of Republics. Yeltsin did not make this demand emotionally, like Sasha Umalatova. He wanted to mobilize his supporters for his presidential campaign. An independent poll conducted among 900 Muscovites showed that 3/4 of them supported Yeltsin. When asked about the future of the Soviet Union, fewer than 20% backed it, and almost 49% were in favor of Yeltsin's Union of Sovereign Republics. Even more shockingly, almost 28% agreed with the option in the questionnaire that said the USSR should not exist. Gorbachev watched Yeltsin on television and convinced himself that his nemesis was drunk. Yeltsin's hands were trembling, Gorbachev recalled years later. I could see that he did not control himself and could only read the prepared text with difficulty. The Soviet leader thought the referendum would be a crushing blow to Yeltsin's plans for separatism. At the end of February, Gorbachev left for Minsk, his first domestic trip in several months. There, the Soviet leader unleashed an attack on the Democrats, whom he blamed for destructive neo-Bolshevism. Upon returning to Moscow, he told the Politburo and the Secretariat to mobilize the entire party for the referendum. If the party sustains this battle, the victory will help it to get back on its feet. The head of the Russian Communist Party, Ivan Polotskov, said, "Finally, Mikhail Sergeyevich, you have merged with the conservatives." The time had come for presidential rule to take over the USSR's ineffective parliamentary structures.